Good morning and welcome back to day 2 of our Developer Festival. It's a gorgeous morning here at the Shoreline Amphitheater.
know. Gotta be free, that's what we know. So where we go, I want the sun. and diamond rings. All I need is you and me. It's a whole new world. It's a whole new world. It's a whole new world. It's a whole new. Can you feel it getting better all the time? Can you feel it getting better? Can you feel it getting better all the time? I'm seeing the light of day. I'm feeling real good. I'm seeing the light of day. I'm feeling real good.
Okay. Good morning. Hey. My name is Mary. I'm a software engineer who works with Flutter.
And I'm Will. I'm a software engineer in material design.
Today we'll show you how building an app with Flutter and Material is expressive, enhanced, and a delightful developer experience.
And we'll do it for both Android and iOS, but build it once using Flutter.
Flutter is a way to build native mobile apps. You can build apps that are expressive and flexible, create high-quality experiences, and iterate quickly. You can use Flutter today. It's already being used by developers and organizations around the world. Flutter comes pre-built with a large library of widgets, such as containers, list views that are efficient, scrolling, gestures, and more.
Now, Material Design is an adaptable design system backed by open source code that helps designers and developers make beautiful, usable products faster. It's a visual design system used in millions of apps and sites all around the world. What's new this year is material theming. Material theming helps you systematically apply brand throughout your designs. As you can see, Material is more flexible than ever. The shape, color, typography, the animation curves are all customizable to match your brand. You can even choose color palettes from our online color generator that are generated for you, and typography themes. You can even change the shapes in your app to have a theme of their own.
Well, I love how this is taking shape.
Right, yeah. And I'm excited to announce today that Flutter is a first-class platform in material design. From today forward, you'll find documentation for Android, iOS, web, and Flutter throughout Material Components, the Material Tools Suite, and the Material Guidelines.
So it sounds like Material and Flutter have really embraced each other. What's it like building an app with them?
I'm glad you asked, Mary. Let's see how they work together. And a reminder, you can do everything that we're about to do at home today. Behold Shrine, our retail app. I love the clothes, I love the home goods, but unfortunately the UI is disturbingly last season.
Who else has seen an app like this?
Yes, I think we all have, Mary.
Yep, Google Docs. They look very similar. When Material first came out, many apps faithfully followed the Material guidelines. And so they ended up with apps that looked identical to each other. Or worse, they looked like Google's brand rather than their own. We want your apps to look like your brand.
Material theming helps with that. It applies consistent brand elements throughout your UI.
So let's apply Material theming to Shrine and show how Material on Flutter is expressive, with its customizable widgets, layouts, and themes.
Enhanced with new components and styles like our text fields and backdrop.
And delightful, offering developer tools and easy extensibility of components.
Now, what is a widget? In Flutter, a widget is pretty much everything. There are your buttons, your cards, your text fields, all your views are widgets. You can also compose your own widgets from existing ones, and we'll show you how to do some of that today too. Material Components is a library of widgets that are expressive, enhanced, and delightful to work with.
So we'll start by building this app. We've already built it. We're going to enhance it now. It is built with the default theming and doesn't have any of the latest of Material.
So let's look at the guidance our designer gave us. It's a font, logo, shape, layout, and color.
OK, great. Let's start with the color theme.
Mary, will you code?
Yes.
Thank you. I will stand here and talk because I crave attention. So we've already used a lot of Material components to build the unthemed app. So we've imported the Material Flutter package in all of our apps files. We have the unthemed app running in the emulator. Here's Shrine's login page. And here's its home page. Both of those pages are routed to the screen by the Shrine app widget. This is what gets passed into the main function, which is run when we start our app. It's the highest level widget in our project. It returns a Material app widget in its build function. Let's take a look at that Material app widget. Its home property is set to a homepage widget, which we've built just for Shrine. There's also a theme property, and you can pass in a theme data in the app's constructor. All the descendant widgets of the app will have this theme applied to them. Let's look at the color theme our designer gave us. The color theme has most of the colors you need in an app, like primary and secondary colors, background, and a surface color for things like modals. It also has the colors you need for text and icons that are drawn on the primary, secondary, background, and surface colors. There's even a primary variant for any time the primary color is against another color, and that combination is inaccessible. We've already copied the Shrine color values into a color constants file for convenience. You can see little swatches of the colors on the left side next to the line number. By the way, Material icons will also appear in this way. The Material package already has predefined colors like colors.red, but Shrine's designer is using custom branded colors like millennial pink and brown. Mary started a theme already. She's going to add those colors to it. These are the colors our app will use on a global level. She started with a light theme, and now she's changing some of the values. She's adding a primary text theme from a function that she built herself. It's going to use as a base the existing primary text theme, and then it's going to change one of the values to be brown. Now she's adding an icon theme. She's going to again start with the base theme and then change the values that she wants to be different. Copy with, by the way, is a very common method that you'll see on a lot of Flutter widgets. It allows you to copy an instance, but change whatever parameters you put inside. Now she's going to set the button color throughout the app for raised or contained buttons. Reload.
What do you think?
It's better. No more blue. Thank you, Mary.
Yep.
So let's work on the font on those
Yes.
titles, please. She's going to set a custom font for large type, like titles and headlines. I always thought that font family sounded so wholesome. It's a slight change, but at least it matches our logo now. It's not default Roboto for larger type. Now to the login screen. So the login screen itself is a widget, and every widget has a build method. In it, you construct your UI. Our build function has a safe area widget, which can account for the notched top on a lot of newer phones. Inside, we have the logo, the text fields, and buttons in a list view. We could have used a column widget, but the list view automatically handles scrolling on smaller screens and when the keyboard appears. These are all widgets provided by Flutter. Note that the build text field function Mary and I wrote returns a widget. This is directly called in our build function. We can even pass in our own parameters to this function. It's not a static layout. Right now, the text field is automatically using the global color theme's primary color as its active color. And you can see when she's typing, the floating placeholder and underline decoration are not very accessible. We could change our global theme's primary color, or we could change just the primary color of our text field to the primary variant. Each widget can override their ancestor's theme by being wrapped in a new theme. If we highlight a widget and press Alt-Enter, a shortcut menu appears, and one of the common shortcuts is wrapping a widget with another widget. We'll wrap the text fields in a copy of the theme that has the primary variant as its primary color. Now you can see what you're doing. Our material theme also has a shape story that's angled based on our logo. Mary's setting the shape of the next button to the beveled rectangle border widget. This is a component that Flutter provides out of the box. It takes the size you want the cuts to be and returns an octagonal outline. As you can see, the button is now 8-sided. By the way, if you're working without a designer or you're a designer yourself, we now have a tool that can help you generate palettes of colors for theming. Imagine we didn't have a complete brand guideline, but we had a color that we were already using consistently or wanted to use more consistently. You can go to this website, material.io/design, and it can suggest complementary palettes and extended tonal palettes to go with that color. So, just for fun, let's see how Shrine would look if it were built from charcoal. We added some colors earlier in our color constants file. Mary's changing to an alternate theme function that uses those colors. See? Very different alternative theme, very easily. Now let's go back to the real theme. So, we've seen how color and shape can express your brand, but what about layout? Well, our designer has read the new guidelines on image lists and cards and decided to make an asymmetric layout part of our material theme. At the moment, our products are displayed in a simple grid of cards with images, and this is the default for grid view. Our designer wants it broken up into threes with asymmetric alignments and aspect ratios inspired by the angles in our logo. It's a custom design just for our app. We're going to use a completely custom widget called Asymmetric View Widget for asymmetric layout that we made earlier. It's based on the list view widget in Material Components. By the way, you can find the source code for everything we're doing today in the Material Flutter Code Labs. Mary removed the grid view widget we had and inserted our asymmetric view widget. Since the asymmetric view is built on top of a Flutter list view widget, the widgets are recycled as we scroll. Flutter list views let you specify the scroll direction, and we've set it to horizontal. The asymmetric layout code is less than 100 lines. It's a very expensive-looking component that's, oh.
What? What's going on?
I have that scarf.
Well, you have every scarf.
Yes, thank you, Mary. Anyway, so Flutter lets you develop in one code base, but deploy to both Android and iOS. The app is looking great, and I want to see how it looks on iOS. So let's switch places.
Sounds good.
We'll be using the iOS simulator for the rest of our development to show how easy it is to switch between the two platforms. You just set the device selector to iPhone simulator.
OK, great. So Will has just shown us how you can express your brand in your app. Now I'll talk about how the enhancements to Material can help make your app stand out and make it easy for you to use existing components and use guidance to build components that, well, also express your brand. The first thing Will's going to add is an outline input border to the text field. Right now, our text fields just have a line on the bottom saying it's a text field. The outline input border wraps the whole text field with a border, making it obvious that it's something that users can fill in. Now, you might be wondering, how do we have any proof that this is a better design system or that Material Design is a great design system? Well, we did a lot of research, and it turns out that these types of text fields are much more performant, and users are more likely to see them in a busy form. They know that it's a call to action. So that's why we're using it here. You can also watch the talk Measuring Material to learn more about material research. That looks great, but it doesn't look as edgy as the Shrine brand really is. You don't cut corners with Material Design unless you're using a cut corners border. This border literally cuts the corners off of your text field's outline so that it can match the button and it can match our Shrine logo. There, it looks octagonal, looks great. Will, we can see your password.
Oh, you shouldn't be able to know that my password is Yas Research.
Yeah, so the text fields come with the built-in property obscure text, and now we're passing in our own Boolean isPassword so that we can hide our password. As I said, we built our text fields using our own function, and it returns a widget, and we can just pass that right into our build function. Great. Now that we've spruced up our login page, let's see what we can do on our home page. Our home page currently is one page with a menu bar. What we want to do is add a backdrop. A backdrop allows you to have two layers in your app. It's an intuitive way to display both a menu and some content, rather than having a menu pop in from the side. Will's going to remove the app bar from our current version because the backdrop comes with an app bar. Will and I built the backdrop ourselves, but it came entirely from Guidance by Material Design. They have a lot of specifications for how you can do layouts and what sort of navigation can exist. After he's done that, he's also going to remove the home page from our home property in our Material app and replace that with the backdrop. Now, the backdrop is essentially just a stack. A stack is a way of layering various components on top of each other. For example, a footer. Here, our backdrop has a front panel and a back panel, and they're stacked on top of each other. The front panel is our home page, and our back panel will be a menu page. So let's see how that looks. It has the Shrine edge. We added that as well. Let's try clicking on the icon and seeing whether or not it goes up and down. No, because we have not implemented that yet. OK, so let's do that now. And to do this, we need to use a transition or animation. We're going to use a positioned transition. Essentially, this is just a way for the parent to tell the child, hey, you're my child widget. You start off at this size and location, and you'll end up at this size and location. For this case, we want to animate from closed, which is the bottom, to open, which is with the whole home screen open. So let's start with a panel animation. Now, this animation is of a type relative rect. So this is the way you tell your animation that it wants to start off with a certain location and size and where it should end. It takes in a begin and an end and a controller. So Will's typing that out now. We've already predefined what the panel height and the height of the app bar should be. And also, we need to pass in a controller. The controller is responsible for orchestrating the actual animation. Every frame that is drawn is determined by it. we now pass the panel animation into a position transition widget. Flutter comes with a lot of different transitions. For example, fading, rotation, scaling, and much more. They come out of the box, so all you have to do is use them. It takes in a rectangle property, which is our animation, and it takes in the child, which is the child we want to animate up and down. So let's try animating. There we go. Now, back to the animation controller. As I said earlier, it's responsible for drawing the new frames. Well, let's take a look at it. This comes out of the box with Flutter, and this is the code that is used. It's open source. You can see that it animates from the values 0 and 1. You know how I said that Flutter comes with a lot of animations already? Well, you can also build your own if there's something really custom you want, and then you map your widgets to these values 0 and 1 while they animate. OK, so the material guidelines also suggest that for a backdrop, that users would like to tap on the top. You've switched to the Android phone.
I know I hit the wrong button. I'm sorry. It's live. It's loading the iPhone simulator.
Just tab out to the. Oh, OK. There we go. Back to the backdrop version. Anyway, so the material guidelines say that you want to tap on the top of your backdrop in order to animate up and down, as well as tapping on the app bar itself. Currently, tapping on the top doesn't do anything. We now add a gesture detector. Flutter also comes with a lot of gesture detectors, like on tap, on drag, on long press, a lot more. They're meant to be extensible. They take in a function. Functions are first-class objects in Dart. And this means that we can pass in any function and have your tap and gesture do anything you want. Show, hide, change a variable, other things like that. So Will is now setting that up and putting a parens after the 2. There we go. Now when you tap on the backdrop, it should animate.
Oh, Mary, I did it wrong. Classic Will.
That's OK.
Help me debug.
Oh, that's OK. Well.
Oh. There we go.
All right, cool. We're all set. Great. Well, now you've seen how all the enhanced new things from Material have helped us build an app that is much more enhanced and, well, kind of cool and much more unique. Now we're going to talk about how delightful the developer experience is. Sometimes someone gives you code, and you want to make changes to that code. For example, right now, our image and our text are very close together. We want to put some space between the two. So you can look at the image and admire the goods, and then look down and see the price tag. How do we do that? Well, we can use the Flutter inspector. The inspector maps between the UI and the exact line of code where that widget was being created. Now Will is going to demo the inspector. You just tap on the inspect button, and if you tap on anywhere on your app, it will pop up a box, and this box will then take you to the exact widget for that app. Currently, we are tapping on that, and it shows that well, I think your inspector is running for.
It doesn't want to show the widgets, but we've got the render tree.
OK, the render tree is a much more detailed version of your widget tree. It shows literally every single thing that is being drawn, whereas your widget tree only shows the widgets that you've drawn. And not only your widgets, but also widgets that are being drawn by part of the system. Your widgets are drawn in bold color. And if you right-click, you can jump to this exact line of code. Well, here, we'll know that this actually points to the product card, which is responsible for drawing the actual card with the image and text. So let's check out our product card widget. Remember, this was given to us, and we didn't build it. Although technically, we did build it. All right. Inside the product card, there are two functions, build image and build text. They are arranged in a column. We want to put space between the two. We look at our column, And note that it says cross-axis alignment is center. There's no main axis alignment. Through reading the Dart docs or through trying stuff out, usually even checking in the inspector, which shows all the properties that are being defined, you'll find that our main axis alignment is set to start, even though we never actually set it. What does main axis alignment mean?
Main axis alignment is the direction you want things to begin in the scroll direction. So
All right.
starts the top.
So it seems like our image and text are all going to start at the top. Let's try changing that to center so that inside the space allotted to our product card, maybe our text will center itself rather than align itself to the beginning. There's a little bit of space, but that's not enough. Let's change that to end. We want more space. There, that looks much better.
That looks good.
Now you can see your image and text with some space in between. Well, while we're here, let's also change our image aspect ratio. Currently, the images have an image aspect ratio. I want it to be 1. I want my images to be square. OK, that looks great. But who here has had a cat walk across their keyboard? There's more than that, I'm sure. All right, well, cats are the #1 cause of typos in code. It's a proven fact.
It's true. I've actually never made a mistake in code. Even today, it was a cat.
OK, so let's say a cat. Nate, what's your cat's name?
Nate.
Oh, whoops. Yeah, all right. Well, wait. Why Nate?
He's my concatenate.
OK. All right, that's a classic,
You
right?
loved it.
OK. Well, let's say Nate the cat negated the aspect ratio. And so now it's -1. What happens? Your app's going to crash, right? Because it's -1. And it's still, the compiler accepts it because it's still a float. But no, only the part that the widget that has a -1, the aspect ratio widget, crashes. Everything else still works. Your app still scrolls. You can still go to the menu. So now let's just change that back and reload, and let's see what happens. There. All right, all fixed. So this is one of the cool things about Flutter. We've been making changes, and they've been loaded really quickly. Only the widgets that are being changed are being redrawn. We've been restarting the app in this demo, but earlier you saw the colors would show up immediately. Asymmetric layout showed up immediately. We did not have to restart the app. So you could easily backtrack and rebuild UI and try things out. And if it doesn't work out, that's OK. You don't waste that much time. Also, navigational state is being preserved during hot reload. A couple of other cool things. We've been auto-formatting our code as we've been building. And also, you can add closing labels to your code. These closing labels tell you what widget has just finished. Let's see what it looks like. There. See, now you know you have a text, you have widgets and columns. This way, you can tell what those braces mean. Great. Well, I think that looks pretty good. What do you think? I think it looks lovely.
Yeah, I don't think it looks anything like the generic Blue app we had when we started.
All right. Well, let's come back here. All right. So let's recap. We just revamped an outdated app with Material Design and Flutter.
Material theming and the asymmetric layout showed how expressive our app can be.
The new text fields and backdrop showed the enhancements to material components that you can use today in Flutter.
And all the Flutter tooling made it a delightful experience for us developers.
You're used to seeing people give you custom, complicated designs, and you want to work on them, but they're just going to take too much time. But with material components, your designs and code live in the same world.
With Flutter's support for material theming, it's no big deal if your designer suddenly says, let's change everything that's light blue to dark blue. You might not have to say no to your designer anymore. We want you to spend less time on boilerplate and more time building the things that make your app special.
So you should import the Flutter material package today. Also, be sure to check out our code labs, where you can code everything we talked about in this talk. They're available online and in the code lab at I/O.
Also, check out the talk, Total Mobile Dev Made Fun with Firebase and Flutter at 2:30, and build reactive mobile apps with Flutter.
We're going to be here after for questions and in the sandbox from 2:30 to 6 today.
Everything else you need is on flutter.io and material.io.
Now, go code beautiful UI with Flutter and Material.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
And you never let it go. There will be a reckoning.
Good morning and welcome back to day 2 of our Developer Festival. It's a gorgeous morning here at the Shoreline Amphitheater, the backyard of our Google Mountain View campus. During each of the session breaks will be our conversations with special guests like the visionary production designer for Black Panther and the astronomer who is using AI to uncover the origins of our solar system. We'll also take you to the sandbox for some playtime. And when we're not in the sandbox, we'll be taking you around the festival to enjoy everything that's happening here at Shoreline. During your first session break, I'll be speaking with Jeff Dean, head of AI at Google.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 at I/O, and actually, well done for making a morning session. I kind of hope all of you had a good time at the after party yesterday as well. My name's Tom. I'm a product manager on the Google Play console. And I'm joined on stage by my good friend Tamsin. She is head of business development for Western Europe, and also Dario, who is a lead engineer on the console as well. Now, the three of us represent teams who really have only one job. And that job is to build products to help people just like you build better apps, better games, and ultimately on apps. And then parsing over 3 billion events into metrics, insights, and tools that you can use to make better decisions. Because at the heart of the job about your development and about your product roadmaps. And it's our job to get you the information you need to make those decisions well. Because a good decision is founded on good insights and good data. This is a really big job. I mean, the 3 billion should give you a good idea about that. But there are loads and loads of different ways you can go about it, and loads of ways you can think about it as well. Now, I'm sure all of you in your companies think about this kind of challenge every day, and you'll have your unique ways to do it. Now, the way that Tamsin, Dario, and I think about it is around a mental model of a user lifecycle. It's probably quite familiar to a few of you. Now, the user lifecycle starts with discovery and acquisition. The first phase of building a business and getting a user onto your app or game is to get them aware of you in the first place. Discovery and acquisition is all about getting in front of the user, persuading them that you've got a really interesting game or app, that you've got a really interesting product they want to use, and eventually persuading them to tap on that button and installing it. After the install, I kind of feel is where the fun begins, right? Because after the install, you get engagement and monetization. This is where people are coming back to your products every day. They're opening them, they're loving all the work that you and your teams have done, and hopefully they're also paying you as well. You'll monetize them. It would be great if this were the end of the story, if everybody you acquired just used you again and again and again, and that was it. But unfortunately, it's not. Because very often, for almost every user at some point in the user lifecycle, there's also the uninstall. The point where someone, for whatever reason, decides to remove you from their phone or tablet, and then they become a lost user. It'd be really sad if this was the end of the story as well. But increasingly, the user lifecycle ends like this, with persuading people to come back again, persuading to give you a second or a third chance, telling them about the wonderful new features you have that they want to try again. This, as a sketch, is how us and our teams think about the challenge in front of us. How do we get you the information you need to be able to optimize each part of this? As a sketch, it's also very simple, and it's worth saying that there are also quite negative parts of it as well. So for every person who discovers you, there's somebody who doesn't come across you, who doesn't find you. And for every person who finds you and installs you, there's another who, for whatever reason, choose not to install. And even after that, for every person who becomes engaged, there's another who installs you and doesn't use you all the time, or someone who does, but eventually doesn't monetize. And then lastly, for everybody who you lose but choose to come back, there's another one who is not convinced to give you a second chance. Now, the way to win at this game, the way to really optimize your business, is to minimize all of the bad parts of the user lifecycle and maximize all of the good parts. And that's what us and our teams do. We build tools and insights to help you make decisions to maximize the good parts and minimize the bad parts. Now, the reason the three of us are really excited to be here today and to talk to all of you is because over the last year, since the last I.O., our teams have been building successively more tools, more insights, and more metrics to help you build more successful businesses on Play and on Android. And that's what we're going to talk to you about today. Some of the exciting launches we've made recently, that we made this week, and that are coming up, that help you optimize your user life cycles. So, without further ado, we're going to start at the beginning of the user life cycle. We're going to start with discovery and acquisition. And for that, I'm really happy to welcome Tamsin.
Thanks, Tom. Hi, everyone. My name is Tamsin Taylor, and I work in the business development team for Western Europe. Now, I'm sorry, guys, but I think I'm actually the luckiest person here because I get paid to work with developers just like yourselves every day. I get to help them understand their businesses better, help them identify opportunities, and improve their business. In a way, as a former product manager, I'm living vicariously through their success. But one thing which often comes up with these partners is the same question. How can I improve my discoverability? How can I get in front of more users? How can I stand out from the crowd? In a nutshell, how can I get more installs? Does this sound like something you're interested in? Excellent, lots of nodding of heads. Well, you're in the right spot because in the next 15 minutes, I'm going to cover some of the things that we're doing to make or maximize your opportunities to be found. And I'm going to go deeper to help you understand how your different user acquisition channels are making a contribution to your bottom line. Now, if everyone watched the keynote, you would have heard David Burke talk about how Android has billions of users. What you might not know is in the last 12 months, the number of Android users who downloaded a game more than doubled. So what? What does this mean for you? It means there's huge potential demand for your app or game. The question is, how do you get in front of those users? So we've been working really hard to make your app even more discoverable and accessible. Now, when we think about installs, you might think about loading your app into the Play Store once it's in production and hoping for the best. Well, what if users could download your app or game while you were still building it? What if users could tell you that they really wanted to download your app or game that didn't currently exist in the Play Store? Well, we're working on a couple of tools to answer these questions. The first is early access. So early access is a collection in the Play Store of brand new Android titles running open beta. Those billions of users I spoke about earlier, they can all download apps and games from this collection. And the great news is that they can give private and actionable feedback to the developer before you go live. So you can really tweak and optimize your app to really maximize your chance of success when you do go live. The second is pre-registration. With pre-registration, you can put your app or game into the Play Store. But instead of the install button, it has a pre-registration button. Now, this is fantastic because that means users can opt in to have you tell them when your app or game is ready and goes into production. So with pre-registration, we're helping support your efforts to start marketing before you even go live. And it's been instrumental for top publishers like Rovio, who've been able to get their fans really excited about an upcoming release. Now, if any of you were here last year at I/O, you might recall we launched Instant Apps. Instant Apps help get your app in front of people in more places, more quickly, and with less friction. In March, at the Game Developer Conference, we launched Google Play Instant. So Google Play Instant is, or where users see Google Play Instant, they can download or access your Instant app, whether it's the Try Now on the Play Store, through browsing, searching, or, oh, thanks, Tom, Candy Crush Saga. I'll try that in a second. So with Google Play Instant, you can just tap and try a game without having to install the entire package. So whether you're looking to storm a castle with Clash Royale or become a word master with Words with Friends 2, it's just a really great way to help users try your app or game without the full commitment of downloading it. So in this way, we're trying to help your accessibility and your discoverability. And it really worked for Hothead Games. They actually saw a 19% lift in the number of acquisitions after launching with Google Play Instant. So you can see we're really trying hard to make it easier for users to try before they buy, improve your discoverability and your accessibility. But that's all well and good. And you're in the right room, and we might be a bit biased, but we think you can only manage what you measure. Which is why, to support the launch of Google Play Instant and to help you understand the contribution that this marketing channel is having to your bottom line, we're really proud to announce brand new stats in the Play console to help you measure the success of your Instant app. Feedback from developers has been fantastic, but we did get some messages that you wanted the stats to be more easily discoverable. So we've put them front and center in the Play console. And so now you can see the number of launches and conversions that your Instant app has had. What's a conversion? A conversion are the number of times a user who's launched the Instant app then goes on to download it. And because the stats are in the Play console, if you love playing with data, you'll love this. It means you can slice and dice this information with your other key metrics like installs and revenue. So it's pretty exciting. So you can now easily track the success of your Instant app on your overall growth. And today, I'm really excited to announce brand new capabilities in this reporting. You can now track which products across browsers, search, and Play Store are driving most of your Instant app success. So, you've got Instant apps, and now you've got the fantastic reporting. Go ahead and use it. Now, there is so much more you can do to increase your discoverability on Android, but I'm going to stop there and say if you want to learn more, there's an AdWords session on the amphitheater stage right after this. So I think you'll all agree that not all acquired users are the same. It's really important to acquire the right user for your business. The one that's going to stick around for a long time, the one who's going to spend a lot of time in the app, and maybe the one who's going to share your app with lots of friends and spend money. So it's really important to capture the right users for your business. But how do you know whether you're attracting the right users? How do you know whether you're spending your time, money, and resources in the right places to attract those users? And once you've got the users, how do you know that you're actually doing a good job? How do you know you're delivering them value? And where can you improve? Are these questions sound familiar? I hope so. Because the great news is we have some updates to the acquisition reports that will help answer these questions. They'll help you interrogate, understand, and optimize your user acquisition strategies to help your bottom line. So let's take a look. So when we think about these updates to the acquisition reports, we've really tackled the 3 core questions that both myself, Tom, and Dario hear from developers every day. And I know some of you have asked me these questions quite a lot. So the first one is, how do people find my app or game on the Play Store? How valuable are the users that I acquire through different marketing channels? And how am I doing? Can I improve? So let's tackle the first one. How do people find my app or game in the Play Store? Now, I know I've got some partners in the audience and who I've worked with quite a lot. And one of the comments or questions I get about this user acquisition report is, hey, Tamsin, you know that line that says organic traffic? What is that? Who are these users? Where are they coming from? Now, organic traffic are people who've come to your store listing page not through deep links, but they might be browsing the Play Store, checking out collections, seeing new games and apps, or they might be looking for a specific use case. Like Tom here might be looking for apps with museum guides. So we understand that this is a really important channel for you, and for the majority of you, it makes up the lion's share of visitors to your store listing page. We also understand that app store optimization is really important. But developers like you haven't been able to do much with this information to date. It's nice to see, but you don't really know where they're coming from. You can't really optimize for it until now. So in response to all your requests, I'm super excited to announce the launch of organic breakdowns in the user acquisition report in the Play console. Yay, well done. So now you can see, for users who've never installed your app before, which ones are coming from browsing the store and which ones are searching. Now just imagine how your growth or marketing teams can leverage this data to better present your app or game. In fact, Scopely found the breakdown gave them the ability to focus on the acquisition areas that mattered. So what does this mean? OK, well, let's take an example. Let's say you all, after this, open your laptops, not now I'm speaking, and you go to the user acquisition report, and you click on this breakdown, and you see, oh my God, 90% of my organic traffic is coming from browse. What should I be doing? Well, you could probably imagine that some of these people who are coming from browsing might not be familiar with your brand, your value proposition, or what makes you different from your competition. So there's a great opportunity there, once you know this, to optimize your store listing. I'll talk more about that in a second. The other great news with this data is that we've extended it so you can track the users across the whole funnel, across subscriptions, buyers, and retained installers. So this really gives you more insights into how those two channels are driving traffic and what kind of users they are. And it gets even better. And if you're a marketing person in the room, I think you'll be super excited about this. You can now click through and see which search terms are driving the most visitors to your store listing and which convert best. So that is super exciting. It's a view into the Play Store which we've never been able to share before, and it's something you've asked us for, let me think, at least 3.5 years that I've been working in this team. So thank you to the guys who built it, and I really hope you find it useful, because certainly our other pilot partners have. One thing we try and do with this information we share with you is make it actionable and give you insights that help you make better decisions, as Tom mentioned earlier. So we were really happy to get feedback from Fun Games for Free about the relevance of the long tail searches. And what I love to hear from Evernote is how they found the data really actionable. Because again, we want to give you data that's going to help you make better decisions to grow your business on Play. So developers said that they loved this new feature. And because we tested it with quite a few partners, I thought, given that you're here today and made the effort to come along, I'd share with you some of the things which they're going to use this information for, in case it sparks some ideas in your own head. So majority of the developers we tested with said they would use this data to evaluate their user acquisition strategies. A lot of them said they would use it to optimize their store listing, so changing their descriptions, their screenshots. And some even said they would redesign their onboarding flow so that the features, benefits, and whatever else people are searching for are reflected in that first-time user experience to make it even more relevant for that person when they install the app. So we're really pleased that our developers found this useful, and I hope you will as well. And I hope that answers your question, how do people find my app or game in the Play Store? Now, the marketeers in the room might have found that to be super exciting. But the next part's my favorite. So if you care about paying people on time, if you care about running a good business, if you're a CFO or a product manager, you probably care about acquiring valuable users, which is why we'll tackle the next question. How valuable are the users that I'm acquiring through different marketing channels? Now, a lot of the developers I speak to tell me they love the user acquisition report. But installs are only part of the story. I'm sure you'll agree. They tell me that retention, purchases, and subscriptions are leading critical indicators of that one metric you all care about: revenue. So today, we're launching a brand new item in the buyer acquisition report, ARPU, average revenue per user. So now you can see exactly how much average revenue per user you're getting from different marketing channels. And that includes the organic traffic breakdown I spoke about earlier, Google search, and third-party traffic. So if you're responsible for setting the user acquisition strategies in your business, or you're responsible for making sure you have a profitable company, this information will help you make the right decisions. So no matter whether you're running a classical CPM model, cost per install model, or you're deriving value further down the funnel, we really think this information will help you evaluate your existing strategies and make better decisions moving forward. Now, lastly on acquisition. I know there's a few of you in the room who always say to me, "Hey Tamsin, how am I performing against my competition?" How can I do better? How can I improve? Now, benchmarks are really important, and we totally understand they're really valuable to help you identify where the room for opportunity is versus the market, and where you're already smashing it out of the park and doing a great job. In other words, benchmarks are great because they can help you focus your investment on the items which will give you the best return. So for all these reasons, we were really happy a month ago to launch the Retained Installers Benchmarks in the user acquisition funnel. So now, for all organic traffic, you can easily see throughout the user journey, from in-store conversion all the way through to 30-day retention, exactly where the opportunities are for you to improve, or where the impact or the efforts you've had have really paid off. And we've got a lot of happy developers who've tested this with us, including Intuit and NotDoppler, who've used it to really tweak their conversion and get improvements there. Or in the case of NotDoppler, finding out that actually all the efforts that they put in have really paid off. One thing I mentioned earlier that I love about this feature and all these user acquisition reports is that they're not just here to tell you where you're going wrong. They're here to give you a reference point and give you confidence in your decision making, which is why I was really happy to see the quote from Playdots, who told us that they love the extra validation and confidence they get on their own decision making. So the new tools that we've launched help you get discovered. Instant apps and pre-registration get your apps in front of users like never before. And if you talk to us, we'll say the most important thing about this is we've launched new reporting to help you optimize for it. Updates to the user acquisition reports give you the data that you've never had before to make much better informed decisions around your app store optimization, your acquisition investment, and to really help you drive and acquire more valuable users. Right. So now you have the right users. But how are you going to keep them engaged? And how are you going to monetize them? Well, for this exciting part of the talk, let me hand over to my esteemed colleague, Dario.
Thanks, Tamsin. It's great to be here. So, new tools help you get discovered. And the acquisition insights help you find and acquire more and more valuable users. But what about helping you in the next stage of the user lifecycle journey, like engagement and monetization? How can we help you engage your user more and earn more money from them? I'm glad to say that we have some new tools to help with that. So first off, earlier this year, we launched the events timeline. The events timeline gives you contextual information close to charts in the statistics page, in the Android Vitals dashboard, in the subscription dashboard, and other chart surfaces on the Play console, showing you key events that might affect your app, such as, for example, the rolling out of a new release. This way, you can quickly spot correlations between changes in metrics and such key events. For example, you can understand whether a change in average rating correlates with a rollout of a new release, or whether a price change is affecting and how it's affecting the average revenue per user. Or if you use Instant App, if an Instant App configuration change, such as mobile holdback, is affecting your sessions positively or negatively. Early adopters of these features loved it. One developer in particular told us that they were able to quickly understand why a certain metric spiked in a certain country. So the events timeline helps you solving these mysteries like with quicker, like without having to dig into other dashboard or other data. Once you have acquired your user, you might want to check how users are engaging with your app. Firebase offers great tools specifically for this purpose. In particular, Google Analytics for Firebase can be enabled just by linking the Analytics SDK to your app and signing up to the service, of course. And out of the box, it will give you already meaningful metrics about engagement and retention of the users. What's also interesting is that you can instrument your app, instrument your code to track the features that matter the most to your app. Another really cool feature that the Firebase team launched earlier this year is Firebase Predictions. Firebase Predictions uses data coming from analytics and our machine learning knowledge and tools to give you predictions about how your users are going to behave in your app. And like Google Analytics, just by enabling out of the box, you will get predictions about user spend and user churn. And you can take some actions on these predictions. And similarly, you can also instrument your app to get more personalized prediction that you care about. If you want to learn more about Google Analytics for Firebase, you can check out the session later today on stage 6. So our friends Steve, Mai, and Russ from the Firebase team will present the latest feature of Google Analytics for Firebase. There is an entire track for Firebase tools, so I encourage you to check it out if you're interested. In particular, for Firebase prediction, there were 2 sessions yesterday that, in case you've missed, they are already available on YouTube. Right, so the events timeline gives you key events and lets you correlate them with your metrics. Firebase gives you insight and machine learning-driven predictions about behavior of your user. Let's dive more now into the monetization phase, which, after all, is probably the most critical phase because it's where you earn the money and your business actually starts succeeding, right? We've done a lot of work recently, especially on subscriptions. So I'm going to present the latest things that we launched there. Last year at I/O, we launched the subscription dashboard. Loads of developers use the subscription dashboard on a regular basis. We are, in fact, really proud that the majority of top-earning subscription businesses actually use this dashboard on a regular basis, too. But we heard that you wanted more. So this is why yesterday we launched additional features in the retention and in the cancellation reports. Let's take a quick look. So in the new retention report, we have redesigned it to make it super easy to compare cohorts, evaluate key features like free trials, and also track the data that are important to you, like renewals. The new cohort selector allows you to pick groups of users, selecting them by SKUs, date, and/or country. So you can really concentrate on a group of subscribers and analyze their performance. For example, you can pick an SKU with a free trial and compare it with an SKU with an introductory price and see which one of the two earns you more revenue over time. Or you can also focus on last year's big marketing push and compare it with this year's and see which one performed better for you. Advanced cohort comparison enables you to explore all of these kind of intricacies. That's not all, though. We've extracted key data that we know you're interested in to make it easier than ever to track conversion, because conversion, that's actually what matters to you. So free trial success rate and other information about performance are available right there on the subscription dashboard. And because that you know that subscription businesses live on repeated payments, we also tell you for each cohort you selected which billing period they reach. Onto the cancellation report. We also made major updates there to help you reduce your subscription churn. So users can cancel for many reasons, and we extracted the key technical ones out. But as we announced yesterday, we now show the users a survey when they cancel so that they can explain why they're canceling. And the results of this survey are available on the subscription dashboard. So you will have more qualitative insights directly from the users about why they are canceling the subscription with your service. Lastly, we're reporting on win-back features like account hold and grace period, which, by the way, you should check out if you haven't already, because we heard from developers that it really helped them and increase the retention of their subscribers. So these major updates help you subscription businesses, like hopefully some of you here in the audience, to better understand and optimize monetization, such a key part of the user lifecycle. There was a session yesterday by our friends Larry, Angela, and Nico about this new advanced feature about the new advanced Google Play features for subscription specifically. So if you are interested, you might want to check that as well on YouTube. So lastly, as Tom introduced at the beginning, the last 2 phases of the user life cycles are uninstall and win back. Play Console provides you with reports about uninstall. So for example, the daily uninstall metrics, or the uninstall events metrics, or the retain installers acquisition report, in which you can check how long users keep your app installed before uninstalling. But we heard you want more. And we understand why, because this is such a critical phase, especially as your business grows. And also, we don't have enough information for you at the moment for Winback. So I'm happy to say that we are working hard on this aspect. And we will introduce later this year some more Metascale insights specifically for these steps of the user lifecycle journey. So for example, you will be able to analyze how many unique users are uninstalling your app over a certain selected time period. And also, how many users are installing your app again after having uninstalled it at some point in the past. So stay tuned for more updates. So this concludes our overviews of how Play Console and Firebase can help you analyzing your user lifecycle journey. Thank you very much for your attention, and now back to Tom.
Thanks, Dario. Hello again. So, as Dario and Tamsin shared, the teams will be working really hard to build more tools, more insights, and more metrics to help you run better businesses, build larger apps, and have happier and larger number of gamers. All of this work, I think it's fair to say, we're extremely proud of, like deeply proud of the teams who've delivered it. But all of this work also, in some ways, causes a problem. Because we also understand that all of you are really busy. You've got so many tools, both provided by us and others. There are loads of different places you can go, and loads of calls on your time. We understand that you're busy, and we understand that you need it to be easy to see what the console has to offer you, and what's important, and what can be passed over. We understand this problem. That's why I'm really happy to say that yesterday we launched the new apps dashboard in the Google Play console. Let's take a really quick look at what it's like. The apps dashboard is the landing page. You sign into the console, you land here if you select an app. It gives you an overview of all of your key data. Now, previously, there wasn't quite enough data. We heard that from all of you. And it wasn't really well organized. And we've changed all of that. To start with, we've introduced really easy to see trending information. So if you want to know if your installs are moving in the right direction, it's now super easy to see that. If you want to take a quick look to see if your technical performance is going well and your crashes are reducing, you can see that really easily as well. So trends, first thing, really easy to glance at. Secondly, we understand, and we heard from you, that a lot of data belongs together. Installs and uninstalls should be displayed together. You might want to take a look at your revenue and your ARPU at the same time. To answer that challenge, we've sectionalized the dashboard. We've added a load more information, but we've also put it into context. So if any of the questions down the left-hand side of the screens feel familiar, these are the questions the dashboard specifically asks and specifically answers. Now, I'm sure that many of you are reading these and thinking, you know what? That one's really important to me. I don't know. I'm a QA, and I really want to understand what people think of my app through reviews and how my technical performance with Core Vitals is going. But maybe you care slightly less about how your pre-registration campaign is going. Or maybe on a day-to-day basis, you don't look at revenue. We understand that having all of this on a dashboard is sometimes overwhelming, and sometimes, frankly, not all of it is relevant to all of you. That's why the new dashboard is also customizable, because every section you see on the dashboard can now be expanded or collapsed. So if you're specifically interested in your revenue, you can have that section open, and it will give you more and more useful information. And if you're less interested in pre-registration, you can have that section collapsed. Remember your preferences so it stays exactly as you leave it. It's a really lightweight way of making the dashboard work for each and every one of you personally. We've been testing this as we test everything. And a lot of the developers who we've been working with were really happy with the changes. I think, if I'm honest, as a PM, I'm not sure quite how to take this quote. But the lead engineer from Blue Apron was really happy that there was a simple place to direct their product manager so they could see the questions that they always ask really easily answered by the dashboard. And similarly, DocuSign, very busy people, we're really happy with the customization that we give. Customization that doesn't completely remove things, there's no fear of missing out, but does mean that the dashboard is focused for what you need right now. That's a really short overview of all of the changes we made to the app dash. And hopefully, when you log in today and you see the new board, you'll be able to see all of that and how it helps you in your day-to-day lives. And frankly, how it helps you see the metrics and insights that the console has to offer to really help you. So, just to round up about where we are, Dario Tamsin, myself, and our teams think about the user lifecycle. And we think about all of the different tools that we can build to help you optimize every stage. From instant apps and pre-reg for discovery and acquisition, through to brand new subscription reports, enhanced acquisition reports, the new events timeline, and even the uninstall stats and more information coming soon about Winback. We think that all of this taken together will really help drive your success. And ultimately, your success is what we work towards. That's what we're here to help. And all of this, and other things like your technical performance, are wrapped together with the app dashboard as well. So we're almost at the end of our time together, and there are just a couple of more things to say. First off, we really want your feedback. So if you liked the session, and even if you didn't, then log on to the URL and tell us what you thought, because it helps us make these sessions better year after year after year. And lastly, thank you so much for listening. From Tams and Dario, the teams, and myself, it's great to see so many of you here, and thank you very much. I think we have time for 1 or 2 questions if there's anybody. There are mics there. Or if not, don't worry.
Yeah, you can also reach out and we can also chat in person if you prefer. We're going to be outside right after the session and then at the
that way.
and then at the sandbox, at the sandbox C. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining this session.
It's got an apple, not just an apple, it's got the type of apple as well, and even water bottle, which is tricky because it is a clear thing, so it's not really a thing, it's just reflecting other things. So learning how to use these things and how to make it detect what you want to detect is going to be part of the fun. Our face detector code tells us not only that there is a face in the image, but it also tells us where the face is. It gives us the geometry about the face. So we can use that to build a tracker that can follow me wherever I go. We've shown you face detection, object recognition, and face tracking with the Google AIY Vision Kit. But this is just the beginning. Click on the link below to learn more. We're really looking forward to seeing what you build with this kit.
Hello and welcome to I/O Live. I'm Timothy Jordan, and I'm standing here with Jeff Dean, the head of AI at Google.
Hi, Tim. Thanks.
Hi, Jeff. All right, let's start with a background of Google's work in AI.
So we've been using machine learning and AI for the last 20 years in some of our products, but in the last 5 or 6 years, we've really sort of dramatically accelerated our use of machine learning and AI into more and more of our products. We've really used it to make our products more intelligent, to make them sort of more accessible, to really improve the product and build products that we couldn't build any other way.
What's new with the technology that we're making available, say, the last year and at I/O?
In the last year, for example, we've made really great strides in improving TensorFlow, our open source machine learning system. One of the things I'm really excited about is the TensorFlow.js release, which essentially allows TensorFlow programs to be run in the browser just as normal web pages with sort of machine learning embedded code in them. And it's really easy for people to create really interesting new machine learning applications and then people to run them by just loading up a web page. It's pretty fantastic.
And TPUs?
So we announced the third version of our TPU processor line. It's custom machine learning accelerators. The TPU V3 is really, really exciting. It's quite hot. So it actually is our first liquid-cooled processor that's in our data center. And the pods are actually larger scale than the TPU pods that we announced last year. So they're 8 times as powerful, more than 100 petaflops of compute, which is just an unbelievable amount of compute. And the really exciting thing is that allows us to make sort of more accurate models, machine learning models that can train on more data, that can train more powerful and more accurate models, and then we can use that to improve our products.
I think one of the things that makes me most excited about the technology that we're making available, it's that whole spectrum. All the way from TensorFlow.js, which is a very accessible way to get into machine learning, and AutoML, all the way up to TPUs, so like our advanced users have all that compute to do cool stuff with.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of different levels of expertise and experience in using machine learning, and we want to make all of them able to use machine learning to improve their products and lives.
All right, so let's talk about what people are doing with machine learning as we're getting there. What are some things that people are doing in the world with machine learning that you're the most excited about?
Yeah, so there's like lots of different applications. One that I'm really passionate about is the use of machine learning to improve healthcare. I think there's a real opportunity there for both kind of medical imaging related problems. We've been doing a lot of work on diabetic retinopathy and other kinds of medical imaging problems, but also in how patients' lives are affected, how doctors are able to care for patients with making better decisions. A lot of advances there. It's going to be great.
Okay, so there's these big problems that we're tackling with machine learning. What about everyday problems? Is there something that you encounter every day that you would love somebody to apply AI to?
Yeah, I mean, I think as you start to have a machine learning lens as you walk around the world, you can see things that could be better. For example, when I pull up to a stoplight and it's red and there's no cars coming the other direction, that's just silly, right? We should have computer vision-based stoplights that just allow people to go when it's safe to go. And that would be like a simple improvement in the world that would improve lots of people's lives.
Thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
And thank you for watching I/O Live. To learn more about what Google is doing in AI and ML, head on over to google.ai. And to catch more videos like this, head on over to g.co/io/guide.
Cassava is a really important crop. It provides for over 500 million Africans every day.
When all other crops fail, farmers know that they could rely on their cassava plants to provide them food.
There are several diseases that affect cassava, and these diseases make the roots unedible. It is very crucial to actually control and manage these diseases.
So we're trying to use machine learning to respond to those diseases.
And TensorFlow is the best foundation for our solutions. The app that we've designed can diagnose multiple diseases. It's called Nuru, Swahili for light, the light that farmers can use to see their problems and find solutions. You wave your phone over a specific leaf, look at it, and if it has a symptom, a box will pop up saying you have this problem. When you get a diagnosis, we have an option for you to get advice and learn about the best management practices.
The object detection that we use through TensorFlow relies upon our team annotating images.
We've collected over 5,000 high-quality images of different cassava diseases for this project. We use a single-shot detector model on a mobile net architecture. It's able to make predictions in less than 1 second.
Instead of having to implement thousands of lines of code, TensorFlow provides a library of functions that allow us to build architectures in much less time.
We need something that can be deployed on a phone without any connection. TensorFlow is able to shrink these neural networks to be able to fit on your mobile device.
The human input is absolutely critical. We're really building something that augments your experience and makes you better at your job.
So with AI tools and machine learning, you can improve the yields, you can protect your crops, and you can have a much more reliable source of food.
AI offers the prospect to fundamentally transform the life of hundreds of millions of farms around the world.
You can see a product that can actually make someone's life better. This is kind of revolutionary.
So the whole point of the AIY projects team at Google is to build artificial intelligence kits that let makers take the cool parts of Google Intelligence and put them into their builds. Last year we released the voice kit, Train Fast, which was a kit that lets you record your voice and analyze it and get the text back from what you said. This year we're releasing the Vision Kit. It does not need an internet connection. It does not need the cloud. You program it with the neural network model, and the kit then gives you back data on what it sees. So if I give it a face, the light will come on, and then as I get happier, the light will change from blue to yellow. So this is our MobileNets neural network. This is an object classifier, and it's got 1,000 different common objects in it. We have a banana, and let's see, a screwdriver. Yeah, it's got that pretty good. It's got an apple, not just an apple, it's got the type of apple as well. And even water bottle, which is tricky because it is a clear thing, so it's not really a thing, it's just reflecting other things. So learning how to use these things and how to make it detect what you want to detect is going to be part of the fun. Our face detector code tells us not only that there is a face in the image, but it also tells us where the face is. It gives us the geometry about the face. So we can use that to build a tracker that can follow me wherever I go. We've shown you face detection, object recognition, and face tracking with the Google AIY Vision Kit. But this is just the beginning. Click on the link below to learn more. We're really looking forward to seeing what you build with this kit.
Hello and welcome to I/O Live. I'm Timothy Jordan, and I'm standing here with Jeff Dean, the head of AI at Google.
Hi, Tim. Thanks.
Hi, Jeff. All right, let's start with a background of Google's work in AI.
So we've been using machine learning and AI for the last 20 years in some of our products, but in the last 5 or 6 years, we've really sort of dramatically accelerated our use of machine learning and AI into more and more of our products. We've really used it to make our products more intelligent, to make them sort of more accessible, to really improve the product and build products that we couldn't build any other way.
What's new with the technology that we're making available, say, the last year and at I/O?
In the last year, for example, we've made really great strides in improving TensorFlow, our open source machine learning system. One of the things I'm really excited about is the TensorFlow.js release, which essentially allows TensorFlow programs to be run in the browser just as normal web pages with sort of machine learning embedded code in them. And it's really easy for people to create really interesting new machine learning applications and then people to run them by just loading up a web page. It's pretty fantastic.
And TPUs?
So we announced the third version of our TPU processor line. It's custom machine learning accelerators. The TPU V3 is really, really exciting. It's quite hot. So it actually is our first liquid-cooled processor that's in our data center. And the pods are actually larger scale than the TPU pods that we announced last year. So they're 8 times as powerful, more than 100 petaflops of compute, which is just an unbelievable amount of compute. And the really exciting thing is that allows us to make sort of more accurate models, machine learning models that can train on more data, that can train more powerful and more accurate models, and then we can use that to improve our products.
I think one of the things that makes me most excited about the technology that we're making available, it's that whole spectrum, all the way from TensorFlow.js, which is a very accessible way to get into machine learning, and AutoML, all the way up to TPUs, so like our advanced users have all that compute to do cool stuff with.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of different levels of expertise and experience in using machine learning, and we want to make all of them able to use machine learning to improve their products and lives.
All right, so let's talk about what people are doing with machine learning, because we're getting there. What are some things that people are doing in the world with machine learning that you're the most excited about?
Yeah, so there's like lots of different applications. One that I'm really passionate about is the use of machine learning to improve healthcare. I think there's a real opportunity there for...
Don't try to tell me now how you think I missed out. Don't try to bring me down. It's time we get out this town. Rise up, 'cause I can't go on hoping this thing ain't working out. Rise up, 'cause I'm already growing.
Hello, everybody. Super cool to be here. I bet that you have heard before the term progressive. Today, we're going to be talking about how to make progressive WordPress sites. And you have heard the term progressive probably in the context of progressive web apps, which means basically web apps that have been developed using modern web capabilities, or in the context of progressive enhancements, which is the application of those modern capabilities, web capabilities, into your sites in a step-by-step way, instead of like all at once. Here, we are using the term progressive to capture the notion of progressive web development, which means development of user-first web experiences using modern web capabilities, coding, and performance best practices. And the key here is the word user-first, which means that at the core of progressive web development is user experience. So let's start at the core. What is user experience? User experience refers to a person's emotion when they are using a product. In our case, that product is our website, our WordPress site. So it's all about how users feel when they are engaging with the content that we create and that we publish. So the way that I like to imagine this is, in a nutshell, what I want is my users to have that expression in their faces every time that they go to my site, a little bit. But what are the qualities in web experiences that actually bring joy to users? And there are mainly 4 main factors that are commonly present in what we define as delightful UX experiences. Users love applications that are fast and reliable. They load quickly, consistently, and they behave well once they are running. Users love, oh, sorry. Users love applications that are secure. They want to feel safe when they are trusting their data and their transactions to the apps. Users love applications that feel integrated with their devices, that they can take advantage of all the features that the device has to offer. And users love applications that are engaging, right? They like that kick of wanting to go back to the application, and the application makes it very easy to come back to them. But for a long time, building applications in the web that satisfies these 4 pillars of delightful UX was not easy or not possible at all. And the main reason was that for a long time, the main power of the web was the URL, the hyperlinking capabilities. But if you compare it to platforms to develop native apps, for example, in the Android platform, the web lagged behind in terms of the things that you could do with it. However, the good news is that the web has been evolving quickly in recent years, and nowadays it's fully possible to build awesome web experiences only using web capabilities. This here is a subset of the web APIs that are available in the web platform today. So you can do a lot of things with them. For example, accessing device features like the vibration signals, the gyroscope. You can implement native-like features like add to home screen, offline access, and so on. Even augmented reality is a thing today in the web. Now, and on top of this, we have modern development workflows, a lot of tooling, and powerful JavaScript frameworks that add additional layers of abstraction that allows us to build very, very complex and awesome experiences. And on top of all this, you have yourself, the web developer, eager to harness the power of this mountain of capabilities, right? The challenge is that the complexity is such that truly taking advantage of what the web has to offer is very difficult, right? So as the complexity of the web ecosystem has increased, we also have seen an increase in what I like to call the capabilities usage gap, which simply is the difference between what can be done and what is actually done. For example, if we go back to, let's say, 1999, probably most of you were not developing the web at the time, but arguably the gap was not big at that time. There were not many things that we could do in the web. There was HTML, CSS, and the best thing is there was only a single form factor that you had to develop. Now, fast forward to today, the complexity has grown so much. There are so many tools, so many frameworks, and so many things, and we have to develop applications that have to run well in what it seems to me an infinite number of form factors. So no wonder that that gap has grown. And the problem with this gap is that if we don't take advantage of what the web has to offer, it's very difficult to build applications that satisfy the pillars of a delightful UX. And we see evidence of this a lot in the wild. There are studies that show the prevalence of applications that run very slow. They exhibit very poor load time performance. For example, 19 seconds load time on 3G on mobile. 75% of mobile sites takes 10 seconds or more to load. And also, there are a lot of applications, too many, that exhibit poor runtime performance. So things like unresponsive pages or content shifting in front of your eyes when you're engaging with it. And the bad news is that users hate this. And we see evidence of that in the wild as well, in the impact that these experiences has on the revenue potential of our site. For example, more than half the users are going to leave a site that takes more than 3 seconds to load. 75% takes more than 10 seconds, then you figure it out, right? There is an inverse correlation between load time and conversions. And there is an inverse correlation between revenue and load time. So, but for me, the worst collateral effect of not being able to take advantage of the web is what is known in sociology as the Matthew effect of accumulated advantage. Probably you have heard of it as the rich gets richer principle, which means in our context that given the complexity of the web platform, it seems that only superstar developers or organizations that have the capability to afford large, high-quality engineering teams are the only ones that have a true chance to take advantage of the web. And that is not what the web is all about. Okay? And notice that given the prevalence of the experiences that I just described, even superstar developers have a hard time to do it. Okay? So the bottom line is we must strive to close the capabilities usage gap. And there are mainly two ways that we can go about it. One is on us. Given that the web capabilities are there for us to use them, if we all do the right thing, things will be OK. Right? We should not see those experiences. However, that is easier said than done. The reality looks more like this. Right? You have to master so many things to have applications that are delightful that it's very challenging. You have to be careful, do not interfere with the critical rendering path. Load resources asynchronously. Do code splitting, etc. Master browser caching. So many things. So the landscape is so complex that it's very difficult to do the right thing the first time. Imagine doing the right thing all the time for the lifetime of your application in all circumstances all the time. So it's very hard. A better option is what I like to think about a progressive web ecosystem. It's a platform, a web ecosystem, when doing the right thing is easy, right? And it involves several factors. The first one is an evolving web platform, right? A platform where new web APIs are added, probably existing APIs are improved. We have good sets of tools that help developers automate complex tasks. We have frameworks that add layers of abstraction to do complex applications. And a key point in a progressive web ecosystem is that we take the learnings that we get from using the tooling and the frameworks, and we see what works, and we bake them in back into the web platform. So this is a better option, right? We want to pursue this. How should we focus our efforts to achieve this? In order to answer that question, it's very useful for me to think about the web in terms of a very, very simple model that has 3 layers. The top layer has the content ecosystem that we all use every day and give us the perception of the web as one thing, right? Then there is a second layer conformed by content management systems that are basically software platforms that make it easy to create and maintain content. Okay? And on top of that, the bottom layer is what you hear many times as the web platform. Okay? That is nothing else that the implementation or the power of the web exposed by browsers in implementation of the web APIs. So you can see that the content ecosystem, there is a dotted line divided in 2. And that's very important because nowadays, about 50% of sites in the web are powered by some sort of content management system. Okay? And the other ones by some configuration, combination of tools and frameworks and so on. Now, at Google, we are interested in closing the capabilities usage gap everywhere, and we are pursuing significant efforts across all dimensions of the web ecosystem. Our effort, particularly in this talk, focuses on closing the capabilities usage gap in the area of content management systems. Now, I want to make clear, all content management systems are very important, and we want to help to make them all progressive platforms. But in this work, we are focusing specifically in WordPress. And there are several reasons why focusing on WordPress will cause an impact not only for the WordPress platform, but also for the content management system space in general and the web as a whole. Okay, first, historically, WordPress has been seen as a blogging platform, right? But the platform has been evolving steadily since it started back in 2003, if I am not mistaken. And now it powers experiences across a variety of areas. You name it, travel, education, shopping, etc. Okay, so if we close the capabilities usage gap in WordPress, we are going to be improving the experience for users across a variety of verticals. That's very important. The second one, WordPress is certainly the largest player in the content management system, enjoying right now like a 59% of the open source CMS market share. And the third reason, which is for me staggering, nowadays WordPress powers around 30% of the web. So in a nutshell, when I think about WordPress, I think about so many users publishing and consuming content in the platform, and I would like all of them to be able to get a delightful user experience, both creating the content and consuming it. So going back to our definition of progressive web development, when I say progressive WordPress, what I mean is a WordPress platform where modern workflows, coding and performance best practices, and the use of modern web APIs is the standard and not the exception. is commonplace. Okay? Now, you must be asking yourself, how in the world, given the size and scope of WordPress, how can we make progress quickly? We want to have a progressive WordPress site yesterday, not 5 years from now. But fear not. I am sure that you have heard about the Accelerated Mobile Pages Project, or AMP for short. AMP is an open source library that makes it easy to build web pages and sites in general that can provide those kind of experiences that are very compelling and load near instantaneously, right? In a nutshell, what AMP does, it is to provide out of the box a set of powerful capabilities and performance optimization that address three things: load time performance. I want snappy load times. Runtime performance. I don't want content system in front of my eyes on responsive pages. And usability. So I want a smooth transition between my interactions when I engage with content. So if we could integrate AMP with the WordPress platform as a choice, right, we would be putting at the fingertips of all WordPress developers the capability of taking advantage of what AMP has to offer to create experiences that are compelling and are very easy. So let's quickly see what AMP is in a nutshell, and then we're going to see the integration in action. So, oh, sorry. I need to click faster. But so developing AMP pages, it entails three components. The first thing is AMP HTML, that you could think of it as both a subset of HTML, because there are some HTML tags that are not allowed. And the reason is that in order to satisfy reliable performance, you have to impose certain constraints. Right? But it's also a superset of HTML, because AMP is essentially a web components library that provides a lot of advanced functionality that you can have at your fingertips in the form of custom element tasks. Okay? The second component is the AMP runtime system. That is a piece of JavaScript that runs on every AMP page and has logic to control custom elements, a lot of performance optimization, the load scheduling, and so on. And then we have the AMP cache. Notice that the AMP cache is not necessary to develop AMP pages, but it is a sort of like content distribution network that serves to make valid AMP pages available and ready to use to everyone. I said that it's not necessary, but it does offer a lot of optimizations and performance interactions with the runtime system of AMP that actually provide that load time, snappy load time that users love. And finally is the use of AMP in the web ecosystem that encompasses the implementation of product features, that's important, product features across a variety of platforms that are seeking the same that we are seeking, enhancing the experience that the users of those platforms get. Things like, for example, the top news carousel at Google is one of those product features. Twitter uses it, LinkedIn, and now WordPress is among these platforms that can benefit of what AMP has to offer. So in WordPress, everything happens in one or three places, right? WordPress core, that is the platform itself. Themes that have to do with the look and feel of the WordPress sites. And plugins that have to do with extending the functionality that the platform has to offer. So when we say AMP in WordPress, we are referring to an AMP plugin that is integrated with the WordPress platform and the interaction of that plugin with other components of WordPress sites, like, for example, the underlying theme, other plugins that may be installed. So that is what we refer to as AMP in WordPress. Now, the plugin for WordPress was pioneered by an open source project started by Automatic. And it was started at the very, very early ages of AMP. They were one of the earliest adopters of the framework. And they implemented a very simple but effective mechanism that we call the per mode, which means that for every piece of post, content in a post, there was an equivalent version, but for AMP. Okay? So you have two. For every piece of content, you have two versions. And the plugin succeeded in achieving this goal, but had one main limitation, that it was that if you didn't have enough engineering capabilities to work on the results, you usually got a lot of functional and visual disparity between the original content and the AMP version. So after the version plugin 0.5 of the plugin, we joined forces with XWP, And basically, we set our eyes in our sight and on enabling what we call native experiences in WordPress. So a world where there is no need to have two versions of the same content because there is no visual disparity or functional disparity. You can have only the AMP version and get all the benefits of that AMP has to offer without sacrificing the flexibility of the WordPress platform. That was our goal. Now, there was a lot of work put into this version, and it indeed enabled native app experiences. We presented that work in AmpConf a couple of months ago, and it's very good. However, it's still oriented to power users. It is not as easy as we would like to be in order to make it mainstream. So we are here at I/O, and we are going to show you soon a lot of improvement that we did in the area of tooling and also in the editorial workflow of content creation in WordPress. In a second, we are going to talk about that. And after this, after 1.0 of the plugin, I said that we have right now on the alpha version of the 1.0, then comes a lot of work that we want to mention a little bit at the end that has to do with content ecosystem adoption. But before we do that, I would like to call Thierry Mueller from XWP to show us where we are along the road to progressive WordPress.
Good morning. The latest work on the AMP plugin is focused on closing the capability usage gap in two ways. The first one is by providing a framework to empower developers to integrate AMP in the WordPress ecosystem. And the second one is by providing tools which seamlessly integrate AMP components in the brand new content creation workflow in WordPress. To put this in context and better understand how we're closing the capability usage gap, we're going to look at some real-world example. Let's take the 2015 theme, which comes by default bundled in WordPress. It is active on 500,000 websites today. But what would it really take to actually convert this theme to be AMP compatible, and specifically provide a native AMP experience? Well, let's look at the theme first and some of the challenges we may encounter. The 2015 theme is all about content. It is designed for clarity. It is also designed with a mobile-first approach. One thing we want to pay specific attention to is the menu dropdown, which uses JavaScript, custom JavaScript. On the code side, if we look closer at the archives widget, it uses disallowed inline JavaScript, or disallowed in AMP at least. If we look closer at the image, it uses an image tag and not an AMP image tag. On the CSS side, it loads 3 CSS style sheets. And if we look closer at the total size, it's close to 114 kilobytes, which is way above the 50 kilobytes allowed in AMP. If we look at the JavaScript, there's multiple JavaScript files loading. And if we take a closer look at the function.js, it includes or contains the handlers for the navigation and widget area we saw earlier on mobile. So to convert this theme, we have some challenges. Custom JavaScript, too much CSS for AMP, and a lot of non-AMP HTML. So let's look at how we can convert this theme. The AMP plugin comes with a set of amazing features that can really help us overcome these challenges. And it will actually do most of the heavy lifting for us. So the first thing we would need to do is to declare the so-called AMP theme support. It is extremely simple. All it takes is to add the code snippet that you see on the screen right now in the custom plugin or in the child theme. And once the AMP theme support is declared, the AMP plugin will consider the active theme, for instance, the 2015 theme, as a native AMP citizen and apply a set of really nifty features. For example, the AMP plugin is capable of converting all the WordPress built-in components and make them AMP compatible. And by that, we mean widgets, embeds, comments, literally everything rendered by the WordPress components. So we saw early on the problem with the archives widget. And if we look at the code on top before the AMP plugin conversion, we have this inline disallowed JavaScript in AMP. And if we look after the AMP conversion, we can see that the plugin has changed that to use the AMP navigation to a function, which is part of the runtime JavaScript library. And that will help, or actually that will pass AMP validation. So if we look at the invalid AMP and the valid AMP, what we are after is to get exactly the same result. And that's what we see on the screen. We didn't lose any functionalities, but on the right-hand side, we can see that it passes AMP validation. Only 50 kilobytes of CSS is allowed in AMP to ensure maximum page speed. But the reality is in WordPress, a lot of the themes contain a lot more than that. And to address this issue and make it easier, the AMP plugin includes a CSS tree shaking mechanism, which has the ability to only load the CSS needed on any given page and remove all the unnecessary CSS. So if we look once again at the stripped down version of the 2015 theme code, there are two style sheets. This allows style sheets, and the style.css alone is 96 kilobytes. The plugin has the ability to concatenate the CSS, apply the tree shaking, and print it inline using the AMP custom style HTML as prescribed by AMP. And that will pass validation. If we look once again at the invalid and valid AMP, we can see that we achieve what we are after, which is exactly the same result. But we've gone from 114 kilobytes of CSS down to 9 kilobytes. It is 10 times smaller. Predicting what thousands of plugins and custom integrations will render on the page is extremely difficult. And to address that, the plugin includes a post-processor, which is capable of validating the page output and ensuring AMP compatibility wherever possible. But in some cases, it may come or cost some functionalities, especially when JavaScript is involved. So let's look at this a little bit in more details. Once again, if we look at the HTML before the AMP plugin conversion, we see that there's an image. And if we look at the bottom snippet, the AMP plugin is able to convert this image using the AMP image tag. And that is considered as a safe change. But if we look at the JavaScript, the functions.js, in order to pass AMP validation, it would have to be removed. And the plugin is capable of doing that. But if we look at the invalid AMP and AMP version, the invalid works, the menu toggle, because it contains the JavaScript. But on the right-hand side, the menu doesn't work anymore. And there we have a problem, right? The goal of the plugin is to make AMP integration as easy as possible and to improve the user experience, but not damage it by any means. And that's why we saw the need for a validation workflow, which allows developers to benefit from all the features that the plugin includes, but also have control and be able to manage it. So by default, the plugin will convert and apply all the conversions which are considered as safe, for example, the AMP HTML conversion. And for the changes which could potentially introduce regression, they would have to go through a validation workflow, which looks like this. For example, for the CSS tree shaking, which is still in beta, the developer can go ahead and view the front end as if the plugin was to apply this feature. And as we can see, and we saw early on, it works perfectly fine. And at that point, we can go ahead and tell the plugin, please enable it so that it passes AMP validation. In the context of function.js, we saw early on that it actually breaks the menu. And the plugin will not apply this change by default, not to introduce regression. And that will give developers a chance to go ahead and fix it. For example, using the AMP bind component and use the setState function to toggle the class, right? And then preview the page again once this change has been applied in a child theme, for example, by overwriting the header.php. And once it's proven to be working, the developer can go ahead and tell the plugin, now that we fixed it, you can go ahead and remove the functions.js. And that will then pass the AMP validation. So to recap what it took to actually convert the 2015 theme, which is a popular theme, right? We had to declare or enable the AMP theme support. We had to apply one fix for the menu toggle by using the AMP-bind component. And we went through a validation workflow and told the plugin to apply all the AMP conversion after reviewing them. And this is the end result. What we're looking at right now is a native AMP version of the 2015 theme. It looks as great as the non-AMP version. Of course, if we look at it on mobile, it looks similar as well. And as we can see just now, because we applied the AMP-bind, the menu is still working. Is it passing AMP validation? If we look at the console, we can see that it passed AMP validation successfully. And let's look on the performance side. Let's run the Lighthouse audit without the AMP plugin. So that's before the AMP conversion. We get a score of 66 with a 4.8 first meaningful print. If we run the same Lighthouse test, which is running on 3G Slow Mobile, after the AMP conversion, we get an 88 with a first meaningful print of 2.8 seconds. Amazing. We really see how the latest development work done on the plugin is helping converting existing products, existing themes and plugins used by millions of people to be AMP compatible. The other main focus area is on the content creation side. Gutenberg is the new revolutionary content creation experience in WordPress. It replaces half a dozen inconsistent ways of customizing WordPress, bringing it in line with the modern code standards and aligning with web initiatives. It also closes the gap between the backend and the front end, offering an amazing visual building experience. So Gutenberg has the concept of blocks to build pages. And on the other side, AMP has the concept of components, micro-libraries to build pages. But what about combining the power of both and build Gutenberg AMP blocks? And this is exactly what we did. And it opens the door for amazing things to happen. We worked hard on pushing the boundaries to take the native AMP experience in WordPress a step further, leveraging all the latest work done on the plugin, as well as a range of custom Gutenberg AMP blocks. And this is what it looks like. What we're looking at right now is a WordPress and Gutenberg-powered theme. It's inspired from the AMP Start Travel, and all functionalities that we see on the page is powered by WordPress and Gutenberg. If we look at a single adventure, we can see that we're also leveraging some of the AMP components. For example, the AMP carousel to slide through the images, or the AMP bind to actually toggle the price. We are also using some of the WordPress components, such as the comments, to actually allow users to submit reviews, or the WordPress search to actually search for adventures. And we can really see how the content management system shines to manage the adventures here. On mobile, it is the same version of the theme, and it looks just as great out of the box. What we're looking at is native AMP, but it is seamlessly integrated. Once again, if we look at how adventures are categorized, we can see that it is pretty well organized. And if we look at a single adventure, we see other AMP components like the AMP YouTube to make the user experience better. So this theme is fast, right? Super fast. It's actually secure and seamlessly integrating. And it is pretty engaging, which makes it perfectly aligned with the 4 pillars of a delightful user experience. And what about the content creation side of it? What about the content creation experience that we spoke about earlier on? Well, let's look at how Gutenberg can be used to rebuild a different version of the homepage. What we have to do is give the page a title. And then we'll have access to a set of blocks, for instance, custom blocks. By clicking on the little plus button, it will open a drop-down with a set of blocks. And what we want to do, for example, to rebuild our homepage is just click on the hero block. And as we can see, what we see immediately is that it resembles the front end, and we have access to really cool things like inline editing to change the text. This is new in WordPress, and it's pretty amazing. Let's continue building our page and add a discover block from the latest 3 suggested block, which is the most used. Right there, we have our second block on the page, and we can continue editing our page, for example, by changing the subtitle. And let's add one more third block, the featured destination block. Once again, as we can see, it pulls the content automatically. And if we were to reorder these blocks to change the look and feel of the page, we could just go ahead and click on the little icon on the left-hand side. And boom, our block has moved up and is now under the hero block. This is a pretty amazing editing experience, from my perspective at least. Let's preview what we just built in 30 seconds. A different version of the homepage, native AMP, with access of the amazing AMP components and an amazing content creation experience powered by Gutenberg. So where are we at today? The 0.7 plugin version of the plugin was released last week. And 0.7 is really the first step towards native AMP. It is more orientated towards power users to build themes from scratch. On the other hand, we have the AMP plugin 1.0, which is still in progress. And that will include the validation workflow we looked at today, the CSS tree shaking, the core Gutenberg blocks made AMP compatible, and a range of custom Gutenberg blocks which integrates the AMP components. What we have today is amazing, but the future is also very, very bright. And for that, I would like to invite Alberto back on stage to tell you more about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Oh my God, that's so exciting. I feel that I never saw it before, but it's awesome. So we have certainly gone a long way on our quest to achieve progressive WordPress, but we are not where we want to be. There is quite a bit of work that we have to do, and we are pursuing significant efforts in 3 main areas. One is enabling the app shell navigation model in WordPress. You may have heard of it as the app shell architecture, which is an architectural pattern to build sites in a way that if pages have static sections that do not change across navigation, we could cache them easily so that when you navigate a page, they can be loaded very quickly and provide a very nice onwards experience for the user. And the part of the pages that are changing that can be then rendered dynamically either on the client or on the server. And what excited the most about this work is that it includes the incorporation of the Service Workers API into the WordPress core platform. I'm very excited about this particular area. Another area has to do with, remember our progressive web development model, we need tooling to help developers to do complex things in an easy way. And one of those areas is tooling to facilitate the development of WordPress themes, progressive WordPress themes. I'm going to say a few more words about this in a second. And the last part, which is like an Uber area, has to do with ecosystem adoption, right? Because, as you saw, WordPress has a vibrant ecosystem of thousands of plugins, thousands of themes, and we want to and need to work with the WordPress community to push WordPress towards the progressive road. There are many projects that are here, and stay tuned for them. Now, our friends at LinkedIn Learning have been working very, very hard developing a progressive theme boilerplate. Essentially, it is a theme development starter kit that allows or makes it easier for WordPress theme developers to go from 0 to a full progressive theme very quickly. So the boilerplate comes loaded with modern development workflow. It's highly configurable. It uses tools like Composer and Gulp, Browser Sync. It comes with a range of coding and performance best practices baked in, so that, for example, asynchronous loading of resources is by default. Lazy loading of images is by default. Okay? And it has an on-theme AMP plugin integration, so that if the theme developer desires to have an uncompatible theme, he can switch a flag, and voila, you're going to get an uncompatible starter theme from the get-go. So the main developer of this project, which is Morten Rand Hendriksen, who is also a staff instructor at LinkedIn Learning, is preparing an awesome course that is going to teach you everything about how to use this boilerplate. And that particular course is going to be free, so don't miss out. Okay? Another things, if you can take 3 things from this talk, are the following. Success in the web is all about user experiences, building delightful user experiences. To do that, we need to strive to close the capabilities usage gap. It should be easy to do the right thing in the web. And the topic of today, it is possible today for WordPress developers to get native AMP experiences without sacrificing the fidelity of their site, of the content, or the flexibility of the WordPress platform. Remember those 3 things. And if you are a WordPress expert, you like to code quite a bit, and you are passionate about making the WordPress ecosystem better and the web better as a whole, you may consider working with us exactly on doing that. And with that, I want to thank you. There are some useful resources here, and I want to extend a special thanks to Western Router, the whole XWP team, and Automattic for all the awesome contributions to this work, and I'm very looking forward to what we're going to achieve in the coming months. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining this session. Brand ambassadors will assist with directing you through the designated exits. We'll be making room for those who've registered for the next session. If you've registered for the next session in this room, we ask that you please clear the room and return via the registration line outside. Thank you.
This is I/O Live, and I'm Timothy Jordan, and I'm standing here with Hannah Beekler, who is a production designer. You may know her from Black Panther.
Hello.
Hi, how are you today?
I gotta give it one of these. Great, I'm doing great. I'm so happy to be here.
Me too. We're really glad that you came here to talk about your work and to talk about diversity and inclusion and how that's affected by representation in media.
Absolutely. I mean, I think a big important part of that is if you don't see it, you can't be it. And so putting those things into our narrative work and films, which, you know, everybody finds the time to go see a good movie, as noted by Infinity War, and, you know, and to represent a huge portion of the, you know, population in that way. I think when people see it, they realize, like, I can do that. I can have those same goals in life because it's not going to be impossible. And I think that that's such a huge, important part of my work, in my body of work over the last 3 years.
Yeah, one of the things I think about a lot is that I was really lucky growing up, wanting to be an engineer and seeing lots of engineers that looked like me. And that was inspiring, and I really want that for everyone.
Absolutely. I mean, I think inspiring the next generation of young scientists who are female, young kids of color, who see a world where they have a sense of pride, where they have a sense of, you know, reaching back and seeing their tradition and their culture and their ancestors and all those things, even being a part of their future. And I think walking away with a huge sense of themselves that they otherwise may not know or have had privy to, or so it's lifting spirits that's so important when it comes to representation. It's not only about getting into certain fields; it's about who we're raising in the world for the future, because I know I'm going to be relying on my young child to take care of me, and I want him to know some things. So, you know, it's always on my mind, and it's something that I think I'm now more than ever driven to do and include as part of my design aesthetic.
Yeah, it's almost like if you can see it, you can be it.
Absolutely. And I've been watching, you know, I watch all the videos on Twitter. People will send me stuff of teachers teaching about the sort of, you know, things. And we did, you know, I did a deep dive, but it was sort of a lighter dive into the technology in Black Panther and the science in Black Panther. And teachers are coming up with a way to teach their class, using Black Panther as an example of sort of our vibranium and our sound science that we use in the movie, and to see that becoming part of like a curriculum and kids getting excited about it because they see themselves and yeah, I can do this I mean, you can't ask for anything more. And so I've always thought, like, what can I do to better the world as one individual? And I didn't really know ever what that was until I think after Black Panther, and I saw the response of young kids, and it was all about the representation. And so, that does become a design choice, and it's something that I think that I'm just going to do now forever.
Let's talk about that a little bit more, because you're on record as saying that when you were working on Black Panther, you were just focusing on it being good,
yeah.
Right? But then afterwards, looking back on how big a deal this is for how many people, how has your perspective changed?
I mean, it hugely, because it was just, you're kind of in it, and you can't, like you were saying, see the forest through the trees. So you're just wanting to make sure it's good and it's right and that people are going to be happy and proud, and that, you did the right thing, you made the right choices, because at the end of the day, it was a lot of responsibility in some aspects. So and then after when I saw it, I was like, I mean, my eyes were, because I did a little bit of the VFX, I was there for a little bit, but I didn't see the final edit. I saw one of the cuts. So when I was there in the theater with everybody else, I was blown away. I was like, this is insane. I can't believe I did this. and seeing the responses, it's just on another level. It's just, it's really hard to put into words or articulate in a way that others can understand, because it really is made me speechless in a sense. There hasn't been the words made yet to describe what that's like, but it was certainly always about making a good movie with a great story, and hopefully everything else sort of fell in line. And then we had other great filmmakers, Ruth Carter, who is Oscar-nominated costume designer, who I worked with really intensively to make sure that what we did matched up, because a lot of what she did in the foreground on the characters defined who they were on screen. So that also gave back to the representation of powerful women who had their own agency about them and could make their own decisions and stand up for themselves and could think quick on their feet. That's a whole nother sense of representation and a social aspect for young kids, young girls, and the men who, treated them on this equal playing field. There was no like, oh, we need to make it easy for the girls. You saw the door fight. You saw the king treat them as if they were, when they were the most powerful, guards in Wakanda. So it's all of those things mixed together. Then you talk about the technology on top of that. You're giving a new generation, old generations, my generation, a whole another narrative than the one that we've sort of heard for the last how many ever decades.
Let's talk a little bit more about the technology, but not go away from the human aspects that you're talking about. And I think one of the things that's always really interested me in technology is not how to make tech just sort of better on its own, and then teach people how to use it, but rather teach technology how to be better for people. Absolutely. And I think that you've really captured in this film an intersection with culture and people and technology. How did you approach that?
Oh, that's heavy, man. Very carefully, because it's really trying to understand community, what the needs of community are, and then how do we envelop the technology, just what you said. And I know for Ryan, community was really important. So and I talked to a lot of experts. It wasn't just me sort of coming up with things. I talked to a lot of people who really knew, nanotechnologists, neuroscientists, archaeologists, geologists, geographers, on a daily basis to understand how to fold that in. And I think one of the biggest things that I did was I tried to find, a lot of the tech was based on biomimetics. So I tried to find in nature and in the different cultures what the use of something was, and then the evolution of it. Because at the end of the day, it is all about the evolution of it, how we are in society and how we are advancing technologically. So it was me relating these things back in a way that represented what they are really used for and how they would have evolved over time. And I think technologically, oftentimes, it is the thing for the thing's sake and not here is, you know, something that has been such a big part of a tradition of any nationality, any ethnicity, any culture, religion, and this is how it becomes useful in a futuristic and advanced way. If that means technology, then that's the way that it would be. So that's sort of how I strung those together. And then pulling from nature. That was a huge one. And thereby keeping everything organic, in a sense. So it becomes not such a scary thing, but a very organic thing, because we're so used to seeing certain things in nature, patterns, shapes, you know, geometry, all of these things, math, science, it's all around us constantly. So it was really easy at some point to start just looking just into nature, because it is science. It is technology. You know what I mean? Like the way everything works. So looking beyond the hardware and the finish of the hardware of it and into the organic nature of it all. That's like a little dive into how it went.
It must have been a very full 14 months working on this film.
Beyond. We were on 3 continents, we were in 2 states, and I had a team at any given moment that were 500 strong, just in my department. So we went 14 months, and we went hard as we could go for 14 months to get this done, and put every last, like my whole team put every last inch of themselves. So, you know, it was a beautiful thing because we represented the diaspora, just our crew. So it was a micro version of the macro that we were building in Wakanda, and I lived that every single day for a little over a year.
All right, I want to ask you about what's next, but it doesn't have to be specific projects. But it's like, where do you go from here with everything that you've talked about, right? Like the production design itself, but like the bigger themes and ideas that you're working on.
You know, challenging myself, I think, to try to continue to do things that are out of my comfort zone. Something I learned from Ryan Coogler, who has taken me from Fruitvale Station to a boxing movie, Creed, to a comic book movie, Black Panther. I want to continue the trend on my own and not just be in a place that I feel comfortable. My next project with Melina Matsuko, who is a director for Insecure, I'm just working on the pilot for Why the Last Man, which is a graphic novel.
Yes, I've read the entire series. So good.
So I'm going to be designing the pilot. We're working on that currently. I can't really say much more than that, but it's super exciting. The script is phenomenal. And our approach to it is going to be, I think, something really cool. So I'm really super excited about that. Worked with Beyonce again. That's all I can say about that. And the future is wide open. And if Denis Villeneuve is listening, I'd love to do Dune.
Yes.
I throw that out every opportunity I can get. Denis?
Yes. Hannah, thank you so much for joining me and sharing your story and all the work that you do.
Thank you so much. It's super exciting. I'm so happy to be here, and I think I'm going to learn something today, too. So, you know, it's all about soaking in all this greatness. So, fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Timothy Jordan, and this is I/O Live.
All the way up now.
I can't imagine how anybody passes a problem that they know that they can fix and doesn't try to fix it. That's not some complicated thing. It's just stop talking about it and start doing it. I feel an absolute obligation to serve. I did 2 tours in Iraq as a helicopter pilot. I loved being part of the cavalry. But then I got injured, and that caused me to lose my ability to fly. One day you're a soldier, and then overnight they rip off that tag and slap veteran on your chest. I didn't know where to start looking for the next thing. What I do is math and engineering, so I had to find a way to apply those things in a meaningful way. Service doesn't end when you get out of the military, it just changes. And I started reading about the research that they were doing. at the Human Engineering Research Lab. And I thought, man, I got to go be a part of that. HURL's mission is to help people with disabilities increase independence and quality of life. I prepare the software to support the research that we do. One of the big things that I've done is help us transition to using Android tools. They make things really accessible. Anybody can sit down and start using these technologies and perform the tasks that we hope that it'll be useful for. That's the right thing to do, is to make things not just able to be used, but to be used with the same sort of joy or ease as I do. A big part of why open technology is so attractive to engineers like myself is there's such an active community of people designing and innovating.
Welcome to Pittsburgh.
All three of my children have a disability. The fact that my son has autism is just one little part of him, but almost his entire existence is defined by that autism. There was part of me that hoped someday I'd be able to help my son be able to live independently and give him a future. That's part of why I became an engineer, is part of why I got into this field. There's going to be a time where someone like my son will have gotten a better opportunity, a better swing at this thing. I'm not going to sit around and wait for somebody else to fix the problem. There's not a minute to be wasted thinking about anything but the good things that we can do.
This is I/O Live, and I'm Timothy Jordan, and I'm standing here with Hannah Beekler, who is a production designer. You may know her from Black Panther.
Hello.
Hi, how are you today?
I gotta give it one of these. Great, I'm doing great. I'm so happy to be here.
Me too. We're really glad that you came here to talk about your work and to talk about diversity and inclusion and how that's affected by representation in media.
Absolutely. I mean, I think a big important part of that is if you don't see it, you can't be it. And so putting those things into our narrative work and films, which, you know, everybody finds the time to go see a good movie, as noted by Infinity War, and, you know, and to represent a huge portion of the, you know, population in that way. I think when people see it, they realize, like, I can do that. I can have those same goals in life, because it's not going to be impossible. And I think that that's such a huge, important part of my work and my body of work over the last 3 years.
Yeah, one of the things I think about a lot is that I was really lucky growing up, wanting to be an engineer and seeing lots of engineers that looked like me. And that was inspiring, and I really want that for everyone.
Absolutely. I mean, I think inspiring the next generation of young scientists who are female, young kids of color, who see a world where they have a sense of pride, where they have a sense of, you know, reaching back and seeing their tradition and their culture and their ancestors and all those things, even being a part of their future. And I think walking away with a huge sense of themselves that they otherwise may not know or have had privy to, or so it's lifting spirits that's so important when it comes to representation. It's not only about getting into certain fields; it's about who we're raising in the world for the future, because I know I'm going to be relying on my young child to take care of me, and I want him to know some things. So, you know, it's always on my mind, and it's something that I think I'm now more than ever driven to do and include as part of my design aesthetic.
Yeah, it's almost like if you can see it, you can be it.
Absolutely. And I've been watching, you know, I watch all the videos on Twitter. People will send me stuff of teachers teaching about the sort of, you know, things that we did. You know, I did a deep dive, but it was sort of a lighter dive into the technology in Black Panther and the science in Black Panther. And teachers are coming up with a way to teach their class using Black Panther as an example of sort of our vibranium and our, you know, sound science that we use in the movie. And to see that becoming part of like a curriculum and kids getting excited about it because they see themselves and, yeah, I can do this is, I mean, you can't ask for anything more. And so, you know, I've always thought, like, what can I do to better the world as one individual? And I didn't really know ever what that was until I think after Black Panther, and I saw the response of young kids, and it was all about the representation. And so, you know, that does become a design choice, and it's something that I think that I'm just going to do now forever.
Let's talk about that a little bit more, because you're on record as saying that when you were working on Black Panther, you were just focusing on it being good.
Yeah.
Right? But then afterwards, looking back on how big a deal this is for how many people, how has your perspective changed?
I mean, it hugely, because it was just, you're kind of in it, you know, and you can't, like you were saying, see the forest through the trees. So you're just wanting to make sure it's good and it's right, and that people are going to be happy and proud, and that, you know, you did the right thing, you made the right choices, because at the end of the day, it was a lot of responsibility in some aspects. So you know, and then after when I saw it, I was like, I mean, my eyes were, because I did a little bit of the VFX, I was there for a little bit, but I didn't see the final edit. I saw one of the cuts. So when I was there in the theater with everybody else, I was blown away. I was like, this is insane. I can't believe I did this. and seeing the responses, it's just on another level. It's just, you know, it's really hard to put into words or articulate in a way that others can understand, because it really is made me speechless in a sense. There hasn't been the words made yet to describe what that's like, but it was certainly always about making a good movie with a great story, and hopefully everything else sort of fell in line. And then we had other great filmmakers, Ruth Carter, who is Oscar-nominated costume designer, who I worked with really intensively to make sure that what we did matched up, you know, because a lot of what she did in the foreground on the characters defined who they were on screen. So that also gave back to the representation of powerful women who had their own agency about them and could make their own decisions and stand up for themselves and could think quick on their feet. That's a whole nother sense of representation and a social aspect for young kids, young girls, and the men who, you know, treated them on this equal playing field. There was no like, oh, we need to make it easy for the girls. You know, you saw the door fight. You saw the king treat them as if they were, when they were the most powerful, you know, guards in Wakanda. So it's all of those things mixed together. Then you talk about the technology on top of that. You're giving a new generation, old generations, my generation, a whole another narrative than the one that we've sort of heard for the last how many ever decades.
Let's talk a little bit more about the technology, but not go away from the human aspects that you're talking about. And I think one of the things that's always really interested me in technology is not how to make tech just sort of better on its own, and then teach people how to use it, but rather teach technology how to be better for people. Absolutely. And I think that you've really captured in this film an intersection with culture and people and technology. How did you approach that?
Oh, that's heavy, man. You know, very carefully, because it's really trying to understand community, what the needs of community are, and then how do we envelop the technology.
Welcome. Thank you for joining. Our session will begin soon.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming. My name is Josh, and I'm a product manager on the Next Billion Users team at Google. And we're really glad you're here. We want to basically use this session to tell you a little bit about what we've been learning building for the next billion in places like India, Indonesia, Brazil, and other countries around the world. Before we get started, just maybe a show of hands. Who's flown in from India for I/O? Oh, awesome. OK. I know it's very late right now for you all, so we'll try to keep you up. Anybody from Indonesia who's here? OK, couple. Cool. Brazil? Great. OK. And I'm sure there's a lot of other countries represented, too. So thank you all for coming. What I wanted to do just quickly, by way of intro, before we interview some of the folks on stage, is tell you a little bit about how this initiative and this focus area for Google got started. So since the beginning, Google has always been interested in building products for everyone. And what we realized looking around the world, obviously, is literally 1 billion new people come online for the first time. That changes how we think about some of the ways we develop products. And really, this session, we want to share some of those lessons with you. Some of the things we've got right, some of the things we've got wrong, too. So one thing it's changed is how we think about our existing products. So if you think about YouTube or Search or Maps or Chrome or any of the others, what we found is a whole new crop of user behaviors that are becoming really common in MBU. For example, today in India, 28% of the searches we see are voice searches, which is amazing. And it's growing. Voice is growing everywhere around the world. Brings up really interesting questions about how you interact with computing devices, localization, and others. We've also seen in Google Maps, for example, our new two-wheeler mode feature. Really popular and spreading to other markets, too. So there's new modalities we're having to solve for transportation directions. That's a little bit about how we've started thinking about our existing products. But obviously, as smartphone prices drop around the world, as connectivity becomes more affordable, more people come online, and it opens up brand new use cases and problems to solve. And that's really what our 3 panelists up here have been doing the last few years. So they're going to talk to you a little bit about some of the products we've launched over the last 6 to 8 months, and a lot of what's kind of gone into them, both from the engineering side as well as the design and research side. So what I'll do is just introduce them briefly, and then we'll get into some of the questions. And at the very end, we've got 2 mics in the room. If people want to come up, we'll save some time at the end. You can ask a few questions. So first, just quick intros down the row. I want to introduce Pankaj. Pankaj leads engineering for Google Tez. Tez is our payments app in India that we launched back in September. And there's a whole lot of stories he can share about that in just a few minutes. Up next, we have Devesh. Devesh leads our Files Go engineering team. Files Go is an app we launched late last year that helps users free up space on their phone, find files really fast, and also share files offline when you're nearby people. So it's a very interesting engineering that went into that product. And then finally, we have Nithya. Nithya is on our research and design team. And she's worked on, I think, every product at this point in some form or fashion. She's going to share a lot of lessons we've learned doing research, both in the field, but also we have a lot of local teams based around the world that build a lot of these products for us. So our kind of group, the Next Billion Users group, really thinks about how do we staff people in these markets so we can really watch these trends as they're emerging. We also give a lot of these small teams a lot of latitude to go after big repeating problems. So we're an experimental group trying out a lot of new things. And of course, the 3 of them will talk about some of the products we've launched. So without further ado, let's start with Pankaj. Pankaj, maybe just give us an overview of what Tez is, and we'll start there.
Yeah, sure. So Tez is a mobile payments app for India. And the word Tez itself means fast in Hindi and some other regional languages. It's built on top of a new interbanking protocol. It's a new real-time protocol that was introduced in India called UPI, that stands for Universal Payments Interface. And almost all Indian banks have implemented this. It's a 24/7 instant bank-to-bank money transfer protocol. And what Tez does is it puts a brand new, very fresh user experience on a variety of payment use cases on top of this protocol. So a Tez user links their bank account with their Google account. And UPI gives them a payment address, which is called a virtual payment address. Per the protocol, this payment address is interoperable. So any service or product that is using UPI has to support this destination addressing mechanism. And the neat thing is that any payments that are done from this address or into this address are done from the bank account or into the bank account directly. So it's different than a digital wallet, and you don't have to load up a digital wallet first from your bank account and then transact from that wallet. The other neat thing is that the council, which maintains and runs this protocol, has made these transactions free of cost. There's a big push by the government towards digitization of payments. And so effectively, what you have is instant, 24/7, free, kind of like a wiring ability, literally at your fingertips on your smartphone. So why don't I show a demo of some of these features? OK, well, we were having some Wi-Fi issues earlier, as they usually do with the demo. So I have two phones here. If I could get the Wolf Vision, OK. So this Wolf Vision one is my phone. And I'm going to get into Tez. It uses the OS lock. So we will get here. I'll do the same on, sorry about the orientation. We will do this also on the phone on the left here. I will launch the Tez app. Again, use the OS lock to open it. And now we have these two phones. And what you see right up front is a circular button. And let me explain this. We call these cash mode payments. So imagine that a user has this phone, and they walk into a shop, and there's a merchant behind the counter who has their own phone. And so basically, two phones are nearby. And one of my phones is working on India international roaming, so I hope that it works. But basically, OK, let's put this into the receive mode. And let's put it into the pay mode and see if the phone discovers the other phone. So what should happen if Wi-Fi was working was that one phone would be discovered by the other phone. Let's see. Aha! Boom. So as you can see, the phone on the left has discovered the phone on the right, which is my phone. So the user can tap to pay. And let's say I'm buying some chai, which costs a lot these days. So I can put in a message. I can proceed to pay. UPI mandates that every transaction is protected by a PIN. And for purposes of this demo, it will go through the banks, the destination and the receiver bank, and voila, and we are trying something out when you get this. So that's how these nearby payments work. What you can also see now, just focusing on the Chromecast, the phone on the left, you see these chat heads. And essentially, these are profile pictures of the payment peers. So I can tap on someone, let's say this person, and it will give me the entire history of the payment transactions that have happened between me and this person. So that's really convenient. Now, if you go down further, you see this section called businesses, and that has providers like my phone provider, my internet provider, and we recently integrated bill payments on top of UPI as well. So every month, I get a notification that, hey, your bill is due, and I tap it, and it's done in an instant. Likewise, there's, you can check balance and other such things as well. So that's kind of like a quick overview of the app.
Nice. Pankaj, can you tell everyone a little bit more about the cash mode and how you guys built that, a little bit, the backstory there?
Aha. Yeah. So it started with some user insights. And the key user insight comes from the fact that paying by cash is still quite widespread in India and other NBU markets. And if you think about it, it's, paying by cash has its benefits. So it's like pseudo-private, anonymous, and it's just plain convenient. So when we wanted to do a digital mode of payment, we wanted to have an experience which is kind of like cash in many senses. And so that's why we call it cash mode. And how it works is, actually, there are various ways to make these nearby or proximity payments work. And like in the US and various parts of the world, generally NFC has been the way to go. But phones in India, most of them don't have NFC. So now you can use Wi-Fi, you can use Bluetooth for pairing. Essentially, you're trying to make two phones who have never seen each other ever, don't want to exchange explicitly some addressing information to be connected to each other. So what we do is we transmit information for pairing on audio, actually using ultrasound. Let me go into a little bit more detail. So what happens is that one phone sends a short ID. It broadcasts a short ID identifying itself, saying, hey, this is me, this is me. And this ID is broadcast using what's called DSSS, or Direct Sequence Spread Spectrum. And it's a spread spectrum technique, which what it is doing is it's multiplying the data signal by pseudo-random noise spreading signal. And so what actually happens is that on audio, on an inaudible frequency, so nobody can hear it, from a user experience point of view, that's very important. What's being transmitted is white noise because of this pseudo-random noise spreading. And it's very important for security because then a snooper can get access to the signal but not make sense out of it. However, the receiver can use the same and multiply with this, the signal that it gets with the same pseudo-random noise code and recover the signal. So the receiver recovers the ID, validates the ID, and then does a server lookup to figure out, OK, who does this ID belong to? And the server sends back more information, which is relayed to the receiver phone, just like the other phone got, OK, you're paying to Pankaj, and so tap. That's the user confirmation. So that's how it works. I think it's been great for us. As you can imagine, that there's lots of challenges in making this work in terms of tuning and configurations. There's receiver configuration, broadcaster configuration. There's various audio settings. To kind of give you some statistics about this, when we launched, and Tez launched in India in September last year, we tested about 200 devices and hand-tuned them in our lab. And since then, we have evolved this process of tuning, and now it's a control system like feedback loop, in which we just adjust automatically the parameters in the field and observe how that goes. And to date, we have nearly 6,000 unique devices who have made a successful cache mode transaction, of which manually we only configured 200. So I think it was extremely important to us that we get the coverage that we eventually ended up getting, and that's why we chose audio over, say, NFC.
Interesting. Nice. Maybe one last question for you. Briefly, can you share a little bit about what you've learned working with a new app, a new protocol in UPI, a lot of external partners?
Yeah.
And I think there's a war story here, maybe.
Yeah. So this protocol is very new. And a lot of the banks, and we have the largest banks in India as our partners, and they were implementing it new as well. So we literally broke the bank when we launched with such a high QPS. But when you're building any distributed system, whether it's your components or external components, then you've got to build some health monitoring and various other kind of high availability things. So what we do is a couple of things, just to give a quick example each. At user account creation time, when this address is being created, if one bank is down, then we will go to the other bank. At the payment time, however, you're transferring from one bank A to bank B. And what's important is to not have the user in what is called a stuck state. And for that, what we do is we build ML predictive models to figure out whether any of the banks, there's actually 5 parties in a transaction, the way the protocol defines it. And any of them, if it is down or almost down, then we would rather bring it up to the user and say, hey, please try again, rather than having the risk of the transaction kind of entering in a little bit of a stuck state where nobody knows where the money has gone.
Nice. Great. Thank you for sharing. Devesh, I want to shift gears a little bit and talk about Files Go.
Sure.
And maybe you can tell us just briefly what it is. I think you'll want to show us about it, too.
So Files Go is a file and storage management app built for NBU markets for mobile-first users. It also supports peer-to-peer sharing using nearby technology. It doesn't use internet. So the way it all started was we started looking at what the users in NBU markets needed. And we realized first off that mobile data in these markets was very expensive. And what that meant was users in these markets were not able to consume content on their phones, which was primary or only device for them most of the times because of the expense. That's where the idea for nearby sharing was born. Then as we were researching more, we realized that once users got access to more content, which they could get from their friends, a lot of these phones had very little internal storage. So users started running out of storage when they got content from their friends. And because of that, we started looking at storage management. The other problem that we saw was users were not able to find the content on their phone easily because most of the existing file managers out there show a folder hierarchy-based view, which is complicated for new users who are coming to the mobile first time, have never used a laptop or a desktop or a computer before. So we decided to build something that would be easy for them to use, will allow them to keep their phones clean, and allow them to get content from their friends.
Cool. Yeah, do you want to show it?
Yeah.
Great.
Let me show it.
One thing while he's pulling up the demo, I remember when this team came back from field research, they spent a lot of time on college campuses across India. And we found a stat which was shocking. 1 out of 3 smartphone users in India run out of storage or see a low storage warning every day. So if you think about that, it's something like 80 million people are constantly up against the boundary of running out of storage. So anyway, we'll switch over to the Wolf Vision. You can show them how it works.
Is the phone showing up?
Yep. Yep.
OK, so this is the FilesGo app. First up, right on top, we show the storage available on the phone and what's the total storage. The cards that you see here are personalized suggestions for the users on what they can clean up from the phone to free up storage. Let's go and take a look at the large files card. So these are all the large files on the phone. Typically, these are videos that users shoot or the content they get from their friends, like movies and stuff. So with a one-click delete, you can just get rid of this user got back 280 MB of data. Let's take a look at files. So one thing that we saw was users had a tough time trying to find the content on their phone. We came up with this scheme of categorizing the content based on how it was acquired or how it was associated in users' mind. For example, images. So we don't show a folder view. You can see all images here, and then the other tabs show what the user thinks where the images came from. Similarly, for videos, again, it's categorized in groups that users can identify with. Right down here, you see 2 buttons for send and receive. This is where users can initiate the nearby sharing mode to transfer content to or from their friends. Interesting thing, just like Pankaj talked about Tez, doing a nearby connection sounds simplistic enough, but there's a bunch of stuff involved there because there's a wide variety of phones out there in the market. We use a combination of Bluetooth, Bluetooth Low Energy, Wi-Fi Direct, Wi-Fi Hotspot type of technologies. And based on the 2 phones, we are able to connect on Bluetooth and negotiate their capabilities and create the fastest connection possible. For example, if the 2 phones both support 5 GHz band, then we can connect on 5 GHz network, which would result in a file transfer rate of a GB in around 40 seconds, which is pretty impressive. Which wouldn't have happened if we gone down the path of just using Wi-Fi, which is sort of the default path. The other thing that I wanted to talk about was the low-resolution media and memes. So one thing that we noticed in our user research, again, was that users in these markets use chat apps quite a bit, and they receive a ton of content from their friends, most of which is good morning messages, memes, jokes, which they don't want to really keep because it fills up their phone. At the same time, they also receive content from their friends which they want to keep, which might be pictures of each other that they took on a trip together, which meant users were going through all these chat messages and deleting stuff manually by figuring out what was useful and what was not. So we decided to try to tackle this, and we came up with this card that internally we use Google's Vision API, Vision Library to do text detection, and then add heuristics to that to detect memes or images that are not useful for the user, which they consume only once. And these are some of the things that get detected. And the user can use one click again to delete it, and they can keep the rest of their useful messages intact without having to go through it manually.
Cool. One thing also just to call out from this that the team has seen is that the average user, the first time they use the app, is freeing up over 1 gig of storage. And so that little bubble boy is dancing a lot when storage space is freeing up. So it's become a really interesting kind of sort of daily and weekly habit people have gotten into. Maybe one last question for you, Devesh, before we move on to Nithya. Can you tell us a little bit about kind of just what you feel like you've learned so far? This app has only been out about 4 months. It launched at the end of last year.
Well, yeah, there's a bunch of stuff we learned. The most interesting for me was the fact that this app is getting used a whole lot in US and Europe, which we did not expect when we launched it. I recently read a book by Vijay Govindrajan called Reverse Innovation, which talks a lot about building products specifically for these markets, which you can then bring back and use in developed or other markets, which you did not build the product for. And we are seeing something similar for Files Go, which is very fulfilling.
Nice, nice. I guess, Nithya, you can take us home here with the last set of questions before we open it up to everyone. Talk to us a little bit about some of the thematic work you've done around connectivity and access with your sort of research and design experience.
So as part of Google's mission of bringing the benefits of the internet to everyone, there are 2 main products. One is Google Station, which provides high-quality internet access in the form of public Wi-Fi, and Datali, which is a mobile application which helps users get more value out of their data. So I'll talk about Station first. So Station was launched in 2016 and is now in India, Indonesia, and Mexico in hundreds of hotspots like train stations, parks, malls, and public venues. Thousands of users, people come online for the first time on the Station network. Datali helps make the existing constrained internet more manageable and accessible. So it provides data transparency so that users can understand where their MBs and GBs are going in their browsing activities. It provides data saving functionality, which helps users get more value, extend their data packs. And it also alerts users to public Wi-Fi hotspots when they're outside, so users can be online more often. And the underlying insight for Datali is that many people around the world treat mobile data as money because it is expensive, slow, and limited. And as a result, users resort to practices like turning off mobile data when they're not using it to cut costs, or hesitate to get new applications, or have fears around using existing applications. So that limits their participation online. And Datali provides functionality to help users ease into their experience of getting more value from the internet.
Nice. Can you talk a little bit about what we've learned with these products now that they've been out and sort of the environment that they've landed in?
Yeah, I can go on for long about this, but to simplify things, there's people, context, and devices. So with regards to people, as internet access is growing all over the world, technology is touching new societies. And a lot of the people that are coming online are increasingly diverse. So there's diverse literacies, languages, aspirations, income levels, professions, geographic spread. And many of the assumptions that we've made around the first few billion users need rethinking. So for example, it may not hold true that users are well-educated or relatively wealthy or English-speaking even. Many people around the next billion users are not necessarily English-speaking primarily, but may prefer to use phone UIs in English because English is seen as a language of upward mobility and aspiration. So in terms of design, how might we design interfaces that help users with the use of simplified English and more visually rich interfaces? With regards to context, like I mentioned, internet is often intermittent and constrained. Roughly only 43% of the world has access to LTE. So users are often on 2G and 3G and sometimes even offline. So how do we think about designing for these constrained networks and treating offline as not an error case, but as a normative use case? We also have to think about economic factors like purchasing power and, like Pankaj mentioned, the prevalence of cash, and social factors like gender and the role of religion in using technology. And then finally, with regards to devices, today you can buy an Android phone for $30 to $40. It is very likely to have a small screen, low RAM, low processing power, but it is the first computing device that many people have access to. So, and many of these devices don't get replaced as often as they might here in the West because of cultures of frugality and gift giving. So how might we think about hardware and software design for low-end devices?
Nice. Maybe one last question, because I'm sure we've got a range of folks from different backgrounds here, but on sort of wearing your UX hat, if you had to pass along some research and design tips and tricks you've learned along the way over the last few years, what would you share with everyone?
Yeah, so first I'll alert you to our collection of research and design methods on design.google/NBU. You can find it. It's part of the Google Design website, and we regularly share new design and research methods as well as product stories and the behind-the-scenes look. With regards to research and design innovations, I'll talk about it through the lens of a product life cycle. So when we start to build a product and we're trying to understand the problem space and we want to create a vision for the product, we really want a foundation of rich insights, an understanding of people and their relationship with technology and the unmet needs. So here we've introduced techniques like intercepts and the more traditional ethnographic immersion. Intercepts are spot interviews that are done with people in their various contexts, such as where they live, where they commute, where they work, where they have fun. And by doing several of these, we gather a firm understanding of people in their context and their use of technology. In Station, when we wanted to build a Wi-Fi service in train stations of India, we spent a lot of time hanging out in train stations, talking to passengers, talking to business owners, riding trains ourselves so we could understand what that experience was like, and shadowing passengers who were embarking on these journeys. And really what we wanted to understand was who is in the station, what are they doing, what is the context of using the Wi-Fi, what is their understanding of Wi-Fi. And these insights led to design principles, such as the service, the login service to get onto the network has to be really efficient and quick, because stations are high-stress environments with a lot of stimulus. That the service has to be trustworthy and secure. We saw in our research that women were hesitant to give out phone numbers to log on to a public Wi-Fi network. So we really ensured that the network was secure. And that because of the heterogeneity of devices in a train station, this is really the cross-section of the entire country, the service was browser-based. It works as a captive portal model and doesn't require the installation of any mobile application. And an example of research and design techniques later on in product development is when the product is nearing launch. We've created a technique called trusted tester studies. These are large panels of representative participants who are recruited to consensually make use of the application and provide feedback. And we collect both qualitative and quantitative data. And we ran several of these trusted tester studies for Datali in various parts of the Philippines, where we had hundreds of participants using Datali for 3 to 4 months. And that gave us a really firm understanding of what are the core use cases, what's the resonant value proposition, what are issues that we're running into that we need to fix before we launch the product in market.
That's great. So I guess we've got just about 5 minutes left if people have questions. What we were really trying to do here is talk to you a little bit about a few different projects and what we've been learning along the way. So if you've got any questions about Tez, Files Go, Google Station, Detali.
It's something that I think I'm now more than ever driven to do and include as part of my design aesthetic.
Yeah, it's almost like if you can see it, you can be it.
Absolutely. And I've been watching, you know, I watch all the videos on Twitter. People will send me stuff of teachers teaching about the sort of, you know, things that we did. You know, I did a deep dive, but it was sort of a lighter dive into the technology in Black Panther and the science in Black Panther. And teachers are coming up with a way to teach their class using Black Panther as an example of sort of our vibranium and our, you know, sound science that we use in the movie. And to see that becoming part of like a curriculum and kids getting excited about it because they see themselves and, yeah, I can do this is, I mean, you can't ask for anything more. And so, you know, I've always thought, like, what can I do to better the world as one individual? And I didn't really know ever what that was until I think after Black Panther, and I saw the response of young kids, and it was all about the representation. And so, you know, that does become a design choice, and it's something that I think that I'm just going to do now forever.
Let's talk about that a little bit more, because you're on record as saying that when you were working on Black Panther, you were just focusing on it being good,
yeah.
Right? But then afterwards, looking back on how big a deal this is for how many people, how has your perspective changed?
I mean, it hugely, because it was just, you're kind of in it, you know, and you can't, like you were saying, see the forest through the trees. So you're just wanting to make sure it's good and it's right and that people are going to be happy and proud and that, you know, you did the right thing, you made the right choices, because at the end of the day, it was a lot of responsibility in some aspects. So you know, and then after when I saw it, I was like, I mean, my eyes were, because I did a little bit of the VFX, I was there for a little bit, but I didn't see the final edit. I saw one of the cuts. So when I was there in the theater with everybody else, I was blown away. I was like, this is insane. I can't believe I did this. and seeing the responses, it's just on another level. It's just, you know, it's really hard to put into words or articulate in a way that others can understand, because it really is made me speechless in a sense. There hasn't been the words made yet to describe what that's like, but it was certainly always about making a good movie with a great story, and hopefully everything else sort of fell in line. And then we had other great filmmakers, Ruth Carter, who is Oscar-nominated costume designer, who I worked with really intensively to make sure that what we did matched up, you know, because a lot of what she did in the foreground on the characters defined who they were on screen. So that also gave back to the representation of powerful women who had their own agency about them and could make their own decisions and stand up for themselves and could think quick on their feet. That's a whole nother sense of representation and a social aspect for young kids, young girls, and the men who, you know, treated them on this equal playing field. There was no like, oh, we need to make it easy for the girls. You know, you saw the door fight. You saw the king treat them as if they were, when they were the most powerful, you know, guards in Wakanda. So it's all of those things mixed together. Then you talk about the technology on top of that. You're giving a new generation, old generations, my generation, a whole another narrative than the one that we've sort of heard for the last how many ever decades.
Let's talk a little bit more about the technology, but not go away from the human aspects that you're talking about. And I think one of the things that's always really interested me in technology is not how to make tech just sort of better on its own, and then teach people how to use it, but rather teach technology how to be better for people. Absolutely. And I think that you've really captured in this film an intersection with culture and people and technology. How did you approach that?
Oh, that's heavy, man. You know, very carefully, because it's really trying to understand community, what the needs of community are, And then how do we envelop the technology, just what you said. And I know for Ryan, community was really important. So and I talked to a lot of experts. It wasn't just me sort of coming up with things. I talked to a lot of people who really knew, nanotechnologists, neuroscientists, archaeologists, geologists, geographers, on a daily basis, to understand how to fold that in. And I think one of the biggest things that I did was I tried to find, a lot of the tech was based on biomimetics. So I tried to find in nature and in the different cultures what the use of something was, and then the evolution of it. Because at the end of the day, it is all about the evolution of it, how we are in society and how we are advancing technologically. So it was me relating these things back in a way that represented what they are really used for and how they would have evolved over time. And I think technologically, oftentimes, it is the thing for the thing's sake, and not here is, you know, something that has been such a big part of a tradition of any nationality, any ethnicity, any culture, religion, and this is how it becomes useful in a futuristic and advanced way. If that means technology, then that's the way that it would be. So that's sort of how I strung those together. And then pulling from nature. That was a huge one. And thereby keeping everything organic, in a sense. So it becomes not such a scary thing, but a very organic thing, because we're so used to seeing certain things in nature, patterns, shapes, you know, geometry, all of these things, math, science, it's all around us constantly. So it was really easy at some point to start just looking just into nature, because it is science. It is technology. You know what I mean? Like the way everything works. So looking beyond the hardware and the finish of the hardware of it, and into the organic nature of it all. That's like a little dive into how it went.
It must have been a very full 14 months working on this film.
Beyond. We were on 3 continents, we were in 2 states, and I had a team at any given moment that were 500 strong, just in my department. So we went 14 months, and we went hard as we could go for 14 months to get this done, and put every last, like my whole team put every last inch of themselves. So, you know, it was a beautiful thing, because we represented the diaspora, just our crew. So it was a micro version of the macro that we were building in Wakanda, and I lived that every single day for a little over a year.
All right, I want to ask you about what's next, but it doesn't have to be specific projects. But it's like, where do you go from here with everything that you've talked about, right? Like the production design itself, but like the bigger themes and ideas that you're working on.
You know, challenging myself, I think, to try to continue to do things that are out of my comfort zone. Something I learned from Ryan Coogler, who has taken me from Fruitvale Station to a boxing movie, Creed, to a comic book movie, Black Panther. I want to continue the trend on my own and not just be in a place that I feel comfortable. My next project with Melina Matsuko, who is a director for Insecure, I'm just working on the pilot for Why the Last Man, which is a graphic novel.
Yes, I've read the entire series. Okay. So good.
So I'm going to be designing the pilot. We're working on that currently. I can't really say much more than that, but it's super exciting. The script is phenomenal. And our approach to it is going to be, I think, something really cool. So I'm really super excited about that. Worked with Beyonce again. That's all I can say about that. And the future is wide open. And if Denis Villeneuve is listening, I'd love to do Dune.
Yes.
I throw that out every opportunity I can get. Denis?
Yes. Hannah, thank you so much for joining me and sharing your story and all the work that you do.
Thank you so much. It's super exciting. I'm so happy to be here, and I think I'm going to learn something today, too. So, you know, it's all about soaking in all this greatness. So, fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Timothy Jordan, and this is I/O Live.
All the way up now.
I can't imagine how anybody passes a problem that they know that they can fix and doesn't try to fix it. That's not some complicated thing. It's just stop talking about it and start doing it. I feel an absolute obligation to serve. I did 2 tours in Iraq as a helicopter pilot. I loved being part of the cavalry. But then I got injured, and that caused me to lose my ability to fly. One day you're a soldier, and then overnight they rip off that tag and slap veteran on your chest. I didn't know where to start looking for the next thing. What I do is math and engineering, so I had to find a way to apply those things in a meaningful way. Service doesn't end when you get out of the military, it just changes. And I started reading about the research that they were doing at the Human Engineering Research Lab, and I thought, man, I gotta go be a part of that. HURL's mission is to help people with disabilities increase independence and quality of life. I prepare the software to support the research that we do. One of the big things that I've done is help us transition to using Android tools. They make things really accessible. Anybody can sit down and start using these technologies and perform the tasks that we hope that it'll be useful for. That's the right thing to do, is to make things not just able to be used, but to be used with the same sort of joy or ease as I do. A big part of why open technology is so attractive to engineers like myself is there's such an active community of people designing and innovating.
Welcome to Pittsburgh.
All 3 of my children have a disability. The fact that my son has autism is just one little part of him, but almost his entire existence is defined by that autism. There was part of me that hoped someday I'd be able to help my son be able to live independently and give him a future. That's part of why I became an engineer, is part of why I got into this field. There's going to be a time where someone like my son will have gotten a better opportunity, a better swing at this thing. I'm not going to sit around and wait for somebody else to fix the problem. There's not a minute to be wasted thinking about anything but the good things that we can do.
everybody. Wow, it's a nice stage. OK, well, I am delighted to be here. I have a clock. We're going to get to see Hannah Beachler after me, so that's going to be super awesome. I am the warm-up act. I'm John Maida. Good to see all of you. This is something I made 3 years ago. Does anyone know this TV show? No, we don't know this TV show. Well, I spoke at the 50th anniversary of Star Trek, and it was a true honor. But I didn't think about Star Trek a lot until that moment. And I made this image, and I showed it. And people were asking me, why am I Scotty? And I was like, well, Scotty is an engineer, and I wanted to be an engineer. And I was asked, well, why not Sulu? Because he's Asian. And I said, I don't want to be Sulu. I want to be Scotty. I want to be an engineer. But it was in that moment I realized the reason why I didn't want to be Sulu is because I thought he was weird. In the sense that I thought it was strange how Sulu didn't speak with some kind of thick Asian accent on TV. And I thought, that's weird. Something's wrong with him. And it always stuck with me, why did I think it was wrong that he sounded like a Californian? I never thought of it until that moment. And that's the general topic of this presentation. Now, if you have a question and you got introvert, just text me your question, 253-217-4017, and we'll be able to interact. Because the problem with this kind of conversation thing is it isn't a conversation. It's like a one-way thing. So go ahead and text me a question at 253-217-4017, and I'm watching the clock. OK, here we go. OK, design and tech reports. There's 4 of them now. They're long. So you can read them in the microtype, et cetera. The big conclusion after 4 years of work has been to ask questions about how can design and tech be more inclusive. If we can figure this out, we can unlock incredible possibility and profitability. The problem with the word design, however, is that it means too many things. So the report defines design as 3 kinds of design. There's classical design, like your glasses. There's design thinking, this idea of using Post-it notes to create structure of ideas. And there's computational design, the kind of design that is powered by Moore's law. It's a different kind of design. It uses a material that didn't exist 100 years ago. What's a computational designer? I've defined this as roughly 4 type of things you have to have as a computational designer. You don't have to know how to program, but you have to be technically literate. You also have to think critically about technology. For you, technology is a responsibility. So you wonder how things are being used. You also use all kinds of design. You aren't stuck in just computational design. And lastly, you're very curious about new things. Because designers love to learn new people, new customs, new anything, because it's how they learn. So designers are inherently diversity positive. It's a very important point. Now, if you think about the value of design, it's been demonstrated by all the M&A activity, the mergers and acquisition activity of agencies. So I reported on this report, over 20 agencies were acquired by consulting companies, because consulting companies are finding value in design for their clients, which is a big deal. Never happened before. Now, the problem, however, is that classical designers tend to diss design thinking. You know what I'm talking about? Like, oh, design thinkers, they have the Post-it notes and the Sharpie markers with a whiteboard. You know, classical designers don't think of them as real designers. But I always tell classical designers, well, they make more money than you do. So important to note, design thinking is not a bad thing. It's a different kind of design. Also, I found that being in Silicon Valley for a while, we tend to forget there's the rest of the world. So I'm a big fan of China and all the design work being done there. Design of cars, design of experiences, especially mobile, and more recently, using AI to design banners, designs. They're just so further ahead than many people seem to have the impression in the United States. And that's kind of an embarrassing problem. Also, the other problem I've seen in tech is that it indexes to younger people, which is a great opportunity. But there's also an incredible opportunity in the older generation. Because I don't know if you all know this, but you all will get older. Yeah, it's not a problem. It's a real thing. And as you get older, things change. The first thing that changes is your eyesight. So for all designers who love 6.5 point, better give it up. Looks awesome, especially in light. But you won't be able to see it once you hit 40-something. And at Automatic, we call this the bolder generation. Get it? Bolder? We like that. OK. Good news is that design is being used sooner in the process. It used to be in tech that you'd make the technology, and oh my gosh, it finally works. And you'd spray design on, called Make It Pretty. That was great 10 years ago, but because the competition is so fierce now, you have to bake design into the product. And you can see globally, we did a survey of 2,000 people, the trend is design is being used early in the process, which is a big deal. Now, when we talk about computational design, however, it's important to note that computational design uses the computer. And if you were, who was there in the 80s, come on, 80s people, right? People didn't like people who used the computer for design, right? You're made fun of, like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. You were a bad designer because you were using the computer. There was a time. But the computer kept on getting more interesting. It came out of print. It became interactive. Who remembers Macromedia Director? Macromind, come on. Yes, yes. This stuff has been happening for a long time, interaction design. More recently, have these tools gotten more interesting, specifically by integrating things like machine intelligence. We can all feel it coming, and that's kind of exciting, but also scary at the same time. Let's see here. OK, so when we think about machine intelligence, my favorite demo, and this is all sourcing real data off the internet, this is Siri saying something in iOS 9.
1 liter is 33.81 fluid ounces.
This is iOS 10.
1 liter is 33.81 fluid ounces.
This is iOS 11.
1 liter is 33.81 fluid ounces.
Got really good fast, didn't it? That's what's happening. These quantum leaps are occurring. Linearity is being thrown out, and that's really important. And so when people ask in design, should I learn all these things? If you don't learn them, you'll be left behind. And so it's still key to stay at the forefront. Now, I also had this question. When do you expect AI to replace most visual designers? And it's interesting because the average says at least 5 years till visual designers get replaced. Not everyone, of course, but some design jobs. I think it's going to be much sooner, quite frankly, because all the information from companies like Google and companies in China as well are that a lot of rote things can be done by machine intelligence. Here are some of my favorites. I love that you can remove the watermark. I wonder why you want to do that. You can perfect contrast. This is MIT work. In a dark image, awesome image. You can also take 2 photos and make a new photo out of them, too. This is work from NVIDIA. You can also generate infinite variations of ideas just with pattern libraries in machine intelligence. You can also, as you all know, in this audience at least, you can change people's faces, and you can fix drawings. What's important to note, though, is that we see these warnings. Consider the photos. That's how you tell if it's fake. But it's so hard to tell if things are fake these days. It's going to get harder and harder. So we are human beings. We like to mess with the machine. So this is one of my favorite things. If you click on this button, this will randomly hit things so your browser gets confused. So we humans love to confuse machine intelligence. Put a pixel there. I don't know where it is anymore, says machine intelligence. So we'll keep looking for this to try to stop the inevitable, which is that computers are learning so quickly. And when they learn so quickly, they learn bad things. I'm not sure if you remember it, but in July 2015, the Wall Street Journal reported how images mistakenly tagged black people as gorillas was happening in 2015. The algorithm was fixed. Why did it exist? Because the database had more light faces than darker faces, so the database was dumb. And so these data dumbness is occurring all over the place as machine intelligence ingests more data, which contains incredible biases that we have unfortunately let sit out there for too long. So how do we change that? I think we change that by rethinking a few things. And that is, where does technology evolve the quickest? And in the report, we pointed out that there's 2 regions. You see the red regions, the hot regions? That's where all this stuff is happening, right? This region of the country, New York. But if you flip the map, this is a map of inequality, income inequality. If you flip it, you see the exact opposite, that where tech is not impacting is where poverty is growing the quickest, because the skills gap is so large. This audience here is probably in the 0.01% of the most advanced people in the world. That said, the entire world is behind in computation, understanding the impact of Moore's law. And this is a very subtle intellectual privilege problem today. So when we look at what technology has done, it's been able to be extremely smart at optimizing our experience, and therefore making nothing we understand, real or not real. And we all know it's happening, and it's amazing, but it's also quite disturbing. My mother, by the way, her favorite newspaper is the National Enquirer. So I'm always checking out the headlines. I just picked this up. Look out, Google. They know too. So is it justified related somehow to poverty and inequality? I think it's hard to say they're related or it's causal or correlated, but there's something connected that we cannot miss. And that is that if you don't have access to computation, you are excluded. And if you don't understand what it can do, you're excluded. And so technology keeps shooting off without them, us. So what's the solution? I'm passionate about remote work. I'm at a company that is all remote, automatic. Who works remotely? That's quite a few. So remote work is neat because it takes you out of these bubbles of tech. I guess I'm hopeful that at Automattic, we're trying to figure out a world where WordPress is a good design for all. How do we do that? We have to use the fact that we can go anywhere because we're remote. So for instance, let's see, I was visiting Appalachia. And in Appalachia, I heard the story about how it was a coal miner who's teaching code to ex-coal miners. And he said, you know, you people are from the 3-dimensional world. You're 3D. You live in cities with skyscrapers, you know, and if you're from a smaller city, you're in town, you live in 2D. In 2D, you have like no skyscrapers, just streets. And he said, here in Appalachia, we live in 1D. There's one street, and we all live off of it. That's where I realized the neat thing about remote work is you're 0-dimensional. And by being 0-dimensional, you can travel anywhere. And so we're trying to use this advantage to go into all kinds of places, anywhere in the world, and to connect with people. And I can tell you that this experience of being remote is a very powerful way to reduce exclusion, because you can be including by just going anywhere you think is necessary. Now, this is my favorite quote by the lawyer Vernay Myers. Diversity is being invited to the party. Inclusion is being asked to dance. Say this over to yourself. It's such a powerful idea, because if you don't have both, nothing occurs. And so when you ask how to be more inclusive, it's quite easy. Just ask, where do you spend your time? Who do you hang out with? Look at the people in the room around you. Are they diverse in some way? If they're not, you're going to have to do something terrible to yourself. You're going to have to make yourself uncomfortable. And it's exciting to be uncomfortable. Oh my gosh, you say the dumbest things. And you stumble, and you become stupid, and you become smarter and a better person through it, I believe. So all of you who are not found yourself in this way, enjoy it. It's so exciting. I'm a big entertainment fan, and I've been tracking all the movies that have put diversity and inclusion at the center of them, and they're doing very well financially. Movies like Wonder Woman, directed by Patty Jenkins. Star Wars had a much more diverse cast. The Foreigner by Jackie Chan. Who's seen The Foreigner? The Foreigner, where the terrorists aren't dark-skinned people. That was brand new. And The Big Sick, of course. And these are doing really well financially. This is teaching machine intelligence and the business world that this is a pattern to take note of. I like Kumail Nanjiani's quote, there's so many movies from different points of view that are making a ton of money. Don't do it because it's better for society and representation, even though it is. Do it because you'll get rich. you'll get that promotion, right? This thinking seems crass, yet it sits at the center of how change will start to occur. And I believe that as we see more of these kinds of things, wonderful things will happen. I want to close on, my mother went to see Black Panther. This was her review. It went kind of viral. Hi, John. Just came back from seeing Black Panther. It was very good. And we actually went to see Avengers me and my mom. I was in Seattle. My mom's like 83 years old. She's like, you know, little woman with a cane. You know, we're walking out of Avengers. And I said, Mom, how was it? Oh, it wasn't as good as Black Panther. You know? So anyways, thank you. And we'll have Hannah next, so please stay seated.
This is nuts. Look at all the faces.
Wow, I'm so happy. I get to interview Hannah Beachler. Yes.
Yeah, all right. Hey, y'all. Good to be here. And this thing is a little weird, so you might see me kind of being a little weird.
So how's it been walking around this area?
I'm sorry?
How's it been walking around?
Cool.
Wandering
we
around,
went, hung out at the auditorium, and walked around some of the tents, and ate, and sat on the grass, and it was fabulous.
Anything catch your attention?
I mean, I was just looking at everything. I mean, the area is beautiful, and I think everything has been great. I've been talking to some great people, and it's been awesome.
Hmm. So, my mother loved Black Panther. I'm sure you weren't surprised, though.
What? I'm sorry?
I'm sure you weren't surprised.
That your mother loved it?
Yeah.
Not really. You know, honestly, that was part of what we tried to do was, you know, make it so everybody could love it. It wasn't really geared towards one specific anything. It was more about creating a feeling and a moment, and you know what I mean? I'm pretty into my emotions. I would call myself an emotionalist, if you will. And that's really what drives me is, you know, creating things from a place that people can relate to. And then that, you know, expands.
Had you heard of Black Panther when you got the job? Or?
Yes, I did. I had heard of the character and the comics, and I kind of knew it because I knew Marvel. I've certainly asked my son, who's 20, right away when I knew I was going to interview for the job that, you know, tell me all about, you know, the MCU and all of that. And he was like, here's a Marvel dictionary, and I sort of started from there. So I knew of him, but over that 14 months, I really got to know him.
So a superhero.
Superhero.
Was your reaction positive, yay, superhero, or superhero?
My reaction to it being superhero?
Yes.
I mean, I was really super excited because it was challenging. It's, you know, I've done so many things that are so different from each other that anything that is going to challenge me, I instantly want in on, you know. And working with Ryan Coogler, the amazing director, again for the third time, was, you know, without question, I was going to be involved with that. So I never thought I would ever do something like a superhero movie. That's not where I saw my career going. That's not what I thought I wanted to do. But then that's life. It's not really what you think in the beginning. But as, you know, I started to get into it, I was like, you know, why not? I didn't think I would do a boxing movie. I didn't think I would work with Beyonce. I didn't think I would, you know, work on a little $1 million movie that would win an Oscar. So I don't generally go into anything thinking anything other than how do I make this work? How do I make this the best it can be? And, you know, for each film, it's something different. So for Panther, there was a reason behind it for Ryan and I, and same with all the other projects.
So you had to look 1,000 years in the future. And you didn't come to Silicon Valley to look at that future.
No.
Talk about that.
Well, first I had to look 1,000 years in the past. That was a big part of Wakanda, was the honoring of the culture and the tradition and the diaspora, the African diaspora, that really is what Wakanda is representational of. So I had to look backwards because I think the past is a very important bridge to what the future is. And that needs to inclusion in design, in this world of what I was doing for Black Panther. Looking into the future, I didn't know, and you know what, honestly, I didn't know that Silicon Valley could help me for my needs. I didn't think that I was going to find in there, and honestly, I didn't really know much about it. I live in New Orleans. It's a very small town. I don't live in Los Angeles. I don't live in New York. I live in a place where the population's like 250,000 to 300,000 people. You know, I didn't know much about Silicon Valley. I kind of knew what I saw on TV. Sounds familiar. But I didn't really know how that could help me create this technology, which you would think was kind of crazy. Because what I knew I needed to do was evolve something that Silicon Valley, to me, I felt had no interest in, which is this culture. So there was, you know what I mean? I felt like I kind of had to give an autonomy and to this story and a narrative that at times is restricted. Just in general by society, like the ability to tell communities' ability to tell their own story, how they want it told, and based on what they want it based on. So that was sort of me kind of being the person who made sure that the representation of the culture that we were digging into and creating a fictional one on top of it stayed to what I needed it to be, and I didn't know that Silicon Valley could help me. Now, I did reach out to a lot of experts about all kinds of stuff, geology, geography, archaeology. We talked to experts in architecture who were doing future cities, people who were sort of architectural archaeologists that could talk to us about some of the architecture, you know, pre-colonial sub-Saharan Africa, and then of course going to South Africa, traveling all over South Africa for 3 weeks and sort of understanding that, because at the heart of Black Panther was the question of what is it to be African, and so that's sort of, you know, why I felt like I didn't want to go or need to go to Silicon Valley. I don't know if that is like, and I mean, that's honest. That's the honest truth. And because I was so busy, I was like, you know, I'm just going to have to do this. I'm just going to have to figure this one out. And I didn't really know. 1,000 years into the future, here's the thing. It's hard enough to go any amount into the future and understand what you think might happen or how people would respond. So I found myself getting to this place where I started thinking about technology in the future, how Wakanda would use technology. Technically, Black Panther is placed in 2018. It's not sci-fi. It felt sci-fi because Wakanda, you know what I mean? We have to remember it's not science fiction. It's supposed to live in this universe, which is 2018. So I had to make sure it felt grounded enough that people weren't like, it's space. But it also had to be advanced enough where people thought, maybe this is something that's going to come around in 50 years, 60 years or something. It's not impossible, you know. And then you had to add sort of with the vibranium, the fantasy of it all. So, you know, and I'm rambling, so I don't even know if I answered the question, but, you know, that's sort of, I might have lost myself on that.
Actually, when you were describing that, I remember walking my mom out of the theater, because she can't walk very well, because she has diabetes and her feet are really, makes it hard. So she's walking really slowly and talking really slowly. And I remember when we just left the theater, she said, you know, Black Panther was so beautiful. All the scenery, everything was so beautiful. And it's a thing that stuck with her, how beautiful the movie is. And it's optimistic. And so where did that come from and how you were able to translate that?
I mean, I like to do things that are beautiful, you know, and I think that's another part of Black Panther is changing this idea of narrative of how we see things. You know, it was a challenge to me of how I saw Africa, what I thought about Africa. Just because I'm Black doesn't mean I'm an expert on African culture, right? So I really had to dig in and challenge myself about like, okay, well, what do I think? What are my biases? What was I raised with? From my American experience, you know, this is a land that's 1,000 miles away, and as far as I know, my ancestry begins and ends at slavery, and then the culture that came afterwards was this bastardized idea, or we were told it was a bastardized culture. You know, we're not African, we're not American, so it became this bastardized culture in a sense, right? And you go through all of these different points in time throughout American history. So I needed to rediscover like what that was, thousands of miles away from where I live, and how I'm connected to that, you know, because oftentimes you feel like the hyphenate between the African and American. You're really not either one. You know, so it was, what is it to be African? Because this is a movie, Wakanda's African, and it's not African American. And, you know, one of the little things that Ryan was so brilliant at doing in the film with Killmonger's character, who's the villain, if you haven't seen it. Has everybody seen Black Panther? Is that a thing? Awesome. So Killmonger, played by the fabulous Michael B. Jordan, if you notice something about him is his names. And part of the reason behind him having so many names is because, you know, our American ancestry is that we have been given so many names. We were Negroes, we were black folk, we were colored, we were Afro-American, we were African-American. And that's sort of how this has gone over time. So what Ryan did was he gave Michael Jordan the Njideka name, but they also called him Eric. They also called him Killmonger. They also called him Eric Stevens. So he's that representation of African American, never having a true identity. From different places and different people called him different things. And that's the tie back, and those are the types of things that we were trying to do. That is a piece of representation in a sense, and we'll get to representation because I think that's mostly what we want to be talking about is how that is so important in Black Panther.
Right.
You know, technologically, scientifically, you know, through your STEM, and then also socially and economically. And so there's so many little things that we did in there. I mean, it goes so deep into how we brought in the representation, and that was one of them. And it was in such a small story way that you don't even really realize that's what's happening, because Shuri calls him Eric Stevens, T'Challa calls him Njideka, his father calls him, you know, Ross calls him Killmonger. His father calls him Eric, you know. So it's, he doesn't have an identity, and he's going to Wakanda to try to figure that out. And that's sort of the representation of where we are as sort of the lost tribe, as we called it, in a...
I'm such a Ryan Coogler fan, so I'm like, I can see that detail. I didn't see
the
it
small
when you
detail.
described it. When we were talking last week about representation,
yes,
you mentioned the production designer Wynn Thomas, and I looked up Wynn Thomas. I hadn't heard his name before. And he has credits for Hidden Figures, A Beautiful Mind, Analyze This, all of Spike Lee's movies. So you mentioned seeing him on television or something?
I saw he was nominated for an Academy Award for Mars Attack, the Tim Burton film. And I happened to be watching the Academy Awards that year, and I was like, oh, who's this black man doing this thing that I want to do? And that was really the first time that I really saw that. I was like, oh my goodness, what is this? Because I'd always been a big fan of Bernardo Bertolucci, who is an Italian director. Back in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and in 80s. And his designer, Fernando Scarfiati, was someone who was really a big influence to me. He was this Italian man way back when, but my design aesthetic, you know, is highly influenced by his. But seeing him never made me feel like, yeah, I can do that, because he's this Italian guy. You know what I mean? Like, of course he can. He's an Italian guy. Like, I'm this farm girl from Ohio, you know, who literally runs around with bare feet and riding my horse to the store to get Jolly Ranchers when I was like 6. Like, how do I get to that?
Right.
How do I get, there's no path for me there. So I kind of started thinking, like, what are some of the other things that I could do where there might be a path that's still creative, and that's how I had to think, knowing that that wasn't something that was for me. But then when I saw Wynn, which was much later in my life, I was that's when I realized, like, you know what, I can actually go for this. I mean, that didn't actually mean that I could go for it, but seeing it certainly made me feel that way. And I took that chance, and that gave me an opportunity to get into this industry and really go far. I mean, as I got into it, I realized, like, oh, this is really hard. I'm the only one, and I am the only one. And that's a really strange thing to think that you are the only black female who does this, who does what I do, and at this level. You know, there's one other one, Tony Barton, you know, and she's an art director working on television for Marvel. And I kind of saw her on Twitter, and I was like, you know, like, let's be friends. And she's like, I don't even know you. And I'm like stalking her on Twitter, like, I want to be girlfriends. And she's like, okay, maybe call my agent. Maybe don't. But we finally kind of, like, I broke her down, and she finally decided to be my friend. And we're kind of besties. Don't quote me. And don't go up to her and be like, Hannah said you were besties, because she'll be like, I don't know who she is. But that's, you know, you want to find likeness. You want to find relatability. And when you look at communities, I think, you know, one of the other things, too, is when you look at communities who are associated with not, like, having a lot of tech and not, you know, having access to a lot of tech, and you start relating, you know, your economic status to your racial profile, that all of a sudden, especially in poverty, the black community becomes associated with this idea of not being tech savvy or wanting tech or having that type of thing. Do you know what I mean? Within their community, and it's basically all based on accessibility. It's not there because how many representation is not just in front of whatever it is, you know, or like throwing the pretty on it that seems to be representing a group or a culture, but actually having the voices creating it. You know, is it how, you know, you look at it like, was it important for me to be the production designer on something like Black Panther? You know, or the Infinity Wars designer Charles Woods, would he be able to have then done that? And so I do believe that the representation behind the camera, I'll say, because that's what I do. I mean, behind the desk, I don't, you guys stand, or I don't, I don't, you know what I'm saying? Or however it goes, is as important as creating an app or creating something, you know, specifically as having the voices there that then has the experience in those communities. Because you really don't know what you don't know, and that's what I learned by going to Africa. Like, I don't know what I don't know, but I knew that I was going to look at it with beauty. I knew I was going to look at it with the lens of absolute modernism and beauty and capability, all the things that I wanted to put into Panther. Like, I wasn't looking for the commercial with the poverty-stricken children. I wasn't looking for the things that we're told the continent is. I was looking for the joy and the pride and the dignity of the people that lived there. And, you know, that's the choice we make for wherever we are, because I met people who lived in the rural parts of Africa just as much as people lived in the modern cities like Johannesburg and you know, we were in Durban, we were in Cape Town. So it's you know, you could see someone dressed in their traditional Zulu or traditional Xhosa and in the city. You know, just as much as you might see that in the rural areas. So I decided not only to find myself and realize that I think I've been African this entire time, but that I was determined to find all the beautiful things that I, you know, was told weren't there. You know, because that then really came back to who I am as a person. You know what I mean? It really related back to who I am and how I felt about myself and the confidences I had. So it all kind of like, our fictional world building bleeds back into our realities.
We have 2 minutes left. Could you share a nonfiction story you shared with me that moved me very much, which was about the director Ryan Coogler, who I'm a huge fan of. And I've always, when in Silicon Valley we talk about leadership, You know, CEO, or the product manager is the CEO of the product, and all these CEO-ish things. I think of Ryan Coogler as one of the great CEOs of our time and creatives.
Yep.
And you shared a story about him. Could you talk about
when
that?
I was talking to myself?
Yes.
So you obviously know I'm kind of weird. So I'm going to tell this story. Don't hold it against me. But so we're working on Creed, and we're tech scouting, which is kind of we go to look at all these locations, and you can spend all day. And we had stopped at this coffee shop. And I got my coffee, and everybody was getting their coffee, but I was kind of working out a problem. And when I'm trying to work out a problem or solve a problem, I talk out loud to myself, because that's the best way to do it, for me, apparently. And, you know, my friends and stuff were like, poke fun at me, like, oh, you're crazy, you're talking to yourself. And so, you know, sometimes I do, and I don't even know I'm doing it. So Ryan comes walking over to me, and he was like, are you talking to yourself? And I was like, you know, a little like, oh, you know what I mean? I know you and love you, but yeah. And the first thing he said, he looked at me and he said, that's a sign of a really healthy mind and a really intelligent person. And he kind of turned around and walked away. And I was kind of like ready to get the hit of like, oh, you're crazy, you know, kind of funny joke, but a little bit like of a slight. And that's not at all where his mind came from. It looked for the immediate positive thing about the thing that I was doing that sometimes people think is weird or could make you feel a certain way about yourself that eventually starts beating you down and making, you know, defining who you are because you're hearing negative things about it. That is who Ryan is. He's the person that will constantly lift people up, you know, will constantly, and he's not perfect, I promise. There's days when I'm like, please make a decision. You have like 2 hours. But, you know, and he does all the things that directors do that can, you know, completely bother you or things that are like amazing. But he's the type of person, like we would be on set for Warrior Falls, which was the big waterfall where they had the big fight. And he gathered us all around in a big circle. You know, some people were in the water, and he really told us why that scene was important. This is before we even started shooting. He really started to say why that scene was important to him, and really talked about having all the fictional tribes of Wakanda in one place and represented by all the references that we use of the tribes, the different tribes in sub-Saharan Africa, and how that was a part of him really feeling complete. And you know, you were holding hands and he's telling us all this and we're standing in this circle and you just feel like you can take on the entire world, you know, at that point. So that's who he is as a director and my friend. And he's a really important voice because his perspective on anything and everything is the most unique perspective you will, I promise you, ever hear from anybody. If you ever get a chance to talk to him because he will turn a situation and make you see it from a side you were never maybe even meant to see it from, and all of a sudden your world opens up. And so I can always, and he would be standing here going like, oh, please stop, but but he is really that great, so.
Well, thanks for sharing that story. What a leader and what a designer. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Welcome to Google I/O. For someone like me who grew up without a phone, I can distinctly remember how gaining access to technology can make a difference in your lives. That's why we've been so focused on bringing digital skills to communities around the world. We have trained over 25 million people, and we expect that number to rise over 60 million in the next 5 years. Healthcare is one of the most important fields AI is going to transform. We announced our work on diabetic retinopathy, and we use deep learning to help doctors diagnose it. We can predict the 5-year risk of you having an adverse cardiovascular event, heart attack or strokes. We've been working with our partners using de-identified medical records. It turns out if you go and analyze over 100,000 data points per patient, more than any single doctor could analyze, we can actually quantitatively predict the chance of readmission 24 to 48 hours earlier than traditional methods. It gives doctors more time to act. We are bringing another feature to Gmail, Smart Compose. We use machine learning to start suggesting phrases for you as you type. All you need to do is to hit tab and keep auto-completing. Another product is Google Photos. So we are bringing a new feature. If you took a picture of a document which you want to save for later, we can recognize, convert the document to PDF, and make it much easier for you to use later. Or if you happen to have a very special memory, something in black and white, we can recreate that moment in color and make that moment even more real and special. And we are adding, as of today, 6 new voices to the Google Assistant. John Legend's voice will be coming later this year so that you can get responses like this.
At 10 a.m., you have an event called Google I/O Keynote. Then, at 1 p.m., you have margaritas. Have a wonderful day.
I'm looking forward to 1 p.m.
Today, the Assistant is available on over 500 million devices. Now, by the end of this year, the Assistant will support 30 languages and be available in 80 countries. But one step that we've been working on is something we call Pretty Please.
Hey Google, talk to Voicetron.
Daddy, you forgot to say please. Tell me a story, please.
Thanks for asking so nicely. You're very polite.
I know.
So the Assistant understands and responds to positive conversation with polite reinforcement.
Now, sometimes the Assistant can actually be more helpful by having a lower visual profile. So let's say I'm heading home from work. I have Google Maps showing me the fastest route during rush hour traffic. Hey Google, send Nick my ETA and play some hip-hop.
Okay, letting Nick know you're 20 minutes away and check out this hip-hop music station on YouTube.
Let's say you want to ask Google to make you a haircut appointment. So what you're going to hear is the Google Assistant actually calling a real salon to schedule the appointment for you.
So how can I help you? Hi, I'm calling to book a women's haircut for a client. I'm looking for something on May 3rd.
Sure, give me 1 second.
That was a real call you just heard. The amazing thing is the Assistant can actually understand the nuances of conversation. We've been working on this technology for many years. It's called Google Duplex. It brings together all our investments over the years in natural language understanding, deep learning, text-to-speech. I'm really excited to announce the new Google News.
With the new Google News, we set out to help you do 3 things. First, keep up with the news you care about. Second, understand the full story. And finally, enjoy and support the sources you love. Our AI constantly reads the fire hose of the web for you, the millions of articles, videos, podcasts, and comments being published every minute and assembles the key things you need to know. We're also excited to introduce a new visual format we call newscasts. You are not going to see these in any other news app. Newscasts give me an easy way to get the basics and decide where I want to dive in more deeply. Full coverage is an invitation to learn more. It gives a complete picture of a story in terms of how it's being reported from a variety of sources and in a variety of formats. This is by far the most powerful feature of the app. And here in the newsstand section, it's easy to find and follow the sources I already love and browse and discover new ones. And if there's a publication I want to subscribe to, we make it dead simple. Because you're signed in with your Google account, you're set. We're rolling out on Android, iOS, and the web in 127 countries starting today.
Growth of Android over the last 10 years has helped fuel the shift in computing from desktop to mobile. And as Sundar mentioned, AI is going to profoundly change industries. And this brings me to the new version of Android we're working on, Android P. Adaptive Battery uses on-device machine learning to figure out which apps you'll use in the next few hours and which you won't use until later, if at all, today. With Android P, we're going beyond simply predicting the next app to launch to predicting the next action you want to take. We call this feature App Actions. What's happening here is that the actions are being predicted based on my usage patterns. The phone is adapting to me and trying to help me get to my next task more quickly. Slices are a new API for developers to define interactive snippets of their app UI that can be surfaced in different places in the OS. With MLKit, you get on-device APIs to text recognition, face detection, image labeling, and a lot more. And MLKit also supports the ability to tap into Google's cloud-based ML technologies.
Our team has heard so many stories from people who are trying to find the right balance with technology. One of the first things we focused on was helping you understand your habits. Android P will show you a dashboard of how you're spending time on your device. As you saw earlier, you can see how much time you spent in apps, how many times you've unlocked your device today, and how many notifications you've received. Android P lets you set time limits on apps and will nudge you when you're close to your limit that it's time to do something else. If you turn your phone over on the table, it automatically enters Do Not Disturb, so you can focus on being present. No pings, vibrations, or other distractions. You can tell the Google Assistant what time you aim to go to bed, and when that time arrives, it will switch on Do Not Disturb and fade the screen to grayscale, which is far less stimulating for the brain and can help you set the phone down. Well, today, we're announcing Android P Beta.
Maps was built to assist everyone. We've mapped over 220 countries and territories and put hundreds of millions of businesses and places on the map. We're adding a new tab to Maps called For You. It's designed to tell you what you need to know about the neighborhoods you care about, new places that are opening, what's trending now, and personal recommendations. We've created a score called Your Match to help you find more places that you'll love. Your Match uses machine learning to combine what Google knows about hundreds of millions of places with the information that I've added.
Let me paint a familiar picture. Your phone says, head south on Market Street. One problem, you have no idea which way is south. So you look down at the phone, you're looking at that blue dot on the map, and you're starting to walk to see if it's moving in the same direction. Our teams have been working really hard to combine the power of the camera, the computer vision, with Street View and Maps to reimagine walking navigation. So here's how it could look like in Google Maps. Notice that you also see the map, so that way you stay oriented. You can start to see nearby places, so you see what's around you. Now, with smart text selection, you can now connect the words you see with the answers and actions you need. So you can do things like copy and paste from the real world directly into your phone. You're at your friend's place, you check out this trendy-looking lamp, and you want to know things that match that style. And now Lens can help you. You open the camera, and you start to see Lens surface proactively all the information instantly. And it even anchors that information to the things that you see.
Waymo is the only company in the world with a fleet of fully self-driving cars with no one in the driver's seat on public roads. So Phoenix will be the first stop for Waymo's driverless transportation service, which is launching later this year. Soon, everyone will be able to call Waymo using our app, and a fully self-driving car will pull up with no one in the driver's seat to whisk them away to their destination.
Hi, IO Live, it's Todd Kerpelman, and I am here with Asad Naweed, who is a software engineer on AR Core. So, Asad, what's new in the world of augmented reality?
Hi, Todd. So today at I/O, we're announcing two new features in AR Core that we're really excited about. We are announcing augmented images and cloud anchors.
Okay, those sound very impressive, but what are they? What's augmented images?
So augmented images is a set of APIs inside AR Core that allow developers to create AR apps that can recognize images in the real world and then anchor virtual content with respect to them. So if your app can recognize an image, let's say this portrait up here, then it can make that image come to life and overlay virtual content on top of that image and make it do interesting things that weren't possible before.
So what kind of apps do you see taking advantage of augmented images?
One other thing that I'm really passionate about is education. And children's education in particular, you could create an app that recognizes the images in a children's storybook. And if kids previously, when they're just reading a storybook, can now point their cell phones at the storybook and then see the story come to life on top of their books, right there and then.
Alrighty, let's check out one of these demos here.
Yeah, so this is augmented images. And we'll see that ARCore finds this image and then makes it come to life like that.
Whoa!
So this is what I was talking about when I meant immersive experiences, is that as we move the phone slightly at an angle, we see that the 3D model actually turns with us. And if we end up going a little closer, we'll see that the effect is much more pronounced. You can actually take a look at the structure of the cubes as they are there, and it's so much more immersive than the standard 2D painting, because now you have this box that's reaching into the wall, and the image is no longer there, and it's actually been superimposed by this 3D model that's dynamic and can move, and I can get different perspectives on it depending on where I am. So yeah, that's what's really exciting about this.
And is this a phone with any special hardware, any special features? What is this that we're looking at this on?
So this is just a phone that's running ARCore, and ARCore doesn't have any specific hardware requirements, short of maybe just like a good camera and a good gyroscope and accelerometer, but that's about it.
All right, and here we have another augmented image. Let's see what's going on here.
Yep, so this is another image that the app knows how to recognize. And now that it's done that, we can see what grows as we move the phone up. And this then grows into like a massive tree that an artist has put together that's rooted at the augmented image. So if we keep going all the way up, you'll see that it becomes like a really, really, really nice tree. And as you bring the phone down, the tree will ultimately sink back into the augmented image that it detected. So these are the kinds of visual experiences and like things that come to life rooted at images that the app knows how to recognize. And that's what we're really excited to see what developers are going to do with.
Wow, that is super cool. I could actually just stay here all day and watch the tree grow and shrink, but I think I have other interviews to do.
No, you're more than welcome to come back when you're done.
All right. Well, if you need me, folks, I'll be hanging out here making augmented reality trees grow. And then the second piece of technology you were talking about were cloud anchors. So what is that, and what does that allow me to do as the developer?
Cloud anchors allow you to create and host anchors, AR anchors, and share them between different people and different devices. And that's really exciting, because then suddenly you have the ability to create apps that two people can use together to anchor content in the world and see where other people have anchored content in the world as well. One other thing that we're really excited about is that the cloud anchors are actually cross-platform. We're also really excited to announce that anchors created on ARCore devices will also be recreatable on iOS devices running ARCore on iOS. And that opens up the door to so many different possibilities and a significantly larger user base. So now iOS developers can also use ARCore cloud anchors.
All right. So basically, we are setting up a multiplayer game where both devices, an iOS and an Android device, are agreeing on the same augmented reality space that they're sharing. Is that basically what's going on here?
Yes, that's exactly what's going on here, Todd. I have in my hand an iPhone that's running ARCore on iOS, and Brian has an Android device, and we are going to play the same game together. And
all right, let's give this a try here.
That, you can see right there is where Brian has placed his board, and I will place mine here. And when I am ready, we are now going to play a game where I have to fire onto Brian's light board. And when I do that, it effectively lights Brian's board up. And then he has to color all of my shots, all of my dots before I manage to do the same thing for him. And he is seeing these boards in the exact same place that I am seeing them in. And I can see him playing the game with me, and the only reason why this shared AR experience is possible is because of the magic of cloud anchors. Woo! So yeah, just to kind of like reiterate, this is an iPhone, it's not an Android device, and we do have ARCore Cloud Anchors supported on both iOS devices and Android devices, and we're really excited to see what developers are going to do with this.
That is super awesome. I can't wait to play some really fun augmented reality multiplayer games around my living room.
Well, definitely, and yeah, it's a blast for everyone, like the whole family, yeah.
Oh my gosh, that was super cool. If you want to see more exciting videos like this one, head on over to g.co/io/guide for lots more videos featuring me and the rest of the I/O Live crew.
Hello, and welcome to Google I/O 2018. Thanks for joining us today. I hope you had a great morning and a good lunch. Hopefully nobody's in a food coma right now, so we'll try to keep things peppy with some demos. I'm Chris Ramsdale, lead product manager for the Google Assistant SDK for devices.
And I'm Glenn Shires, technical lead for Google Assistant SDK.
So today we're going to talk to you about a couple of things. At the core, we're going to talk to you about our software development kit that allows you to embed the Google Assistant into hardware devices, and how to use that SDK to extend the Assistant to work with the features and functionality of your devices. So just to kind of calibrate a little bit, last year at Google I/O, we launched the initial version of our Google Assistant SDK for devices that does just what I said, allows you to embed the Assistant experiences into the devices that you're building, whether you're a prototyper, a maker, or a commercial OEM. This is the technology you use to actually get those features and functionality into your hardware. And to kind of frame the conversation a little bit, so you can kind of get, because it's an ecosystem, and there's a platform, and there's things involved. So let's talk a little bit before we go deeper into how this relates to the other pieces of technology that we're building. So at the core, in the middle here, is the Assistant service. This is the artificial intelligence and the machine learning, the AI and the ML that's actually powering the virtual assistant that is inside your home, hopefully, if you have a Google Home or a Google Mini or a JBL speaker, whatever it might be. That's at the core. And that we've been building for years and years and years. That's basically the evolution of search and other functionality that we've been building at Google. Then we talk about ways of extending it, right? So one way of extending is bringing third-party cloud services to the assistant. So that's actions on Google. And there's several sessions like that going on throughout I/O. And that's how you bring those services to the assistant, so you can do things like order a pizza, book a ride, and how you can extend to things that we're not necessarily doing. So like, well, you might provide calendar and geo and things like that, but other people are providing like those services, again, ordering a pizza, ordering a ride. Then the other way of extending the assistant is bringing that assistant experience to hardware devices, right? And that's where we come in, and that's what we're going to talk about today. That's using the Google Assistant SDK for devices. OK, so to give a kind of, again, in framing, let's talk a little bit about what people are using this SDK for. So we'll talk first more about commercial OEMs. So recently, at the Consumer Electronics Show in January, we announced integration with the LG TV. So we brought the assistant to the experience inside the TV. Literally, you're talking to the push button on the remote, invokes the assistant on the TV, and then helps you out with everything from like, what's my day look like, to finding media inside the TV. And the nice thing about this is, and as we go a little bit deeper into what the SDK is, the TV was actually using our cloud-based API. And then what LG did was wrote a very thin client on top of WebOS. WebOS is their operating system that's running on those TVs. And they were able to do an over-the-air OTA update to get onto the TVs to reach millions of subscribers and millions of end users of their TVs. So it was nice because it gave them the ability to take new technology, the Google Assistant, but actually work with in-market devices that they already had. Then we also announced back in February integration with the Nest camera, the Nest Cam IQ. What's nice about this is that two things. One, the Nest Cams, what we're finding is that households that have bought a camera actually end up buying multiple cameras. And what that does is that starts to give you kind of this ubiquitous experience in your house where you're just walking through, you ask for some help, and your virtual assistant actually helps you out wherever you are when you need that help. So it starts to push us into the direction of like, oh, going from my living room has like a Google Home or a JBL speaker or something like that, to I actually have the assistant kind of strewn throughout my house. So those were commercial OEMs. We've also had some fun experiments with our friends over at DeepLocal. So DeepLocal is a creative agency out of Pittsburgh that we've worked with several times over the past year and a half to build some really cool experiments. So if you were out at Google I/O last year, maybe you saw the Mocktail mixer that was out at the front of I/O, or maybe you saw it on YouTube. Then in our October hardware event, they built a pop-up donut shop, which was really cool, that you could walk up to it and engage with the assistant, and it would give you donuts, but then at random it would give you actually a Google Mini, which kind of looks like a donut without a hole in the middle. And then they brought that throughout many states in America. At the Consumer Electronics Show in January, they did a giant gumball machine, which was a huge hit. I think at one point in time, there was about a 2-hour-long line of people coming up and actually interacting with this thing. And then over in the developer sandbox, the assistant developer sandbox, we have a poster maker that you can go and interact with the assistant and generate a unique poster that you can then take home with you. So not commercial devices, but still a lot of fun. And it's really fun to innovate with that team. And it's also really fun to innovate with the larger maker community, which has been awesome. Like, this has been a very long tail of developers just taking our software development kit and using it in ways that we would have never thought of. So I just highlighted a few here, and I want to insert the YouTube links, actually, if you want to go check them out. But we've got people building retro Google Home devices that are kind of beautiful. We got a candy dispenser. We've had a ton of robots, actually, which Glenn's going to talk a little bit about as well. And then we had one maker actually embed the assistant inside of Mac OS to bring it to the actual laptop experience. So a lot of fun there. OK, so that's a bit of an overview and kind of framing, but I also want to just jump right into a demo to let you see what actually is happening and let Glenn take over and give you the demo and then talk about how it works.
Yeah, so as Chris was saying, you can build the Google Assistant into all sorts of types of devices. And there's also starter kits that you can get. For example, the iMan X7 is for Android things. And we also have one called the AIY Voice Kit that's available at several retailers. And you'll see the URL that you can see the retailers and get that at. What that is this cardboard box. If you look closely, you can see 2 microphones, as well as, of course, a speaker. So we've got the microphones up here on top. And we've got the speaker here. I've got a big battery here. You can just plug it into the wall or whatever you'd like to do. So inside this cardboard, the whole thing comes in the kit. Inside the cardboard is a small little computer called a Raspberry Pi. And let me show you how it works. How long is the Golden State Bridge?
Golden Gate Bridge has a length of 8,981 feet.
So it's doing better than I am in terms of speaking, I presume. How long is that in meters?
1 foot equals 0.305 meter.
So you've got the Google Assistant inside an embedded device. Turn on HotWord.
Accepting HotWord.
So now I don't have to trigger it, and I can simply say, hey, Google, pick a random number from 1 to 100.
Okay. 73.
Hey, Google, how tall is Mount Kilimanjaro?
Mount Kilimanjaro is 19,341 feet tall.
Hey, Google, turn off HotWord.
Sorry, I'm not sure how to help with that.
So let me show you how that works. This cardboard box, as I said, comes from a kit. It's an AIY do-it-yourself kit with everything you need. And the kit itself connects to the Google service via Wi-Fi. There's two different types of software you can run on this. The SDK actually supports two ways that you can run it. One is a way to run it on almost any platform, any operating system, any programming language. So it's just you run all your code directly on here, and we have sample code that does exactly that. In this case, I'm actually running some Python sample code on the box that implements the entire client in that Python code. So you've got the entire sample. The other way, which is when you say, hey, Google, turn off HotWord. And I'm pressing my luck, I guess. Is the other way, when it's running that way, is using a library that runs directly on the assistant. I'm sorry, runs directly on the client. So we provide the entire client library, which includes things like the HotWord detection, OK Google, as well as echo cancellation and a number of other nice things like timers and alarms. And that runs on either Linux or Android things. OK. Chris?
Oh, I think you had some code.
Yeah, so let me show you a little bit about when you're running the library. It's actually quite simple to use. You can see there's simple functions you can call to start it, to turn the microphone on mute. You can also, rather than starting it with a HotWord, you can start the interaction by programmatically. And then the next slide here shows you some of the events that come out.
Hold on.
On the following slide, we see a lot of different events that your code can handle if you'd like to handle it, or there's no need to.
Yep.
Another thing I mentioned, there are two microphones. And you may notice that also on Google Home, there's only two microphones on Google Home. And yet Google Home does a wonderful job in background noise with people speaking to it from a good distance away. And the way that we do that is a technique we call neural beamforming. What it does is it's very similar to the way people have two ears, and they're very good at picking out speech out of noise. What we've done is we've used machine learning and run this on the server to get a very robust, noise-robust far-field experience. And what that means is the client side has minimal processing power, so we can really keep the clients low cost.
Yep.
Back to you, Chris.
Cool. So kind of building on what Glenn was talking about, let's just go in a little bit deeper into what the SDK actually provides. So at the highest level, there's a cloud-based API that's built on a gRPC protocol. So gRPC is actually uses HTTP2 to go back and forth to give you streaming support, which is important when you're actually doing audio because you want it to be fast, low latency. The benefit to that API is that it's available from just about any platform. So again, just like the LG TV example that I gave, they had WebOS, right? And we've got a number of partners that are actually coming with their own platforms that are already out in the market, and they want to know how to bring those platforms to the assistant. And so we can create a very thin client that communicates with that cloud API. And out of the box, we provide what are called gRPC bindings Those are those thin clients that are built on Python, Node.js, C++, and they run on either Linux or Android things or any platform that you actually have. That API is really good for push-to-talk support. So when Glenn was with the box and he pushed the button, that's actually invoking a thin client that's talking to our API. If you want to have an experience more like that Nest Cam, where it's hands-off, because those cameras are typically mounted above you, like in your ceilings and whatnot, we call them far-field or hands-free experiences. And they use technologies like WakeWord or HotWord is what you may have heard, the whole OK Google bit. To get that experience, we have client libraries that are built for Linux, and specifically Linux 3.18 and above, that give you that HotWord support and echo cancellation, and Glenn has mentioned. And then because it's a software development kit, obviously there's going to be docs and samples and tools that allow you to embed the assistant, debug the assistant, and test it as well. And then beyond that, we have hardware kits. So Glenn had mentioned the AIY kit over here. So AIY is a twist on DIY, so artificial intelligence done by you. And then there's also what is that, the IMX?
IMX7 kit, yes.
Yep. So there's these software kits that allow you to start going. And we're going to expand over time to actually bring more and more software on chips, SOMs, to the market for developers to get up and going and running with the assistant. So with all of that, kind of framing this again, our goal is really to bring that ubiquitous experience to everybody. And we're not going to build all the hardware out there, nor are we going to build all the experiences. So we've done a fairly good job with speakers and whatnot, but there are appliances, there's auto, there's things that are in your bathroom. And so we are really trying, like why Glenn and I get up in the morning is actually to come and figure out, like, what are those user experiences we want to bring to market with partners, right? Be it prototypers or makers or commercial OEMs. And then what technology do we actually have to build to make that happen? And when we think about it, one way to kind of categorize it is to think about your day. And this is a little bit trivial, but it kind of gives you an idea of that we're trying to think of the holistic experience, from streamlining your morning when you want to wake up and have your coffee made, or you want to stream NPR News to figure out what's going on, or maybe you don't want to stream the news. Then when you've actually moved from your house to on the go, oh, I forgot to actually set the security camera, I left the garage open, or if you're coming home from the grocery store and you want to preheat the oven at 350 because you have lasagna that you need to put in there when you get there. And then finally helping you relax in the evening. So everything from, hey, I have kids, and so no more screen time for kids, so turn off the Wi-Fi in the kids' room, or turn off the Wi-Fi in the house, or dim the lights because we actually want to watch a movie or watch TV. But just trying to figure out what those user experiences are that actually add value to you, and then figuring out the technology behind it. So when it comes to actually integration paths for doing this, so if you're actually building hardware, there's two paths that we have coming into the assistant. And it's a little bit of marketing speak. We call Works with Assistant and then Assistant built in. Works with Assistant is if anybody has like a Philips Hue light or a Nest thermostat, those are works with devices, so they can be controlled by any other device that has Assistant embedded inside of it. That is, if you want more information on that, tomorrow at 11:30 on stage 5, they're going to be talking a bit more about how you can integrate with Works with. Glenn and I here are talking about built-in, so the second part where you're actually taking the assistant and embedding in hardware. So it's kind of a controller versus controllee. You're building a controller, a device that can actually control other devices as well and interact with the assistant service for knowledge queries and things like that. So let's talk a little bit about developer benefits of the assistant and the assistant SDK. First of all, minimum hardware requirements. So as I had mentioned, if you're doing like push-to-talk scenarios and you want to integrate with our cloud API, there's very little that's needed on the client side. In fact, it's all up to you. Whatever you're running on your client, you can keep running it. It's the effect of making a simple like REST call to our service to integrate. Beyond that, though, if you actually want to integrate and have hot word detection, echo cancellation, and things like that, so you can have that hands-free experience, then we still have minimum hardware requirements. As Glenn had mentioned, we don't require a massive mic array. 2 mics, and you're good to go. And we can actually use neural beamforming to figure out what you're saying and do proper hot word detection and grammar detection. From a RAM perspective, it's only 256 megs of RAM required on the device to get up and running. and then 1-core ARM v7 processor to get up and running. So we're truly trying to shrink that down. And then over time, we'll start looking at things like RTOS and microcontrollers as we move into the appliance space. We have built-in hot word support, so you don't have to provide your own hot word model or anything like that. You simply download our library, put it on an embedded Linux-based device, and you're off to the races. You've got OK Google, and everything will pick up. And as Glenn had mentioned and showed you in code, we'll take care of the rest. The library will take care of bringing in the audio, transmitting it to us in real time, and then streaming back down the response. And then as Google is a global company, we know that we need to continue to flesh out our languages and locale story. And we've done a great job since last year, moving into 14 different languages and locales, as you can see up on the slide right here. But we want to see over time to expand this map to actually get into other countries, because we know that people that are building, whether you're a prototyper or a maker or a commercial OEM, you need to meet your customers where they actually are, where your end users actually are. And so we're going to continue to put momentum behind this. And in terms of actually when you're a commercial OEM, I wanted to, as we've learned over the past 12 months working with LG and working with Nest, how to go from prototype to commercialization. So if you're in that space and you are trying to build a commercial device, I wanted to give you kind of an insight into how it's working right now. We're still early stages, working with a few commercial OEMs. Our goal is actually to be more immersive and go deep with them to figure out what are those right experiences for their end users, so that we can build the foundation on which we can start building more voice technology on top of. And so the path here is, and I'm hand-waving over a few details, but you start prototyping using the Assistant SDK to build an idea, to build a concept. You submit that to us for a review, and we'll iterate on the device itself, how it fits in the larger ecosystem, what are the end user experiences that you're trying to bring to market. If it's all good, we end up assigning an actual account manager, a technical account manager to you, to help you facilitate that and move forward. And then beyond that, you go into certification, both in terms of okay, is the voice recognition actually working on the device? Does it meet our marketing guidelines? Is the branding correct? Are we all in good shape? And then step 5, launch, have a party, and be good to go. So that's kind of the path that we're taking right now. And over the course of the next few months, that's what we're going to focus on. And then we're looking towards really scaling that up in 2019. OK, so I'm going to go through a few new features, and then we're going to go back and forth a little bit on demos, I think. So since last year, we've been hard at work, and we've added a couple of things. First of all, we've added visualization support to the SDK. So now you can actually enable your device to say it's capable of handling. It's a display-enabled device, and it can handle visualizations. You can get things back like knowledge queries, sports and scores, weather, personal photos. Let Glenn take it here.
Thank you. So first off, I want to show that we have a new developer tool. What you're seeing on screen right there is my Chromebook. And with this, rather than using an embedded device, you can actually use your laptop with Chrome to test out the SDK and to get your application running and test out different parameters. For example, we support, as Chris was mentioning, several different languages, and you can set the parameters and then just test it out. For example, I can say, what's the weather in San Francisco?
Currently in San Francisco, it's 62 degrees Fahrenheit and partly cloudy. Today, it'll be cloudy with a forecasted high of 62 and a low of 53.
So this is not just visual output, but it's also input in that you can see some suggestions here. I could say those if I wanted to, or if I just want to click on it, I can find out the weather for this weekend.
In San Francisco Friday, it'll be mostly sunny with a high of 70 and a low of 59 degrees Fahrenheit. Saturday and Sunday, it'll be cloudy with lows in the mid-50s. Highs will be in the low 70s Saturday, then be in the mid-60s on Sunday.
There we go. Of course, this can do things that Google Home can do, such as search. I can say, who is Larry Page?
According to Wikipedia, Lawrence Edward Page is an American computer scientist and internet entrepreneur who co-founded Google with Sergey Brin.
And because this is a developer tool, I can also, for example, look at the requests I made. This is actually a JSON request that shows the different parameters that I sent up, including in addition to the audio. And I can see the responses that I got back from the server. You can see the transcript as it was forming, as I was speaking it. It's showing the transcript. Later on, it's showing the HTML coming out. And you see the audio is actually being streamed back as well. But beyond search results, I can also do personal results. For example, show me my photos.
This is what I found in your Google Photos.
Sorry, I wasn't on the right screen when I did that.
Here's what I found in your Google Photos.
So there we go. And of course, I can scroll through, see the different photos of a whitewater rafting trip we did recently, and zoom in full screen. And so that shows what we can do with this developer tool, as well as the visual output. So let me show you how that works. What we've done here, let me bring up the slide to show you how this is working. What this is doing is using the Service API. As we said, we can run on any code, any platform. So this is running in JavaScript. And it's using the Chrome browser as a client. The service is generating the audio response in addition to HTML5. And of course, the browser is displaying the HTML5.
So in terms of also new features, one of the things that's very important for us, especially when thinking about third parties that are building hardware devices with the system built in, is to get parity, so that they can build devices that actually work just as well, if not better, than some of the devices that are Google's building. So one of the things we lacked for a long time in the SDK was the ability to do notifications. So to really have the assistant service push out updates to devices. So in this case, I have a trivial example of, hey, Google, ring the dinner bell, which will ring a dinner bell to all of your devices. This also works and helps us out with things like OTA updates. So over-the-air updates, when we actually want to update a language package, for example, on a device, it's very important that we have that push notification for them. And so now we're happy to add this to the SDK. We're also making an endeavor and forays into music. So we're starting with news and podcast support. So now you can actually access those news feeds. So NPR News, for example, or your favorite podcast, Radiolab. I happen to be a This American Life a fan. And so now you can actually build third-party devices that have news and podcast support built into them. And I think Glenn's going to show that to us right now.
Yeah, so let me demo that for you. Again, I'll be using the AIY cardboard box. And I will simply say, play the news.
Here's the latest news.
And it brings down the file and...
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Windsor Johnston. President Trump's not...
Stop news. The other thing we wanted to show is notifications. One thing that you can do with Google Home, and you can also do with other embedded devices, is have one device talk to other devices. So for example, you could broadcast things, or you could say something like, ring the dinner bell.
Okay, broadcasting now.
So it's broadcasting from one device to the other device.
It's dinner time.
And so if you want to call your kids for dinner, all the devices in your house can say, it's time to come down.
Well, it's nice because whether or not it's a Google device or another third-party device, it'll tell your kids it's time to eat.
So let's show you how that works. So again, that notifications doesn't necessarily have to be between two cardboard boxes or two embedded devices. It's actually between two Google Assistants that are logged into the same account. So I could actually use my phone to ring the dinner bell on an embedded device. And so that's how notifications work, and that's how news works.
All right. OK, so to round out things here, one of the features that I've been really excited about is what we're calling device actions. So when we initially launched the Google Assistant SDK, the feedback from the community was like, this is great, this is awesome, I can build a Google Home clone now. How do I make it do custom things? And it was nice because that part of the community just got it. They understood what we were doing, and then they understood where we should take it as well. And so this was one of our answers to that request, which is that OK, cool, let's let you embed the assistant, and then let's let you extend it to control that device. And so This breaks down into two ways of possibly doing this. We call them built-in device actions and custom device actions. And so just bear with me for a second, and I'll go a little bit deeper into these. So built-in actions are built on top of grammars, things you can say to a device, where Google curates those. So a lot of the home automation, right, if you have a Nest device or a Philips Hue or a Wemo or whatever it may be, turn on, turn off, turn down the temperature, make it hotter. These are all grammars, again, things you can say to a device that we curate. And they're not static, they're dynamic. We actually can change them over time. We can internationalize them on your behalf. So if you're building a device, and you can leverage our built-in actions and know that the grammars that we have there will continue to grow. An anecdote that I like to tell folks is we were doing good with home automation, and then we rolled out to the UK. We didn't see nearly the traction we saw in the US when it comes to lighting, and we didn't know why. And it turns out that a lot of people in the UK would say pop on and pop off the lights. Not everybody, but there was a segment of the population that would, and pop on and pop off was not something that we had known about. And so we were able to do our due diligence, research, and then change it. And we changed it on the back end, and none of our lighting partners had to do anything. It just magically started working for those UK customers. Should we have figured that out firsthand? Maybe, but that's debatable. So that's some of the benefits of actually going with the built-in route. Now, all that said, and while those devices and grammars and traits will evolve over time, again, we're not going to build every device, and we're not going to understand everything that you want to do on that device. And so for that, we offer custom actions, where you as the developer, you as the device manufacturer, can provide the grammars and the commands mapping to us. And so what you say is like, these are the 10 things that people can say to this device model, and these are the structured intents, like actual commands that should come back down to the device, and then you build the device drivers on there to actually, do a dance, do the Macarena, whatever it may be on your device. But it's kind of an escape hatch right now so that you can have the flexibility and customization that you need to have when building out your hardware. So again, keeping with our theme, I'm going to kick it to Glenn.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. So yeah, I'd love to give a demo. What we're going to demo here is actually a toy robot that's specifically built for prototyping, and it operates by Bluetooth. And let me turn on this robot. And I'll ask my favorite AIY device, connect to robot.
Sorry, I can't help with that yet, but I'm always learning.
Let me try this. Connect to robot.
Sorry, I don't know how to help with that. Locations for natural body.
Okay, let me try this one. Sorry.
The first one is Body Needs Day Spa at 810 San Antonio Road in Palo Alto. The second one is
Okay, so let me show you how this works, and then I'll give that a shot in just a second. What this is doing is, we can switch to the slide, thank you. This is using, again, the Google service, but we are implementing a custom device action, so I can say things like connect to robot. And what happens is the Google service will understand my speech and send back a command to this AIY box. And the AIY box will, at that point, send a Bluetooth command. Well, it receives JSON that it can parse. And if it wants to connect to robot, it sends a Bluetooth command to connect to the robot. And again, we're using the same library that we've used in the past. We've added a little bit of code on top of this to implement the custom actions. Connect to robot.
Sorry, I'm not sure how to help with that.
I can just keep talking.
I'll try it one more time, okay? Connect to robot.
Connecting robot.
There we go.
Nice.
Okay.
Hold on, it gets better, trust me.
The light did turn green. Set color red.
Setting robot LED to red.
So again, it sent a Bluetooth command to do that. Robot, get up.
Robot getting up.
So it's a self-balancing robot. Go forward.
Robot moving forward.
Turn left.
Robot turning left.
Don't fall off the table.
Turn right.
Robot turning right.
And there we go. So you can see that we can control a robot, or we can. The point of custom actions is you can build an appliance or anything where you can actually set your own grammar and then parse the commands and have them do whatever you'd like them to do.
Awesome. Good job.
So yeah, so let me show you very quickly what we're sending up in terms of custom device actions. First of all, you can define these using a lot of the tools that you may have used for regular actions, regular assistant actions, such as the actions on Google tools and also Dialogflow. What those will generate are, in this case, a JSON file that you can install into your device. And when your device is talking directly to the assistant, it's not like you have to say, open my robot app and tell it to turn right. You can simply say, turn right. So the first thing you would define is the intent, the grammar, what you would say to make something happen. In this case, for example, when I said set color red, here's the intent that would allow me to say, set color red, set color to red, robot, set color red. So there's a variety of different ways that you can say things. And then on the next slide, you'll see what the response is, the fulfillment. First of all, I can define the text-to-speech. So in this case, it's saying setting robot LED to red. And then the execution, where I actually can parse these parameters, and I can see that I'm setting a color to red. So that is the way that we define custom device actions. We simply parse that and then translate that into the commands to control the robot.
Cool, thanks. All right, so the slide of I'm going to tell you what I just told you, the recap. But seriously, we're striving again for that ubiquitous assistant experience in your life to help you out.
Robot, get out.
And we know that it's going to be fueled by, to be successful, it's going to be fueled by a healthy ecosystem of developers. So that's all of you in this room and everybody that's watching on YouTube right now. And our goal, Glenn and I and a team that's helping us out, is to provide that software development kit, those tools, those technologies, to help you build and embed the assistant in the hardware devices that you're building. So with that, I think if this works, you might have one more demo trick up your sleeve.
Yes, we do. Do a dance.
Robot is getting down on the dance floor.
All right, well done.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
And we will be in the assistant sandbox just behind us here if you have any questions.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks again. Enjoy.
to yourself? And I was like, a little like, oh, you know what I mean? I know you and love you, but yeah. And the first thing he said, he looked at me and he said, that's a sign of a really healthy mind and a really intelligent person. And he kind of turned around and walked away. And I was kind of like ready to get the hit of like, oh, you're crazy, kind of funny joke, but a little bit like of a slight. And that's not at all where his mind came from. It looked for the immediate positive thing about the thing that I was doing that sometimes people think is weird or could make you feel a certain way about yourself that eventually starts beating you down and making, defining who you are because you're hearing negative things about it. That is who Ryan is. He's the person that will constantly lift people up, will constantly, and he's not perfect, I promise. There's days when I'm like, please make a decision. You have like 2 hours. And he does all the things that directors do that can, completely bother you or things that are like amazing. But he's the type of person, like we would be on set for Warrior Falls, which was the big waterfall where they had the big fight. And he gathered us all around in a big circle. Some people were in the water, and he really told us why that scene was important. This is before we even started shooting. He really started to say why that scene was important to him, and really talked about having all the fictional tribes of Wakanda in one place and represented by all the references that we use of the tribes, the different tribes in sub-Saharan Africa, and how that was a part of him really feeling complete. And you were holding hands and he's telling us all this and we're standing in this circle and you just feel like you can take on the entire world, at that point. So that's who he is as a director and my friend. And he's a really important voice because his perspective on anything and everything is the most unique perspective you will, I promise you, ever hear from anybody. If you ever get a chance to talk to him because he will turn a situation and make you see it from a side you were never maybe even meant to see it from, and all of a sudden your world opens up. And so I can always, and he would be standing here going like, oh, please stop, but but he is really that great, so.
Well, thanks for sharing that story. What a leader and what a designer. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Hello, IO Live. Todd Kerpelman here, and I am joined with Abe Haskins, who is a developer programs engineer on the Firebase team. Hi, Abe.
Hi, Todd.
So what is this exciting game that we see going on behind us right here?
This is AppShip 2018. This is a Firebase-powered multiplayer arcade spaceship thrilling game.
Extravaganza.
Extravaganza, yeah. It's a phenomenon.
That's what I was thinking. And so how is this game making use of Firebase?
So we started weeks ago when we generated thousands of custom rocket ships that we turned into sprites, which we turned into cards, which we got printed. And we did that all with Cloud Functions and other Google technologies. And then once we had those printed, we built scanners that can scan the cards using the new ML kit from Firebase. Then we made a game which received updates from the scanner using real-time database. Once you're in the game, it loaded your actual sprites from cloud storage for Firebase. And once you're in the game doing stuff, it shoots out analytics to Google Analytics for Firebase. So it's all Firebase through and through.
Yeah, I noticed every attendee here is getting a appship.io card, each one with a unique rocket on it. Did you design all these rockets by hand?
I basically did, yeah. Whew. We made a tool that allowed you to go and mass produce rockets by picking and choosing parts that went together.
This is mine with my custom spaceship. And basically, when you scan it in at these scanners over there, everybody just sort of has their own spaceship magically appear in the game. Yep. And so that's all being powered through Firebase.
Yeah, it's all being powered through Firebase. Like I said, we use Cloud Functions to actually generate the sprites, generate the cards, and we had the cards printed, and we connected all the cloud storage, real-time database, so we're writing back when you scan it in. We have history on all the cards.
So there's a lot that's been going on with Firebase. What are your highlights of the things that have been happening with Firebase over like the last year?
Well, I personally normally work on Cloud Firestore, so I was super excited that we got to launch that. But we also have performance monitoring for keeping an eye on your app. We have A/B testing for trying out new things. We have ML Kit, which is obviously a huge, everything about ML is exciting and awesome, and I'm glad I got to use it a little bit here. Basically all that. We have so much cool stuff coming out.
Excellent. Well, I'll have to check out more of it after I play a little appship.io and I don't know, kick your butt in it. All right, let's give it a try. So every attendee at I/O this year has a unique appship.io card that they can get here at the Firebase booth, Dome, and every card has a unique rocket design on it. So when you scan this QR code at one of these scanners, my special rocket will appear on screen there. That's me.
No matter what kind of app you're developing these days, there's a good chance you'll want to store your data in the cloud. Maybe that's because your users want to share their data with their friends for some exciting in-app collaboration. Or maybe it's just because they'll want to access their data from more than one device. But storing data in the cloud isn't quite as easy as it first looks. You have to set up your own servers to host the data and keep them up and running day and night. You got to spend a lot of time on the client dealing with networking issues, including making sure everything still works when your user goes offline. You need to stay up all night wondering if you've gotten your security exactly right. And spoiler alert, you probably haven't. And then you need to make sure your service can scale no matter how many millions of users you might have. All of which is time you don't get to spend on building your app. This is where Cloud Firestore comes in. Cloud Firestore lets you store your data in the cloud so you can sync it across all your devices or share them among multiple users. And it comes with all the conveniences you'd expect from a Firebase product, like robust client libraries, full support for offline mode so your app will continue to work just fine whether you're connected or not, even on the web, a comprehensive set of security rules to help you manage access and sleep at night, and an easy-to-use data browsing tool. It also lets you structure your data in ways that make sense to you thanks to its powerful querying and fetching capabilities. Cloud Firestore works in near real time, automatically fetching changes from your database as they happen. Or you can request and fetch data manually. It's completely up to you. Cloud Firestore brings you the best of Google Cloud Platform's powerful database infrastructure with features like multi-regional data replication for extra reliability, strong consistency to make sure everybody's on the same page, and multi-document transactions so you can perform complex operations on your data. And we've designed it to handle the toughest workloads from the world's most popular apps so it can scale automatically to support yours. But it still integrates with other Firebase products, including Firebase Authentication for easy sign-in, and Cloud Functions, which lets you run all sorts of server-side logic in response to changes in your database. all of which means you get a truly serverless development experience. And that means you can spend less time on infrastructure issues and more time building your app. So give Cloud Firestore a try today. You can find all our documentation here, try a sample or two, and start building something great.
Stability issues can derail the success of even the best apps. Buggy apps make your users unhappy, and they might uninstall your app, leave a bad App Store review, or write negative social media. Apps can generate a lot of different crashes, and manually tracking them is time-consuming. Even if you're able to collect all of this data, it's difficult to figure out which crashes to troubleshoot and fix first. Firebase Crashlytics helps by automatically collecting, analyzing, and organizing your crash reports. It also helps you understand which issues are most important so you can prioritize those first and keep your users happy. It combines a real-time dashboard and alerts to keep you aware of your newest issues and any sudden changes in stability. The dashboard shows crashes ranked by overall impact on your users, giving you the information you need at a glance. Crashes are intelligently grouped across versions of your app, with individual stack traces easily explored in the dashboard. Sometimes you might hear about crashes from users that you can't reproduce. With the help of logs and key value pairs in Crashlytics, you can add some context to each stack trace and see what your app was doing before the crash. When the crash is reported, this extra information is sent to Crashlytics, becomes visible in the dashboard, and gives you the context you need to help pinpoint the exact cause of the crash. Non-fatal errors can be reported in the dashboard too, so when your code fails but doesn't crash your app, you can still get full reports in the dashboard. If your app is built with the NDK on Android, Crashlytics will capture native stack traces as well. Crashlytics is easy to integrate with 0 lines of code required on Android. With iOS, just use CocoaPods for simple integration. You can count on Crashlytics to help stay on top of the stability of your app, spend less time troubleshooting issues, and more time doing what you love with Crashlytics. And to learn more and get started with Firebase Crashlytics, check out the documentation right here.
I'll tell people, I work at Google. And they're like, what do you work on? I design search. And they kind of pause for a second, and they're like, what is there to design?
It's Cat.
Hi, how can I help?
Hello, everybody. I'm Brenda Fogg. I work in the Creative Lab, which is a sort of a multidisciplinary creative group within Google that often collaborates with other teams across the company on product or technology experiments, and sometimes finding new ways to talk about some of the innovative work that's going on inside of Google. And at some point over the years, I've worked with each of our panelists on some of those projects that you probably saw in the video just now. So we're going to talk a little bit about some things that you may have seen, a little bit about design at Google and what that means as a sort of a fundamental framework and connective tissue between the things that Google makes and making them as useful and accessible to as many people as possible. So let's start with some introductions. We have Doug Eck right here to my left, who leads a project called Magenta, which is all about exploring machine learning and creativity. We have Isabel Olson, who's responsible for the design of the Google Home and wearables and hardware. And over there is Ryan Germick, principal designer, who also is known as the Doodle Guy, and has been quite involved in the Google Assistant and generally just in the business of delighting users everywhere. So let's start by letting everybody talk a little bit about what you do at Google, and we'll start with Doug, because you're sitting next to me. You head up this project called Magenta. For anybody who doesn't know exactly what that is, maybe you can talk a little bit about that, and maybe touch on what inspired the group and the focus of the team.
OK, sure. So yeah, I lead a project called Magenta. The M-A-G in Magenta stands for Music and Art Generation. And we started by trying to understand the capacity to use AI, specifically machine learning, to generate music and art. And it took us about a month to realize that that's asking the wrong question. Because if all you're doing is trying to generate music and art, then you just keep pushing this button, and the machine learning keeps making music and art for you. And it gets boring fast. So we pivoted very quickly to talking about how can we use machine learning to enable artists and enable musicians to make something new, to make something different. So it's sitting on the same idea of technology and art interacting with one another in a virtuous way, starting with cave drawings and moving forward through the film camera and other bits of technology. And so, yeah, about AI and art and music.
So you're not necessarily trying to replace creativity or duplicate creativity, but more providing the tools to enable people to do that.
Yeah, and I think it's not just because that's what we choose to focus on. I think creativity is fundamentally human, and it's about communication. So if we take the communication loop out, we can imagine in some analytical way a computer generating new things. But what makes creativity work is how we respond to it and how we then feed back into that process. So I think it's very much a societal communicative act.
And that idea of creating new things, like maybe some things that weren't necessarily possible before, that weren't humanly possible to create. So there's I don't know if you want to talk about this, but this example of that was shown in the lead up into the keynote yesterday, the NSYNC project, which is one of those things that can sort of augment what human creativity can do. Do you want to touch on that?
Yeah, sure. So for NSYNC and the following hardware device, NSYNC Super, you may have seen was played on stage before the keynote and discussed there. I think the main idea there is, can we use machine learning to allow us to generate new sounds and sounds that are musically meaningful to us? And one thing to point out is that we already have ways to do that, right? There's a bunch of great software. We also I have a piano at my house, so I can have a guitar. There are lots of ways to make sounds. What we hope we can get is some kind of expressive edge with AI, something that we can do with these models, a kind of intuitiveness or a kind of new kind of mobility artistically by having a new tool. And the one thing I would say, I don't want to take up too much time because there's a lot of other great people here on stage, but I really like to think about the film camera. The film camera was initially not treated as an artistic device. It was treated as something to capture reality. And it was transformed into an artistic device by artists, by photographers. And our hope on Magenta is that we find the right artists and the right musicians to take what we're doing and turn it into something creative.
Yeah. So turning something into creative, Isabel, when you're designing a product, the home, for example, you're trying to create something that appeals to everyone through its design, but everybody's different, right? So there's, these are physical products that share physical space with the people that use them, and sometimes you have to cohabitate. So talk a little bit about how you approach that problem.
Yeah, I mean, I think I have the utmost respect for people's homes, and like you said, they're all different. And I think next to your body, your home is your most intimate space, and it's the place where you share with your loved ones and your family. So to enter that space with our products, we have to be super thoughtful about what we do there. And I think for us, the most important thing is to be inspired by the context in which our products live in. So when we were designing Google Home Mini, for example, the goal was to design an assistant for every room. And that means your bedside table. And your bedside table, that's where you put devices that help you see better, or like a book that helps you dream. So that space is just so special. We wanted to create something that was beautiful, that fit into the home, and didn't take up too much attention, and kind of faded in a little bit into the background.
And you're also responsible for CMF at Google, which is color, material, finish, right?
Yes.
And I've heard this story about testing like 150 different versions, color palettes for the Mini. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, developing the color palette for the Google family of products and individual products is a very It's a combination of art and science, I would say. And we start usually 2 to 3 years before the products come out. So we have to do a lot of anticipation of where society is going, where trends are going, and take all of those kind of inputs into account to make sure that when we release a product, it makes sense to people. In addition to that, of course, when you design for the home, you have to think about the fact that there's going to be light hitting the product. How does it stand the test of time? We want to make sure the products look beautiful for a long time. So we have to go through a lot of iteration to get it right. And then also, especially as we're developing fabrics, for example, depending on where you put it, it takes different. It looks different in different lighting conditions. So when we designed Mini, we went through, I think, 150 iterations of just the gray color. But it was a lot of fun, and it was about finding that right balance with what is too light, what's too dark. And the other day, I got this lovely email by someone on the team who had picked out his couch to match Google Home Max. So I took that as a giant compliment because we were trying to do the other way around. But that was a beautiful story.
How much? What is the intersection of the intuition that you use as a designer when you approach these kinds of problems with the sort of iterative testing and sort of the scientific materials examination?
Yeah, it's a hodgepodge, and it's the process is not linear. It's pretty messy usually, but we have fun with it. I think the key is gather as much input as possible and then digest it and then come up with prototypes and ways of relating to how this will fit into people's homes. So even right next to my desk, I have a big bookshelf that we place random objects from all over the world for inspiration, but also to kind of put our stuff there quickly to see how does it feel and how does it feel over time. Because it's not only about creating something that you are first attracted to, but it has to be things that you can live with for a long time.
So Ryan, you lead the Google Doodles team, and this team is unique in a lot of ways. Namely, one of them is that you regularly and willfully break the brand rules for Google. In fact, on a daily basis, many times, and that's unusual because it's it's the core of the brand, and that's something that seems to keep working over the years. So talk a little bit about why that's, why you think it's important to have the ability to kind of just mess with it.
Sure. I mean, Google's mission is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. And I believe in that mission. I think it's a very powerful, good thing to do for the world. And we hone in on the idea of making things accessible by creating an emotional connection with users. And sometimes like mucking up the standards, if that's like collateral damage for people getting a positive charge and learning something new or having fun with something, then we think it's worthwhile. And yeah, I think on a human level, there's things that are more important to, than consistency. And it's for us more about, using our creativity and craft to make people feel welcome in the space of technology.
Yeah. So making people feel welcome in the space of technology. You also lead the team who created the personality for the Google Assistant.
Right.
And how do you create a personality? I mean, there's sort of the transactional things that have to happen between a user when they're interacting with a digital assistant, and they have an expectation that they're going to be delivered the information that they asked for. And you felt like it needed to go a little bit farther than that sort of transactional relationship. But people have, a little bit the way we were talking with Isabella, everyone has sort of different things that they like to interact with. And some people like small talk, and some people don't. And some people think things are funny that other people think are totally not funny at all. So how did you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, as Isabel mentioned, that technology like the assistant that comes in a smart speaker or a smart display or in your phone is really personal. So that's one thing. And so we just recognize that we have a different set of design challenges than if it was like more like objective, like a Google search engine might be seen. And then also, you know, when you invite this technology into your life, we're using this conversational interface as a metaphor. You can talk to it, and it can respond to you. And as soon as you hear the human voice, it not only opens up an opportunity to have a character, but you know, what we've seen, it's almost like an obligation to design for the character. Because if you don't design for it, then people will just assume you don't have much of a character, but there's still some implicit character. So we took the learnings that we had from Doodles and being, you know, an implicit character for Google, where we celebrate certain things and we get creative and nerdy and excited. And we try to transfer that over to the Google Assistant, where it could be like a character that you'd want to spend time with because it has, you know, things that it gets excited about, or it's, you know, has a perspective where it really wants to help you, and not just be something that you want to use, but something that you want to spend time with. So yeah, surprising number of the principles and things that we did for Doodles were applicable for the Google Assistant, and it's a huge project, and there's a lot of pieces of the puzzle, but we think it's an important part of the user experience to have a sense of who the character is.
Yeah. So each of you have talked a little bit about how technology interacts with humans and vice versa, and how those two things have to kind of coexist. So good design and thoughtful design is a means to make technology, in this case, more approachable and useful and usable and friendly, and to make people comfortable with that. And you all approach your work and problem solving in this way from a very human perspective, right? A very like, you inject empathy. We're going to get real and talk about like humanity and empathy, right? Yeah. Injecting this empathy into your process. So let's talk about that. Doug, do you think, can the work you do with machine learning allow a machine to express art in a human way?
Yeah.
Let's start there.
Start there. Yes. With some constraints on how this all works. I think what we realized early was that we need at least 2 players in this game, so to speak. Part of the work is building new technology. So in some sense, we're taking on the role that a luthier might take on in building a guitar, or that someone doing a music tech program might take on in building a new kind of electronic instrument. And I think there's a thought process that goes with building something like that that is very creative, but I think you're also in some very real way constrained by the act of building the thing to understand it in a certain way. Like, it's your baby, you built it, and so you know, you wrote the operating manual, so you know what this thing is supposed to do. And in most cases, what we see is that for something to become a truly expressive artistic device, it has to, in some very real way, be broken by someone else. And I think it's almost impossible for us as the builders of that device to also be the ones that break it. And so our dream in Magenta is to connect with artists and musicians and people that don't know how to code, people that don't necessarily even care much about computation, and draw them into this conversation. And so what we've found is that, you know, we started by releasing machine learning models in open source on GitHub as part of TensorFlow with instructions like, please run this 15-line long Python command. It's going to be great. Just run this command and hit enter, and then just wait, because you're going to get 100 MIDI files in a temp directory somewhere on your machine, right? And everybody's like, that's not how I make music. So what we've seen is that part of our work, even on the technologist side, even as luthiers, so to speak, guitar makers, part of our job is to do good design and to build interfaces that people can use. And then hopefully the interfaces are flexible enough and expressive enough that in some very meaningful way, people can also do some fun breakage. And getting there requires a lot of moving parts, a large component of which is very good design.
I like that, that notion of breaking things. You told a story once about, or you made an analogy once about the electric guitar, I think, and how that's a little bit similar, right? Like the dissonance that people create with electric guitars is not.
Yeah, that's right. So first, I tell the same stories. I'm like, like grandpa,
Oh,
told,
well, I don't know if you told it to everybody.
That story again. No, but it's true that, the electric guitar was invented to be a loud acoustic guitar to overcome noise on stage. And the worst, they were trying really hard to not have these amplifiers distort, right? So imagine a world where amplifiers don't distort and electric guitars sound like acoustic guitars. You actually haven't moved very far. Yeah. And the breakage there was actually having fun with the distortion and actually going for sounds that aren't like an acoustic guitar.
Let's go back to Isabel. One of the things I think it's so interesting about your work, and that people have to cohabitate with these physical things, is that it's just as important, or maybe more important, how people feel about these things rather than just what their utility is. What kind of considerations do you make for? We're starting to sound like hippies now, but like what people's feelings and their empathies and their the way they coexist in the space with these things.
I think a good tool that I use a lot is that I put stuff in front of people and ask them, what do you think it looks like? It's a fun game. You don't always get back what you want to hear, but it's a really good way of testing if what the object you've created, does it have positive connotations or negative connotations? The first time I showed a prototype of Mini, I showed it to a French person. He's like, it's like a macaron. And I thought that was amazing because, first of all, I love macarons. And then I think, having something connotate something sweet and delicious is just excellent. And again, we surround ourselves with food. That was just, I knew we were onto something there. And food is something universally appealing, generally. So that's one exercise out of many. I think the key is just to really make the thing real really quickly, to translate the big idea into something tangible, and then ourselves living with it for a while too. And then also think about, not only the food analogies, but also making sure that the objects we design are understandable. You understand what it is. So again, with Mini, we wanted to look a little bit like a speaker and a little bit like a microphone, but not too much of either, but be very honest to that function. And then connotate that this goes in the home, and therefore, the fabrics and the things that we're used to surround ourselves with.
Yeah, it has to have that human touch to it as part of the design process.
And the beauty of it is when you find these solutions, a lot of the times they enhance the function or help with the function. Like fabric is this excellent material that is, most of the time audio transparent. You can have lights through it. You can kind of create this calmness in the object itself by getting all the functionality through it. And I'm really passionate about trying to design pieces of technology which hopefully people think about they're just stuff and not as technology, but that can live out in the open. There's just way too many pieces of furniture that are purely designed to hide technology. So my goal in life is if we can get rid of those things.
And Ryan, that sort of human touch is pretty evident in most everything that you do. So if we can talk about the Google Assistant again, it was designed to operate and to be used through the power of conversation, which is a fundamental human interface, I guess. And through the course of your work on creating a personality, talk a little bit about how you found, how you sort of steered through the landmines of what kinds of, aside from the transactional things, what kinds of things are people going to want to talk about with their assistant?
Yeah, I mean, I think this may be a bit cliche, but it's like so early days, so I think we're still steering. But for us, a guiding principle for our success is, is a feeling thing. Like, does this feel like a character that you want to spend time with, like I mentioned earlier? As far as like finding things that we wanted to steer clear of, I mean, it was really interesting to look at the different queries that people ask Google Search and that people ask Google Assistant. And at Google, as you might imagine, there's a lot of people that have a background in like information retrieval and like data ranking and things like search ranking, things like that. And it kind of turned things on their head when now people are asking it questions like, what's your favorite flavor of ice cream? Or like, did you fart? And those are like pretty more common than you think. When people first get a piece of technology that's been lovingly crafted, they all of a sudden have a very different relationship to it. A very sizable number of the queries that we get on the Google Assistant are like first date queries, like, do you have any brothers or sisters? It's really sweet.
Ryan, you're the only person that can. What is her favorite flavor of ice cream? I'm sure everybody wants to know.
This is a very illuminating question, Doug. Thank you for asking. So basically, we have a principle, and this speaks to Brenda's question too. Like, we basically set up principles where for example, we have one principle that we want to talk like a human. We want to take advantage of the human voice and the interface, but we don't want to pretend to be one. So if you were to ask a question like, what's your favorite flavor of ice cream? We would do what we would call an artful dodge. And we look to our training in improv theater, where we don't want to deny the user of like, I do not eat ice cream. I do not have a mouth. That's like a really bummer answer. If you're exploring a new technology, that's a shutdown to the conversation. So we would, but at the same time, we don't want to lie and say like, well, salted caramel, obviously, which is like, a position that is disingenuous because it does not eat ice cream. So we would say something like, you can't go wrong with Neapolitan. There's something in it for everyone. And we would take that question, understand that the subtext is like, I'm getting to know what you are and what your capabilities are. And we would yes and we would kind of continue to play the game and use it actually as an opportunity to make a value statement that we're inclusive. And we want everybody to, we want to reflect that ice cream that is good for everyone is good.
How much dialogue goes on when you're within your team when you're trying to, when you're talking about, okay, what if someone asks the Google Assistant, do you fart?
Yeah. Well, that was actually, as soon as that question I knew was going to be answered and it wasn't just going to default to an answer, I knew that we already won. Like the humanist amongst us already won. Because there was a school of thought that you would say, I don't fart, I don't have a body. And that was like, end of story. And that just seems, I guess, true, but kind of not in line with keeping the game going. So we would have a lot of back and forth, and we would then like take that answer and we'd say, well, at least you can say, I don't have a butt, because at least you're being a little more specific.
Let's start there.
Yeah. But in our case, we ended up with something a little more playful and a little more addressing the subtext, which is of the school of like whoever smelt it dealt it, which we said, you can blame me if you want, I don't mind. And we kind of just said, if the user's asking about that, let's just take it a little step further and put them on the spot.
Are you all going to go ask your Google Assistant now?
I think there's like 25 different answers, because that is definitely a key use case for
Okay, keep asking. Just keep asking. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about how all of this humanity plays out in the context of a brand like Google. So, Isabel, the Home Mini you mentioned needed to be both a speaker and a microphone as well as an assistant and behave like an assistant. How do you so if you're starting from those kind of very engineering kind of product requirements, how do you go from there into the idea of personality of a brand? In Ryan's case, his work talks, right? The personality comes through that way. In your work, it comes through sort of the materials and the things. How do you consider the personality of the Google brand in the work that you do?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a huge responsibility, and we're only a few years into making hardware that people actually put down money for. And, the brand is just really incredible. But and so we're trying to figure out, like, what's core to Google, and how do we translate that into physical form? And sometimes it's not about like a direct translation, because most people, don't want to pay money for something quirky, maybe. So taking that kind of principle and that idea and then thinking about what it means for hardware. So in this case, for example, to me, Google stands for a sense of optimism and kind of this optimistic outlook on the future. So if I can do things that remind people of that or that makes people smile, I think that naturally then feels like a Google product. So just one simple example of that is you turn Mini upside down, there's a pop of color on the back. And only you as a person who bought the product know that, but you know it's kind of has that Google on the inside.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go back to Ryan then, because over the years, over the 7 or 8 years or whatever, however many years you've been
12 almost.
12 years, you've had a lot of opportunities to craft those sort of moments of delight and those sort of little user experiences that are like turning over the Mini and finding like a little surprise. So everything from you're responsible for the Pegman, which is the little character that you drop into Google Maps when you go into Street View. And we talked about the personality of the Google Assistant a little bit. And then, of course, the doodles taking over the homepage. So over the 12 years that you've been kind of working in that territory, and as the Google brand has grown and evolved, have you found, how has that growth of the brand impacted the work that you do?
I think the kind of core of what I try to do, I almost like discovered it by accident. Like the Street View Pegman's, maybe it's a story for another day, but I was just glad that I worked in a place that had free strawberries when I got here. That was very exciting to me. And then that they paid me to draw and be creative was just like beyond my wildest dreams. So I'm just like happy to be here. I'm happy to be here. What kind of worked for me, because it was always sort of my MO, was how can I use my position of privilege to bring other people up and to give them a sense of belonging? That stayed consistent. So whether it's like trying to make sure we have inclusive doodles, or creating an opportunity for a little like mannequin that can be dressed up for holidays or whatever for Street View, there's been a through line where maybe in the beginning Google was more of an underdog, and now Google's like a very important part of people's lives. Mm-hmm. I don't think you could really say it's a small organization by any stretch, but there are still human touch points that matter to make people feel like they belong, which is what Google's trying to do for everyone.
I want to make sure we leave time for questions if anybody has them. So if you have questions, we'd start coming to the microphones while we kind of go a little bit into the future. Let's talk about the future. So if we're sitting here a year from now or a few years from now, Doug, what do you expect?
Representation is not just in front of whatever it is, or like throwing the pretty on it that seems to be representing a group or a culture, but actually having the voices creating it. Mm-hmm. Is it how, you look at it like, was it important for me to be the production designer on something like Black Panther? Or the Infinity Wars designer Charles Woods, would he be able to have then done that? Mm-hmm. And so I do believe that the representation behind the camera, I'll say, because that's what I do. I mean, behind the desk, I don't, you guys stand, or I don't, I don't, you know what I'm saying? Or however it goes, is as important as creating an app or creating something, specifically as having the voices there that then has the experience in those communities. Because you really don't know what you don't know, and that's what I learned by going to Africa. Like, I don't know what I don't know, but I knew that I was going to look at it with beauty. I knew I was going to look at it with the lens of absolute modernism and beauty and capability, all the things that I wanted to put into Panther. Like, I wasn't looking for the commercial with the poverty-stricken children. I wasn't looking for the things that we're told the continent is. Mm-hmm. I was looking for the joy and the pride and the dignity of the people that lived there. Mm-hmm. And, that's the choice we make for wherever we are, because I met people who lived in the rural parts of Africa just as much as people lived in the modern cities like Johannesburg, and we were in Durban, we were in Cape Town. So it's you could see someone dressed in their traditional Zulu or traditional Xhosa, and in the city. Just as much as you might see that in the rural areas. So I decided not only to find myself and realize that I think I've been African this entire time, but that I was determined to find all the beautiful things that I, was told weren't there. Because that then really came back to who I am as a person. You know what I mean? It really related back to who I am and how I felt about myself and the confidences I had. So it all kind of like, our fictional world building bleeds back into our realities.
We have 2 minutes left. Could you share a nonfiction story you shared with me that moved me very much, which was about the director Ryan Coogler, who I'm a huge fan of. And I've always, when in Silicon Valley we talk about leadership, you know, CEO, or the product manager is the CEO of the product, and all these CEO-ish things. I think of Ryan Coogler as one of the great CEOs of our time and creatives. And you shared a story about him. Could you talk about
when
that?
I was talking to myself?
Yes.
So you obviously know I'm kind of weird. So I'm going to tell this story. Don't hold it against me. But so we're working on Creed, and we're tech scouting, which is we go to look at all these locations, and you can spend all day. And we had stopped at this coffee shop. And I got my coffee, and everybody was getting their coffee, but I was kind of working out a problem. And when I'm trying to work out a problem or solve a problem, I talk out loud to myself, because that's the best way to do it, for me, apparently. And, you know, my friends and stuff were like, poke fun at me, like, oh, you're crazy, you're talking to yourself. And so, you know, sometimes I do, and I don't even know I'm doing it. So Ryan comes walking over to me, and he was like, are you talking to yourself? And I was like, you know, a little like, oh, you know what I mean? I know you and love you, but yeah. And the first thing he said, he looked at me and he said, that's a sign of a really healthy mind and a really intelligent person. And he kind of turned around and walked away. And I was kind of like ready to get the hit of like, oh, you're crazy, you know, kind of funny joke, but a little bit like of a slight. And that's not at all where his mind came from. It looked for the immediate positive thing about the thing that I was doing that sometimes people think is weird or could make you feel a certain way about yourself that eventually starts beating you down and making, you know, defining who you are because you're hearing negative things about it. That is who Ryan is. He's the person that will constantly lift people up, you know, will constantly, and he's not perfect, I promise. There's days when I'm like, please make a decision. You have like 2 hours. But, you know, and he does all the things that directors do that can, you know, completely bother you, or things that are like amazing. But he's the type of person, like we would be on set for Warrior Falls, which was the big waterfall where they had the big fight. And he gathered us all around in a big circle. You know, some people were in the water, and he really told us why that scene was important. This is before we even started shooting. He really started to say why that scene was important to him, and really talked about having all the fictional tribes of Wakanda in one place and represented by all the references that we use of the tribes, the different tribes in sub-Saharan Africa, and how that was a big part of him really feeling complete. And you know, you were holding hands and he's telling us all this, and we're standing in this circle, and you just feel like you can take on the entire world, you know, at that point. So that's who he is as a director and my friend. And he's a really important voice because his perspective on anything and everything is the most unique perspective you will, I promise you, ever hear from anybody. If you ever get a chance to talk to him, because he will turn a situation and make you see it from a side you were never maybe even meant to see it from, and all of a sudden your world opens up. And so I can always, and he would be standing here going like, oh, please stop, but but he is really that great. So
well, thanks for sharing that story. What a leader, and what a designer. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to I/O Live. I'm Timothy Jordan, and I'm here with Ilyan, who is a principal engineer on Android, and he leads Project Treble. Hi, Ilyan.
Hello, Timothy. How are you?
I'm super. How are you?
Excellent. Thank you.
So that keynote was amazing, and there was a lot of your work up there. In fact, Project Treble. I want to talk about that, but before, could you describe the problem? What are you solving with Project Treble?
What we're solving is what we call Android's version fragmentation problem, which is best explained. If you're an app developer, you have to deal with all of these Android versions that you have to implement against, and this is a massive pain to deal with. So this is the problem that we started addressing out with Project Treble.
And how you solve that with Project Treble is you make it easier for manufacturers to upgrade to the latest version, right?
Correct, yeah. I mean, for developers to have the latest, device manufacturers have to launch their devices on the latest or upgrade existing ones to the latest. But historically, it's been very difficult, which means expensive, to do that, which is why device manufacturers simply didn't do it. This is why we have Android version fragmentation today. The way that we solved it is effectively by lowering their costs. That's what Project Treble is.
All right, so Project Treble was introduced last year. What's new this year?
What's new this year is that we effectively completed the engineering portion of our work, and we embarked on an operational side of it, which the goal of it is to accelerate the deliverables, the intermediate deliverables of Android to the OEMs, to the device manufacturers, so that they can do their work to launch these devices and upgrade these devices much, much earlier than previously. So the end result is that we expect companies like Samsung, for example, to do their work this same year, in the same year when we launch Android.
That's awesome. Now, what OEMs are launching?
We have 7 companies in addition to Google's very own Pixel, of course, who are launching previews, betas this year. And these are Oppo, Vivo, Nokia, Sony, Essential, OnePlus, and Xiaomi.
Awesome.
That's a lot of companies.
And you and I actually have our pockets full of some of these phones.
Yes, we do. We do.
I think it'd be neat to show there's the same version of Android running on each of these different phones.
Yeah, that's what's beautiful about this, is that these are devices by completely different companies, which all run the same version of Android. That was never happening until now.
That's totally awesome.
And, there's one more thing, of course. In addition to these previews, we have a total of 18 devices by 11 manufacturers who will either launch or upgrade their existing devices to the latest of Android this year.
That's really cool.
It is.
So for developers, this again really matters because it simplifies their overall developer experience, which they can get started on by downloading the preview.
That's exactly right.
Ilyan, thank you so much for joining us to explain all of that.
Thank you for having me.
To learn more, head on over to android.com/beta. I'm Timothy Jordan, and this is I/O Live. Hello, and welcome to I/O Live. I'm Timothy Jordan, and I'm standing here with Tim Sneath, a product manager on Flutter. Hi, Tim.
Hi, Timothy. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well, thank you. Let's talk about Flutter.
Yeah.
For those few developers out there that don't know what Flutter is yet, what is it?
Yeah, so Flutter is a toolkit for building native mobile apps for iOS or Android from the same code base. It's open, it's open source, and today at I/O we're announcing a new version of Flutter.
Oh, yeah, so that was my next question. What's new this week? There's a new version, what else?
Yeah, so this week we're announcing Beta 3. Obviously, it's the third beta of our product. We shipped the first beta at Mobile World Congress a couple of months ago, and now we're starting to get to the point where we really feel like it's ready for a lot of production use, and so we're encouraging people to start taking a look at Flutter.
Now, you've worked with developers using Flutter a lot. What would you say they're most excited about when they start using Flutter?
Yeah, so I think there are 3 things primarily that make Flutter a great platform for building apps. Number 1, we have native performance. We compile everything that you write to ARM code. We're powered by the Dart programming language, and that enables this really fast performance. Second thing is we have this unrivaled productivity. With Flutter, you can use this thing called hot reload, so you can write your code, you can continue to work with it, and see exactly the changes that you're making in real time on the device. And then thirdly, Flutter has this high velocity graphics engine that lets your dreams come true, lets designers choose what they want to build and developers put them into production.
Awesome, and there's a lot of people using Flutter today. What are some of your highlights of the apps that are out and live?
Yeah, so again, we've only just got into beta over the last couple of months, both internally at Google and externally. Internally, we power some things like our ads. If you ever create an ad campaign, you're using a Google app built with Flutter. Externally, probably the most famous one that was shipped the back end of last year was Hamilton. You know, the Broadway musical. They shipped a companion app for using Flutter that has had millions of downloads, a really great application. And then this week we're talking about some other new apps. Alibaba, the big Chinese online retailer, they've just shipped an app in Flutter that they're now rolling out to millions of customers. Groupon have an app that they're working on. We have just different kinds of apps from different industries: wine, retail, finance. Loads of different people are coming out with apps. And in fact, we've just seen several hundred apps just since we shipped beta go live on the Play Store.
If you want to get started with Flutter, what's your first step?
Well, there's one simple place you can go, and that's flutter.io. And there you can find sessions, you can find code labs. We're obviously live streaming 6 different sessions here at Google this week. There's a whole bunch of documentation, and of course you can download the Flutter SDK.
And that's all at flutter.io.
Flutter.io.
Thank you, Tim.
Of course, it's a pleasure.
I'm Timothy Jordan, and this is I/O Live.
Hamilton is one of the most talked about and best loved musicals, with shows on Broadway, in London, and around the country. We wanted something to make the show more accessible for our fans, so we wanted to develop an app to meet the needs of fans as we started to expand the brand. We turned to Posse, a New York-based development firm, to help us develop the Hamilton app.
Hamilton's Flutter app launched in the App Store and the Play Store 3 months after we wrote our first line of code. And we accomplished a ton. Fans can enter a daily lottery for a shot at $10 tickets, buy merchandise through an e-commerce experience, take selfie photos with the HamCam, and get daily news and updates.
We knew that this app needed to be rock solid, both in terms of performance and visual fidelity, and really represent the amazing experience that the Hamilton show itself provides. And ultimately, that's why we decided to use Flutter.
Flutter is a mobile UI toolkit that allows developers and designers to craft beautiful native experiences on iOS and Android, and is entirely free and open source.
We have very high expectations of quality for the apps that we build. We expect pixel-perfect results, and we need them to be very high performance. Flutter gave us a lot of opportunities that previously weren't available to us. The fact that it's a single code base drastically improved our ability to deliver a consistent experience across platforms. Its hot reload gives us an ability to build more features in less time.
It allowed me to make changes really fast and iterate through the UI without having to stop and restart the app. Coming from an iOS and Android background, it's something that I've been waiting for a long time. The Flutter developer community is very active. Drop-in packages helped us maximize productivity. It helped us integrate elements like Firebase and Cloud.
At the end of the day, we're just really happy that we found Flutter so that we can build these beautiful native interfaces for both iOS and Android from a single code base.
We were given a really tight timeline, and we turned the app around faster than I ever could have imagined. We were able to make changes right up to the night before we went live, and really feel confident about them. In fact, we pushed an entirely new feature to the App Store the day before we launched.
And since launch, Flutter's efficiency and speed has helped us to build new features, such as the recent trivia game. We're really excited because as the show continues to grow, we're going to be able to keep pace with a ton of new features that's going to make the app even better.
We couldn't be more thrilled with Flutter. It has enabled us to use one code base to deliver a truly high-quality app that Hamilton fans have absolutely fallen in love with.
We're thrilled with what Posse was able to deliver. The entire brand of Hamilton is about delivering on an experience for fans. They're thrilled about the new features that we're rolling out, and we're really excited to see where the app goes next.
Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing? You could do better. Great. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Hi, everyone. I'm Monica. I'm Not Waldorf on Twitter, GitHub, Internet Places. And I work on the Polymer team. And if you've ever heard about Polymer or the Polymer team, we're always excited about the web. We're excited about DOM APIs. So I'm here to tell you that, I don't know if you've heard this, but the web is pretty great. It's portable, it's fast, it's in everybody's pockets all the time. You get to write apps that, you write them in HTML and CSS and JavaScript, and they work on all sorts of weird devices. And these are called PWAs. They're progressive web apps. They are shiny, they work offline, they feel like native apps, even though they're not actually native apps. They just work on the web. And this year is a really exciting year for PWAs because they're on 4 out of 4.5. It's actually 6 out of 6.5 browsers. They work on Chrome and Safari and Firefox and Edge and Opera and Samsung Internet. And they sort of work on IE11 because they degrade gracefully. But not everything works on IE11, so we're not going to hold that against them. They also work in app stores. Microsoft recently announced that along with native Windows apps, you can find PWAs in the store, and then you can install them. And they have, again, this native-y feel to them. They are on desktops. Chrome announced that you can install a PWA just like you do on Android on your native desktop machine. And you can have the little shortcut, and you can double-click the shortcut. And it opens, and it feels like an installed app, even though it's not. It's a web app. It's been a web app all along. Progressive web apps are everywhere. So if you're going to build something soon, you might think, you know what? I should build a PWA. I get to write it once. Works everywhere. But oftentimes when you start building something, especially a new project on the web, it often feels like this. Where that poor soul in the middle is you, and all the Tupperware falling on you is all of the things you have to implement. You have to have a framework to render your elements. They have to be accessible. It has to work offline, and on mobile, and on IE11, and it has to be shiny. And oh my God, there are so many things. And it feels awful, and it kind of feels, not great. And that's because if you think about this graph of effort versus results, you have to do a lot of effort to get to a point where you can even call it an app. And it's kind of soul-crushing because it sucks to work hard and not really accomplish a lot. And where we want you to be on this graph isn't here. It's all the way at the beginning. We want you to do very little effort and get awesome results off the bat. Because then the hard stuff you're working on is your hard stuff. It's not just boring boilerplate you have to implement just to call it an app. And the way you can get this done is by using a kit. You have to reuse, somebody else's components and elements and just, regular kit. Everybody on my team has a saying. Steve says, do less, be lazy. Kevin says, hard things are hard. And I've started saying, always be componentizing. Because that's how things really work. Using components is the only way to do things scalably. And I mean this in the real world. When you buy an IKEA table, you have different components you put together. You have a slab of wood, you have some legs, you have some screws. You don't go into the forest to shave down a tree to assemble that plank of wood. You don't go to the mine some ore to make tables. You pick somebody else's components and you put them together, and that's how you can get a table done in an hour versus a year and a half. And that's optimistic because I don't know if you've been playing things like games where you have to mine ore. It takes forever. In an app, you do this exact same thing. You pick other people's elements. You pick a router. You pick local storage if you want async local storage. You don't rewrite each of these modules and libraries every time you need them in your application. That's banana pants. On the view layer, you have the same thing. You use web components. Web components are encapsulated UI widgets that you can pick and choose, and they have their styles inside, and you get to use them everywhere, and it's super easy. And web components, if you saw the Polymer talk earlier, they're first-class citizens of the web now. Everywhere you can use an input, you can use somebody's web component, and that's really awesome and powerful. These are the web components that you could use. You could use somebody's bar chart and date picker. You can stop reinventing your date picker in every single application. Great news, everyone. And I'm very happy to tell you we have this kit. PW Starter Kit is a thing that the Polymer team has been working on. And you can find it there. And it's basically a template that lets you build PWAs. It has all of these components pre-chosen for you. And then you can mix and match them to make your PWA. We're announcing it today. We shipped version 0.8, actually 0.2 this morning. because we want you to demo it and play with it and give us feedback before we go 1.0 and we can't like take back any of the features. So what would be, how would we use PWA Starter Kit to build a PWA? And in order to not bore you with words for the entire time, I built a game. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Super PWA Adventure, the awesome one-player game to build PWAs. For any lawyers in the audience, this game and characters depicted are fictitious, and its similarity to actual games, living or dead, is purely coincidental and definitely not because I've been playing hundreds and hundreds of hours of Breath of the Wild. So, every good game has a map. We are that little lady with a wrench, because I built the game, I have the wrench. And we're going to build a PWA, which lives in that castle. This is the first game where the princess doesn't live in the castle, your users do. That's where your users belong. So, every good game has levels. Our first level is the tutorial. It's where we figure out how to get by in the game. We get our armor. We figure out what kind of baddies we're going to get. And then you get some building blocks. You figure out what are the basics of the game. It's like the easy puzzles just to get introduced to the game. Then you figure out the slightly harder games and patterns that you need in the game. So things like in Zelda, you need to chop all the grass to get rupees and stuff like that. And then eventually you realize that not all puzzles are the same. So you have to figure out extra combo moves to get through the super hard levels. And finally, the boss level is where we actually have to ship and deploy this app and give it to our users. And if everything's go well and we have killed the final boss, we get fame and money dollars and awesome, and we go on a vacation to the Bahamas. And that's where we want to be. So let's play PWA Adventures. Every good game starts with armor, like your basic set of armor and your shield and your weapons. And our shield and weapon in this game is the PWA Starter Kit. We start with it, and then we figure out how to use it. So, are you ready for the first level? That's right. Do, 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 do. Pew, pew, pew. We have to get started in seconds. Nobody likes tutorials that last forever in the games and you can't skip them and you have to go through them and you're like, oh my god, I already know how to run, just let me run, just let me run. So the goal of PWA Starter Kit is to let you get started in seconds without having to mess around for too long. So if you go to the wiki, the first thing that you see is the things that PWA gives you and then how to get set up. And then once you do that, you can go into the advanced levels. So the way you get set up is you clone the repo, you run npm install to get its dependencies, you run npm start to make it go and to see it locally. If that worked out well, you can run npm test to see how we do testing and to see that it's actually passing all its tests. And then you can run npm run build and npm run serve so that you can minify your build and build it for production and then actually test this production build. So when you actually start your application, this is what it looks like. It's a very small application that has 3 pages. One of them is a static template, and the other 2 are small examples that use a bunch of data and state management so that you can get inspired if your application actually needs them. One of the examples is a full-blown shopping cart where you can buy my favorite cheeses from San Francisco. Cheese is the best. And then, of course, it has a responsive layout because all apps need to work on mobile and on desktop, and a template that wouldn't have that wouldn't make any sense. So that's already built into the application. Cool. Do 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 boop boop boop. We got started. That was it. That was the tutorial. It went super well. And now we're kind of confident that this PWA Starter Kit is actually going to be a good weapon and armor for a game because it didn't take forever. What's next? Next are the building blocks. Do 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 do. Pew pew pew. Fun fact about noises. Jake Archibald tried to use noises from a video game once, and you're not allowed to because you're not licensed to use them, so he had to make, I think, Street Fighter noises by mouth. So mouth sounds get you everywhere. So the thing that we deployed, the thing that we were testing isn't the PWA that we want. No, not everybody is going to have that Lorem Ipsum app. That's not the app you're trying to build. So the next level that we have to beat is figuring out the building blocks of this application so that we can add our views and our elements, not the ones that the template comes with. And this is our first real level. If you think about a view, it looks like this. It has components and elements and all this stuff in it. And all of these components and elements are separated because we're using web components. We believe they're good for our apps. And these components need to be lightweight and fast and expressive. They have to be lightweight because if one element is super heavy, that entire page is super heavy, and it doesn't matter what you're optimizing in your app, all of your JavaScript bandwidth is going to that element. They have to be fast, because if your elements are very fast, you're going to take forever to render, and nobody's going to want to hang out on your page. And they have to be expressive. Whatever you use to build these elements has to let you build any view and any element that you want, because otherwise, it's not going to be really fun to use. So in order to build these elements, we picked a new base class called lit element. And this is a very small new base class that lets you do basically everything. And it's super small and fast, and it takes advantages of all of the new features that have arrived in browsers recently. It lives over there. You can also npm install it from @polymer-lit element. And it's built on top of lit-html. And lit-html is a very small library. It's like 2K or 3K in total, that lets you write HTML templates as JavaScript template literals. So this means that you can just use all of the magic that JavaScript lets you do inside of template literals to express any dynamic content your element might want. And it does so really, really, really fast, because it knows exactly what you need to render, and it only re-updates it when you need to. So it does it this way. First, a lit element reacts to changes. So every element has a set of properties, and these are things that the element cares to render and cares about. And these are just like, a value, a click, something like that. And whenever any of these properties changes, the render function is called. And in this render function is the template that your element looks like. So 2 things might happen when you look at this code. First of all, you're like, render, I've seen that in React. What is going on? And true. So this has the same reactive model that you've seen in React. And you're familiar with it, so you don't have like some sort of like library weird jank when you do this. And the reason why this model is really good is because it's a very simple way to think about what your state is and what your element looks like. You can write everything declaratively. You don't have to like write weird listeners on buttons or anything like that imperatively. You can just do everything declaratively here. So what kind of things can we do in this render function? Well, you can obviously have static content, but you can also have dynamic content. If you have a property called myMessage, you can put it and display it in here. But all of this is just a JavaScript template literal, which means I can write, advanced expressions in here, so I can conditionally render different things. Of course, I can also have buttons that have like inline event listeners, and all of this just works. And the really important thing here is that all of these things only update when they're a little bit update. So if myMessage updates over here, only that div gets re-rendered. Everything else stays the same around it, because that's the whole power of lit-html. It's magical. And when we make it into an element, it looks like this. You import it from a module. We know this. These are ES modules. They're not new. We have a class. It extends the base element. We register it at the bottom. We define it with a tag. And then we do our properties and render and everything else in there. And this is it. This is the whole base of lit element. And it works really nicely. You can also, of course, have encapsulated styles in them. One of the awesome properties of web components is you can encapsulate CSS inside of them. And we do this by letting you export a style from an ES module and then importing it, and then just using the squiggles to import it inside of your element. And this is native Shadow DOM. This isn't CSS and JS or weird things that need transformations. This is what Shadow DOM looks like, and natively and awesomely. So we have our view, but just making static elements in a view isn't how you build an app. You need to glue them together and then put all these sorts of logic that responds to route changes and stuff like that. And when my team was building apps, because that's what my team does, we build apps, we noticed that all of us were writing sort of the same boilerplate code over and over and over again to glue these views together. And that was also kind of soul-crushing, because anytime 3 people have to write the same thing and they're like, oh my god, I'm doing this again, that's not a good place to be in. So we created a helper for that, and it's called PW Helpers. And it's a whole bunch of like tiny little snippets and helpers that you can add to your app. They have no dependencies. They're just small snippets of JavaScript, and you can add them anywhere. They're kind of like croutons, delicious things you can sprinkle in your soup and salad to make it better. They live on GitHub, also on NPM. You can NPM install them, PW Helpers. And we're going to use them to glue these views together. So what kind of things are in PW Helpers? There's a very simple router that you can install in one line. You install it, and it gives you a callback anytime the location changes with a new location. And that's all the things you have to do. There's a network listener that basically gives you a callback, again, when you go from online to offline, so that you can conditionally render your offline UI only when you need it. And there's a whole bunch of one-liners like this that you only install with one line. There's something that lets you observe media queries in JavaScript, updates your Twitter cards and Open Graph metadata, lets you connect to Redux, and I'll talk about that one in a second. They're just little tiny helpers, just there to make your apps better. Do, 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 boo, boo, boo. We've assembled our app. This is awesome. So now we understand how PWA StarterKit works. We have these views, we have these elements. They're glued together with lit element and PWA helpers. And now we're ready to add our own views. So we're off to the races. Now, the next level is figuring out patterns. Do, 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 pew, pew, pew. And this is the time where things get a little bit hard. We have to level up. Because in every game, there's a point where you have to learn a specific pattern. In Mario, you figure out that you have to take those shells and throw them at everybody, and that's how you win. In Zelda, you figure out, again, with the rupees, but also you figure out that anytime you see a crate, you have to bomb it, because there's definitely something in there. Also, a wall that has cracks, always bomb it. And in Super PWA Adventures, we learn about patterns that we can use. Because patterns save you time. Games would suck horribly if every single level was completely different than any other level, and you had to relearn the entire world every single episode. That's not how we play games. And clear patterns help our new team members figure out an application quickly, because they've seen those kind of codes and patterns before. The base view class that we have, lit element, is present in every single web component that's used in PWA StarterKit, which means you can look at everyone and be like, oh, I know this. I've seen it before. It looks like all the other ones. And using a pattern is scalable, because as your application grows, the goal of patterns is to make sure that your code isn't a mess, your structure is there, everything's well documented. There's even patterns that ensure that your application is super performant and everything stays awesome, even though you have now 530 pages, and everybody's just adding new views because they can. And there's two patterns I want to talk about. The first deals with application state, and the second one deals with performance. So for application state, we looked around the community for the best way to do this, and we're like, should we reinvent the wheel? Obviously not. And the best solution that we found is Redux. And we're super happy about this, because Redux has an awesome developer community, which means that every time you have a problem, there's probably a solution for it there, and we don't have to find it. And the whole point of a kit is that it's flexible and lets you plug in all of your solutions. So if you don't like Redux, you can just take it out and plug in your own application state solution in it. But just in case you want ours, and you don't know what Redux is a small state container. It basically is a glorified key value pair, and that's how it stores your data. And it's very tiny. It's 2K, so it doesn't really add anything to the size of your application. In particular, Redux is view agnostic, which means it works the same in any application that you use. You can use it in a React app, in a Vue app. It doesn't matter what your elements and your view layer are done in. Redux works the same way behind the scenes. And this makes it really widely used, because it's really reassuring that all of us building applications and all of the frameworks out there have the same problems all the time. So the solutions for them are often really clear and well documented. And in particular, Redux lets you time travel. And if you don't want to pick whatever tool lets you time travel on principle, then I don't think we can ever be friends. And by time travel, I mean this debugging technique, where you can have your application, and you can install a developer tool. This is the one we use. It's documented on the wiki. And basically, as you're navigating and interacting with your app, it records all of the actions and all of the states at the different points in the world that you're taking, which means you can also rewind time. If you find a problem in your app, you can rewind time to right before it happened and check what the state was and what happened to it. And this is really awesome, because it means that whenever you have bugs, you don't have to restart the dev server, do all the clicks. Oh, no, I've done the wrong click. Hold on. Restart the dev server, do all the clicks, hope you do them correctly, and so on. Time travel is amazing for debugging. The premise of Redux is actually very simple. You have your UI, and any data that needs to flow through that UI lives in a store. And that store is the guardian of that state, and nobody else can touch it. This means that if the UI needs bits of that state, it can ask for them. But what it gets is an immutable object. If you touch it, it doesn't matter. That's not the data that actually lives in the store. You just get the immutable version of it. And of course, if the UI needs to update it, it can send an action to the store and be like, hey, buddy, I need to change this clicker count value to add 1 to it. And the store goes, sweet, I've done it. But if you just had this, you would have a lot of code in the store. And what do I say? ABC, always be componentizing. So Redux has this idea of reducers, which are smaller functions that update the data for you and then put it in the store. And these functions look like this. They all deal with a small chunk of the data, and they take the previous value, do something to it, and return the next value. This is a counter that updates a value, whether it gets an increment or a decrement action. That's all it does. You can have many different reducers across your application, depending on what kind of data you have. So those are reducers. And then the UI needs to talk to the reducer somehow, so it dispatches actions to it. And this is what I pretend it looks like. This is not what Redux says it looks like. But if you think about your UI and your reducers, the actions that you take on the view layer aren't necessarily the same actions that happen in the store. So if you think about, I don't know, logging out of an application, you're going to press a button that says log out. So the UI only knows one action, which is log out. But what happens behind the scenes is actually complicated. You got to set some cookies, talk to some servers, change the UI, do all these things. So the dispatch function is there to convert your UI actions into what I call data actions. I don't know. I call them. Now, the top part at the top is Redux Classic. There's nothing that we've invented here. This is like Redux straight out of the box. You can go to the Redux site and read everything about it. The bottom part is the one that's interesting to us, because how you connect Redux to web components is kind of interesting, and not a lot of people have been doing it. So let's talk about that one. You have your element that we've had before. We've seen this. This is a lit element. And we connect it with a mixin. So this is another one of those little helpers that we added in PWA helpers. And it basically, when the element attaches, it subscribes to the store. When the element detaches, it unsubscribes from the store. And every time the store changes, you get this callback called state change. You could, again, write all of this by hand, but why write it yourself when you don't have to? You can just use a helper. And what happens in that state change is that you update your properties. And again, this is a pattern we've seen before. This is the glorious benefit of patterns. Our element has a property. So every time the state change, we take that value and we put it in our property. And of course, every time we update a property, render gets called. So we're going to re-render the value of this property. This is pretty cool. It works pretty well. But of course, I need to update the value in the store somehow, because that's the whole point of something that I click. So we do that with actions. Again, whenever you click a button, it dispatches an action, and then it goes into the store, and the store updates it, and then I get state changed again, and the value comes in. And this is where lit HTML and lit element are really powerful again. When the value updates, only that little div is going to update. So we're not worried that if we get too many updates to the store, or we update this value too often, it's going to be too slow, because everything else doesn't need to be affected by this re-rendering. That's Redux. It's pretty great, and it scales up really well to really big applications, and a lot of people are using it in their applications. So the next one is performance. And for performance, we use a pattern called purple. And purple stands for pushing your critical resources for the initial route, rendering that route, pre-caching the remaining routes, lazy loading everything, and then creating it on demand if needed. Purple. It looks like this in practice. The happy thing is your browser, and you're requesting a view from a server. And the server looks like a stack of pancakes, because if anybody has a better icon for a server, I will take it. Pancakes are delicious, but I don't think that's what a server looks like. So the stack of pancakes is going to give you back, it should say view 1. So it's going to give you back the view, but also going to figure out that you need other resources. See, you didn't update the slide in time. So it's going to push to you other resources that it knows it might need. And it does this based on the HTTP2 push manifest. So it's going to look and be like, oh, you need this view, but I also know that you're going to ask for these other 2 JavaScript files. And it's going to give them to you, so that you don't have to do a round trip to the pancake stack when you need them. So now the browser is super happy. It's going to render that view, and at the same time, install a service worker. And the service worker is going to cache all of the views that you might need later, just in case you do. So that when you do actually request one of these views, they're already locally in the service worker. You don't have to go back to the stack of pancakes, which is always really slow and takes forever, because you need to get the Nutella and the maple syrup and all that stuff. So it gets to render them. And then in your code, you get to lazy load that code, because you've never loaded this view before. Don't do things unless your user asks for them. Always lazy load everything. Always lazy load it from a cache. That's even better. In your code, that looks like a dynamic import. Dynamic imports is how we dynamically, import VS modules. So this is the action creator for a view, and for a view, it's what the router calls back. And then it's going to be like, oh, you need this new piece of code. Here, I'm going to dynamically import it. And because ES modules are loaded magically, if you've ever imported this file before, it's just going to get it from your local module cache. That's awesome. But that view might also have reducers in it, because it might touch a piece of data that you haven't seen before. So we've added a way to also load these reducers lazily. And this isn't Redux standard. This comes from one of the helpers that we added to PW helpers. So you can add magic to your Redux store so that you can always lazily add reducers. And thus, the purple pattern is complete. So that's how we deal with application state and performance. And the best part about both of these patterns is that if they work for 2 views, they work for all of your 530 views, because you just reapply the same pattern over and over again. And all of your views are lazy loaded, so it doesn't really matter how many you have. These are only 2 of the patterns that we have in PW Starter Kit. There's more of them. And you can also add more patterns and plug and play them as your application needs them and scales up. We save time by using patterns. I don't know what my winning sound is. I was thinking about it, but I don't think I'm allowed to play the Zelda one. So we save time by using patterns. We now figure out that every time we have a problem, we have a solution for most of them. So that's awesome. Whew, we're so close to getting to the castle. Pew, pew, pew. The next part is learning the combo moves. In most games, you have mini bosses. You have puzzles that are like just a little bit harder. In the old Zelda games, you had like the water temple that was just like all of the things that you've seen before combined together and harder and with new things. And the same thing happens when you build an app. So the things that we know from PW Starter Kit that we can solve already are that we have a base class, lit element. We have a responsive UI, because our template comes with these like app elements that build a responsive UI for you. We have the PW helpers that glue all of the things together and make our application easier to use. We have Redux and Purple, which are great patterns that we can use whenever we have problems. But we're going to figure out eventually that not all apps are the same. At some point, you're going to have a problem that the PW Starter Kit template is not going to solve. I promise you this one. So it's important for a kit to give you the flexibility to deviate from these decisions, because even though we're comfortable with our decisions, you might not necessarily agree with them. So we have other templates that you can start with. Templates like the Redux one is the one you've seen. But there's also a template that looks identical and has the same amount of classes and everything, but doesn't use Redux. It just uses unidirectional data flow, because maybe that's the thing you've learned and you're comfortable with. We also have a template that looks slightly different. Rather than converting the links from a line to a responsive UI, we have a persistent drawer that stays there on the screen when your screen is wide. We also have a template that has no fancy UI whatsoever, because it's very likely you already have a design system or an idea for what your UI looks like, and it's probably not pink underlines, because that's my idea of a UI. So you can start from that one. And all of these different templates are documented in the wiki, and they're in great detail, and you can figure out which ones you want, and you can pick and choose from them. There's also an advanced page where you can have more advanced topics. So rather than putting code into the wiki, we have just like putting code into the template. We have code into the wiki that you can pick and choose. Things like, what do I do about SEO? And how do I theme my application? And stuff like that. But that's still not enough, because there's fairly advanced use cases that you might want. So our team has been building applications with PW Starter Kit, and we built 3 new ones. And the reason why we built these applications is that we could have added all of these features to PW Starter Kit, but it would have been horrifyingly full of features. I've recently started playing Skyrim, and in Skyrim you have a weight. You can't just hoard all of the kettles that you see in everybody's houses. At some point, it's going to be too heavy, and our hero can't move. And the same thing is with code. You just can't put every single thing that you think of in one application and hope it's going to be readable to everybody else. Shop is an application you may have seen before. It's your standard e-commerce site where you can buy things, add them to a cart, check out from that cart, give me your credit card. I'm going to do some crypto mining. It's going to be really cool. But we have 3 more new apps, and Frankie and Keanu and me, and this is the PW Starter Kit team, have been building them. We have an app that lets you read Hacker News. It's just a Hacker News clone. We have an app that lets you search the Google Books API, and we have an app that tries to teach you Japanese using flashcards or any language that you want. And the way we think of these apps are just like shelves of armor that you can pick and choose features from. If you've played Zelda Breath of the Wild, you have like layers and layers of armor, and you pick the ones that you want. When you have to swim up the waterfalls, you pick the ones that you got from the Waterland, but you don't use them for running around because they're not really badass. They're just good for swimming. And this is exactly what the apps are. You pick the one feature that you want, and you add it to your application. The Flashcards app teaches you about theming. It looks completely different than all the other apps. It has speech synthesis because it reads out the questions to you. And it uses local storage to save your local state. And that's because it's a game. You have to you have to start from where you left off every time you refresh it. The Books app teaches you about authentication using the Google Sign-In API. It also uses speech recognition because you can just read the words out loud into the Books app. It also has fancy loading UI, and these are the cards that you may have seen on Twitter or on Facebook, where we like pretend the content is there so that it gives you like an indicator of what the layout might look like. The HackerDunes app teaches you about fetching data from a third-party API, getting a giant piece of JSON and sort of rendering it to the screen without waiting for 17 hours. It has favorites so that you can save things and read them later, and it uses IndexedDB to save them. So if any of the features if these are any of the features that you need, you can look at these apps, and they're going to feel right at home because they all use PWA Starter Kit. And if you're familiar with PWA Starter Kit, they have the same structure, and they have the same naming scheme, and the same patterns across all of the apps. And they're all documented here, and there's links to all of the repos and all of their demos. They're all open sourced on the wiki. And you can use them whenever you need to. Pew, pew, pew. We got a power up. We're now leveled up. Look how many stars we have. We're in a Zelda game. We're doing super well. We're full of hearts. The only thing that's left is the final level. Pew, pew, pew. We have to actually give our app to people. It's really great that you've built an awesome app that runs locally, but it's our final level. We got to give it to users. And we started with a template. That was our first level. We customized it. We understood how it worked. We used advanced things like Redux and Purple, and we added machine learning because everybody adds machine learning to all of their things now. But we got to, ship it. And that is our final level. We got to defeat the final boss. And that is deploying, putting it on a server, and giving that link to people. And in order for you to do this, you need confidence. And you need confidence the first time you deploy it, but you also need confidence every time you redeploy it over and over again. Because if my app works today and I do an update and it doesn't work again, I promise you, your users are going to be pretty horrified. And testing is the only thing that can give you the confidence that every one of your redeploys is going to be successful. And testing is kind of like the shield to protect you from the monsters in your game, and the monsters are the rage of your users when you broke their calendars. And for this, we use testing. And testing is another pattern. We have a structure. We've provided some starting ways to test. So you know exactly where to put your test. You don't have to think about it yourself. You don't have to invent a setup yourself. So we have unit tests and integration tests, and they both serve very different purposes. Unit tests make sure that functional elements in your application stay correct between commits. A button is clickable and brings out this dialog all the time on all of the browsers. Integration tests, on the other hand, sort of make sure that from the beginning to the end, your application looks the same as it used to be. You don't necessarily click all the buttons. It just is a double sanity check that everything sort of looks OK. For unit testing, we use Mocha and WCT, and we run it on all sorts of browsers, and you can run it locally, and you can run it on Travis. But in particular, what's kind of awesome is that we've added accessibility testing to unit testing. And when you do this via AxeCore. AxeCore is an awesome library written by the DQ Labs team. So we have a wrapper that basically is one function where you pass it a DOM element, and that wrapper is going to spit out all of the violations, the accessibility violations that element has. And this element can be like a button, or it can be an entire view that you're testing all at once. In this case, I have a button that doesn't have a title, and I get all of its violations. And this is really awesome, because accessibility is a feature you don't really want to break. For integration testing, we use Puppeteer, which is a headless Chrome browser. And Eric Beitelman is going to be talking later about this on stage 2. But Puppeteer basically lets you spin up a headless version of Chrome and look at a site and take screenshots of the site, which means we use it for screenshot testing. We look at what all of the pages look like, and we compare them to what we think the pages should look like correctly. And if they do, you're A-OK. And because these are tests, of course, they run on Travis, which is a hosted continuous integration server. You can use CircleCI or whatever you want for that, but you can just add your tests to continuous integration so that you're always confident that none of your commits broke your application. So now that this part was easy and we're confident and we're like all armored up to fight the boss, we have to actually do the fighting. We have to actually deploy it. Well, PWA Starter Kit took care of this too. We have npm run build, which builds and minifies and makes the bundles for your application. And then you have npm run serve, which lets you test those bundles locally so that you're confident before you copy paste them to your server. And npm run build, even though it looks really simple, it does a lot of things behind the scenes. It minifies, it generates the bundles, it builds a service worker so that you can pre-cache all of those routes that I promised you about. And then there's two kinds of builds you can generate. You can build static builds so that you can upload them to things like Firebase Hosting or Netlify. Or you can build dynamic builds with Purple Server. And Purple Server is this awesome thing. It's a production-optimized server. It's a little tiny node server that you can install on your hosting if you have access to it. And it does this awesome thing where it serves the optimal bundles to the browsers that request them. So that means that you can have multiple bundles. This is the bundle for IE11. This is the bundle for like browsers that have dynamic imports. This is the bundle for things like Firefox that still need web components polyfills and stuff like that. And Purple Server will look at the browser that the request is coming from and be like, oh, I see. These are the things you need. Here's the bundle that works for you. And the reason why this is really awesome is that it means that you don't have to deploy an ES5 build, for example, and serve it to Chrome, which already knows how to use ES6 and fat arrows and all that stuff. You can just give the correct bundle to every browser as they need it. And this is really awesome and powerful and improves your performance. And once you do this, once you run npm run build and then you test your build, you'll notice that you have amazing Lighthouse scores because all of the heavy lifting and all of the heavy performance work was already taken care of by the PWA Starter Kit patterns. There was, really good armor, so the deploying monster didn't really attack you. And you can improve that 97 to 100 by just adding more lazy loading. But again, if you put it into a template, then it's going to be a little too heavy for everyday use. And that's awesome. We've beat our final boss. We've deployed our app. This was our whole goal, to start with a kit. And in 28 minutes and 12 seconds, we managed to deploy an entire app from start to finish, 38 minutes. That's it. We have finished our thing. We can go to the final castle where we're showered with money and cake and candy and sugar. This has been my game. I hope you liked it. I hope you try PWA Starter Kit. And most importantly, you tell us when you build something with it, because we'd love to hear about it. Tweet at us at .waldorf is me, at Polymer is my team. And thank you so much for watching this.
Hey there, I/O Live. I am Todd Kerpelman, and I am here inside the very crowded and popular Flutter Firebase Dome, talking to Michael Thompson, product manager of Flutter. Hi, Michael.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. So there's a lot going on here inside the dome, as well as some stuff going on outside. Tell me, what are we looking at here? What's going on behind us?
So this is our showcase wall that illustrates the wide selection of different types of apps you can build with Flutter. So Flutter, of course, is Google's multi-platform SDK for building mobile apps for both iOS and Androids. So what we're seeing here are some apps that look very traditional iOS look and feel. We're seeing an app from Google over here from our Atlas team that has a much more traditional material look and feel. And we're seeing a number of apps that have a much more custom look and feel, where they've tried to create this more brand-specific extension, and where the layout of the app really is an extension of that brand.
And so what else can an attendee find if they're exploring the Flutter Dome?
Yeah, so what we're seeing here is the end result. And the thing that's really interesting is that's just one of our key components of our offering. The other thing is we have a great developer experience. So when you try and create UI, whether it's more traditional or more custom, we found that there's a lot of iteration going on. You may have one notion of what your screen should look like, but it's really helpful to take that and tweak it, and step by step to build up your UI. So for that, we built something called Hot Reloads, which is the ability to update the current screen you're looking at, and in just a few hundred milliseconds, push a small change to that running application, preserving the whole state without having to re-navigate back in. And that's actually an example of all the great engineering we do in this project. So when you use Hot Reload, you're running against a virtual machine, which is how we can do those quick reloads. But when you're running these apps in production, very importantly, we compile these to native ARM machine code. So you get the combination of fast iteration speed at development time with fast execution speed in production goals.
The thing about Hot Reload that I think maybe not everyone gets at first is this is actually running on a real device. Like the game, you're editing real code.
Yeah, so this is, we do a lot of really cool engineering in this project, I think. So when you run during development time with your Flutter app, you run on a virtual machine, so we can push these tiny updates to the running app and see that effect right away. But when you're running all these apps behind us in release mode, we actually compile straight to native machine code. So we get the combination of this fantastic performance with 60 frames a second in production apps and amazing stateful hot reload, where we can update the UI in just a few hundred milliseconds.
Wow, I have to say that is great. As a developer, like, I know sometimes it takes 30, 45 seconds to compile a new version, and those are like the longest 30, 45 seconds in the world.
So one of the sort of expressions we use for this is you can paint your app to life.
Hello, everyone. My name is Stephen Fluin, and I lead developer relations for the Angular team. I'm really excited to be back here at Google I/O. For me, Google I/O represents a huge amount of innovation and inspiration. And that's why I'm really excited to talk about some of the new things in Angular. We're going to cover this in 3 sections. First, we'll talk a little bit about the momentum that we've been building over the last year. We'll talk a little bit about what it's like to be an Angular developer today. And we'll cover some of the things that we released in the last week with our 6.0 release. And then we'll give you a sneak peek into some of the future things that we're working on to make Angular even better. So let's get started talking about momentum. And whenever I talk about Angular and our place in the ecosystem, I always start with our values. And so the Angular team talks about 3 values in particular. We talk about apps that users love to use. Because at the end of the day, that's why we're building software. We're trying to build great user experiences for every person that comes to one of our applications trying to do something. But we also care about developers and making sure that we have apps that developers love to build. Developer experience is so critical when it comes to productivity and when it comes to maximizing the outcomes that developers are able to deliver. Lastly, but not least, we talk about a community where everyone feels welcome. This is really critical to the Angular team because over the last few years, we've only been successful because we have a huge community and a huge ecosystem that has been building around Angular, not just the efforts that we're creating. And so let's reflect a little bit on the growth of that community over the last few months. If you look back at the end of last year, you can see some really interesting numbers. And now, most Angular applications, based on conversations, we estimate that around 90% of Angular applications are actually built behind the firewall, so with no public presence and no visibility to us. And so the best stand-in for the growth of Angular that we can find is docs traffic. So this is the 30-day traffic to our documentation website, Angular.io. And what we've seen is that we saw huge growth at the end of last year, growing from around 875,000 30-day active users to over 1 million. We're also very excited that starting this year, we just recently hit 1.25 million 30-day actives on our docs site. And so this is a huge amount of growth, and we're very, very thankful for all of the new developers that are picking up Angular and getting started with it. There's a lot of really great applications built with Angular, and I want to reflect on just a few of them. Grubhub.com is an awesome app that is really about driving great user experiences. They use Angular today, and they're looking at a future where they can take advantage of things like server-side rendering and progressive web applications. One of the biggest areas of Angular applications that we've seen is actually in banking. And so if you look at the Allianz Fund universe, for example, there are tons and tons of banking and financial applications built in Angular. Angular is actually a really great choice for experiences like this because they care about things like rich user interfaces, where they need to present a lot of information to users and then collect a lot of information back and drive decisions by users. And so having a good, rich, maintainable user experience is critical. We also talk about Forbes as one of the great examples of an Angular application. So whenever you visit the article page of the Forbes.com site, you're actually visiting an Angular application. And so not only do they do this on the client side of the application, but they also do server-side rendering. And one of the reasons we love to highlight Forbes is because they actually participated and collaborated with us to build out Angular Universal, which is our solution for server-side rendering of Angular applications. We also can't forget about Google. There's over 600 different applications and projects within Google that use Angular. Among them, applications like Google Shopping Express, Google Cloud Platform, Firebase, and many more. And one of the important reasons that we talk about Google using Angular is because it's actually part of our validation strategy. So while Angular is developed completely open source, every line of code that anyone writes goes through GitHub. It goes through the same PR process. It gets merged into Angular. We also do a level of validation. So every commit before it gets merged into master is actually validated against all 600+ applications within Google to ensure that it's going to continue working. And actually, on the Angular team, we have a really interesting challenge. Because every time we want to make a change to Angular, we're actually responsible if we break any of those applications. And so we're very cognizant of when we need to make a change to Angular, the impact that that has on other developers, and the work that it's going to cause for those developers to stay up to date with Angular. We're also very thankful to the huge amount of meetups and groups out there that are sharing passion and sharing knowledge about Angular. So there's over 700 groups, according to Medium.com, although there's lots of great ways to organize groups. And so one of the ways that you can get connected to these groups is to visit angular.meetup.com. Basically, no matter where you are in the world, you can probably take advantage of an Angular community really nearby. We also look to a lot of different conferences to host the Angular team. So there's a bunch of Angular conferences around the world. And one of the things that not a lot of people know is that those conferences aren't actually put on by our team. They're put on by awesome community members who we are fortunate enough to have them invite us to come to participate. One of the conferences we really liked over the last year was a conference called NG Atlanta. This was a first-time conference. And one of the things that they focused on as part of their speaker lineup was including underrepresented groups and speakers. And so their focus on making sure that they had the top-notch talent that also reflected the diversity of the communities that they serve was really amazing. And we'd love for this to be a model that other communities and other organizations adopt. There's another organization that I want to mention. It's called NG Girls. You can visit their website on nggirls.org. And so this is an organization that is dedicated to training developers and making it easier to get entrance into this amazing technology industry using technologies like Angular. So they're actually having a meetup this Friday. Unfortunately, it's full. But if you're interested in having one of these or co-organizing one of these events kind of anywhere in the world, if you're interested in getting involved, definitely go to nggirls.org and try and get involved. This is a really great cause, and we love to support it. We also talk about how the Angular team has really deep partnerships with a lot of different communities across the ecosystem. On one end of the world, we've got things like Webpack, where as part of the Webpack 4.0 release, we were working closely with that team to make sure that we were getting the sorts of capabilities we need, but then also making sure that Angular was able to take advantage of the latest Webpack so that we could move the web forward together. We also have dependencies on projects like RxJS. And so while there are contributors that are on the Angular team to RxJS, we really want that to stay as an independent project and then support it and collaborate with it to make sure that we're helping to push the web forward. Has anyone seen StackBlitz? StackBlitz is one of the coolest pieces of technology that's coming out right now. If you haven't seen it, StackBlitz is a web-based IDE that handles everything from NPM downloads to spinning up an environment where you can really just get started coding almost instantly. One of the greatest features that I love about StackBlitz is that you can point it at an existing GitHub repository that has an Angular CLI project in it, and it's going to automatically download that into the browser on the client. It's going to install the necessary dependencies and get that application up and running very quickly. We're also working very closely with teams like NativeScript. NativeScript is a way to build applications using JavaScript and TypeScript, using the V8 engine under the hood, but then rendering out to native UI widgets on iOS and Android. And so we're really working closely with the NativeScript team because we want to create better end-to-end experiences for developers. We see a future where, for example, the NativeScript tooling can be embedded directly into our CLI to make a single experience that allows developers to take their applications further. So we talked a little bit about the momentum of Angular. And now I want to talk a little bit about some of the reasons why developers really like the things that we're doing. And one of the things that we hear most is that they really like our opinionated, integrated set of tools. And so I'm going to go through a few of these tools that developers really like using. The first one that most people are going to touch is the Angular CLI. It's really built to automate and accelerate the workflow, taking care of common tasks and making the things that you want to do, allowing you to do them faster. There are commands like ng-new to get you up and running with an existing application much faster, including things like tests, ensuring that your application, as you continue to scale it out, is usable and maintainable. We have commands like ng-generate, which take your application, and we can add things to it incrementally, so adding things like a component. We have ng-serve, where we're going to give you a live dev server built on top of Webpack that allows you to see all of your changes instantly as soon as you hit file save. And we have ng-build, which takes all of our knowledge of the ecosystem and all of our knowledge of the industry, takes your application, and builds it in a way that is very redistributable and very usable. One of the things under the hood in the CLI that we're seeing a huge amount of adoption of is called schematics. And schematics are what we use under the hood to make the changes to your project when you use something like ng-new or ng-generate. And under the hood, it's really, really powerful because it can run any code that you want, basically. So when I run ng-generate component my component, we're using schematics under the hood to do that. But not only are we just creating blueprints and creating new files in your structure in your application, we're also updating some of the files in your application. So when I generate a new component, I'm going to get all the files, the CSS, the HTML, the TypeScript for that component. But I'm also going to be getting my module updated so that there's correct references to that application. And we don't do this with anything like regular expressions. We're actually doing AST parsing. So we're looking at the syntax tree of your application and making safe changes to it. And we do the same thing with ng-new, where we take an empty application and we give you back a blueprinted out working application. And there's other examples of schematics, too. For example, using a schematic, you could create an ng-generate command where you query your backend server, figure out the shape of an API, and then create a local service. And this is something that we're seeing the community starting to adopt. And so we really think of schematics as an open platform that other people can use. And we're taking this much further in v6, and I'll talk about that in a second. Angular also helps developers with a lot of the common tasks that they have. So we have a router, so solving the common problem of taking state that exists in a URL from the URL bar of your application, understanding what route the user wants, what their intent is, and then mapping that into local application state, showing the right components, showing the right views. We also have an HTTP client that is able to give you back JSON, typed JSON even, if that's what you're asking for. But also, our HTTP client is really focused on testability, so it is easy to mock out. It's easy to include in this integrated environment. Forms are a really important part of building applications, because every time we build an application, it's really a conversation with the user. We want to be collecting information from the user, but at the same time as us collecting information, we want to be giving them feedback about the validity state of an application and what they need to be doing next, and Angular Forms helps with that. Animations are also a key part of building great applications. So a lot of people think about the stylistic and the brand side of things when they talk about animations. But I'd like to challenge that. When I think about animations, I really think about building better user experiences by giving the user subtle hints. If you animate the route transitions within your application as the user is navigating across a hierarchy, you're going to give them a more intuitive understanding of what's going on in your application and how the application is reacting to every change that they make. And this is very helpful and really drives better user experiences. We also care about internationalization. A lot of applications are building for a global world now. And so we have the i18n attribute that you can add to your application and the i18n placeholder that then we are able to extract via our tooling and give you an industry standard file format like xlif that then you can either translate or pass to a translation house. And then we can build that back into your Angular application at build time so that you have no performance hit to do internationalization. We also want to help you write better code. And for a lot of developers, this means writing really good tests. And so we focused a lot on tools like Protractor and Karma and making sure that it's easy to do both end-to-end testing with Angular applications across a number of different browsers, but also being able to do unit testing so that I can ensure the component or the pipe or whatever I'm doing on a more individual basis is going to continue working and matching the logic I expect as my application continues to grow to hundreds or thousands of components and hundreds of developers. Another piece of helping developers write better code is our language service. The language service is the thing that helps the IDE actually understand what's going on in your application. And the most noticeable part of this is in your templates. If you're editing an Angular HTML template, we can actually pull in the variables and the properties from your component. So if you make a typo or if you make a mistake, we can actually give you those very nice red squiggly lines that tell you to go fix that mistake. One of the additional tools we have is Angular Universal. This was the tool that I mentioned that we collaborated with Forbes on for server-side rendering. And server-side rendering is really important if you're delivering some of your content to machines, which a lot of us do. That could be a web crawler for search engines, or that could be a social crawler for something like a social share, where I want to have a share button on my application. Because a lot of those crawlers, a lot of those machines are not capable of running client-side JavaScript. And so pre-rendering with something like Angular Universal not only gives you that machine readability, but it can also give you benefits in terms of the perceived load performance of your application, where users think the application, and it looks and it feels more interactive, faster than it is while the application is bootstrapping in the background. And this can really help things like conversions. The last tool I want to talk about is Angular Material and the Component Dev Kit. So you've heard a lot at Google I/O this year about material design. And so the Angular Material project is really designed to take material design aesthetic and the design system and manifest that as a set of Angular components that are easy to use. And while we were building out material design, we started seeing the same sorts of patterns, the same sorts of problems happen over and over, where you had to solve things like bidirectional input, or accessibility, or creating overlays. And so what we've done is, as we've built out Angular Material and as we've talked to other component library authors, we've baked all of those capabilities into our component dev kit so that you can apply them one by one. So if anyone is building a component library out there, which basically every company we're talking to does, we definitely recommend the CDK because it will help you go faster and it will help you deliver better experiences to a wider variety of audiences. And so if you look across this huge set of tools, you're going to see a couple things. You're going to see that we're definitely opinionated because we want all of these things to work together. We want to be a really good default. But at the same time, we're not taking away your freedom. For any of these tools, if you want to do it a different way, you want to go use another third-party library, you absolutely can do that. So in the last week, we actually launched 6.0 of Angular, which we're very excited about. One of the things that we're really trying to do is to make updates really easy. Someday, we actually want this version number to disappear so that we just talk about new features, and then everyone automatically gets them. And one of the ways that we see that vision coming true is by making the update process easier. And so as part of this latest version, what we've done is we've actually focused a little bit less on the framework side of things and more on the tooling side of things, focusing on the end-to-end developer experience. And so we really want to give developers a balance between stability, where you can continue writing Angular applications day after day, but we want to bring to you all of the innovation that comes from this vibrant and exciting JavaScript ecosystem. And so the command that really helps with this is called ng-update. And so you run it with ng-update, and then you give it a package name. And so what this will do is this will apply schematics under the hood to not only do the npm install, but it will also keep your project up to date. And so we're already using this in RxJS. We already use this in Angular Material, and more. And so let's talk a little bit about how this works. And so if I run a command like ng-update @angular/core, where @angular/core is one of the Angular packages in my project, we're actually going to do a few things. So if you look in the package JSON of Angular Core, you're going to see this thing called a package group. And this is a concept that we developed and built into our tooling so that when you update one of the packages within Angular, you're actually going to get all of the associated packages that should be locked in place. They're all going to be updated together. So this is something that we would love the package managers to do, and we use the package managers under the hood to manage these things. But the state of peer dependencies isn't exactly where we want it to be yet. And so we've taken care of this problem for developers. So when you run ng-update @angular/core, we're going to give you all of the latest framework packages, as well as all of the dependencies that are required by that. So when you install the 6.0 update using this command, you're not only going to get that, you're going to get the latest version of Zones, you're going to get the latest or the correct version of TypeScript, as well as RxJS. The other thing that's going to happen is for each of the packages that we update, we're going to look in those packages and see if there are any schematics we can run that will automatically update your application and migrate it to the latest version. So we saw this with RxJS, where if you used ng-update to install the latest version of RxJS, we wouldn't just update RxJS in your package JSON. We'll also install RxJS compat as a dependency so that we could ensure that it was a smooth update process to using the latest version of RxJS and give developers more time to update their applications and to use some of the automated tooling that we're working on. Another CLI command that I want to talk about briefly is ng-add. So again, we're going to call ng-add package, and this is going to do roughly two things. First, it will download that package from NPM using whatever package manager I've chosen. And then it's going to look for and run an ng-add schematic in that package. And so a great example of this is ng-add @angular/pwa. And so this will work either in a brand new scaffold application that I created with ng-new, but this will also work in existing applications. And this will not only install the Angular Service Worker package and configure it in your project and give you a default config file, it will also set up an application manifest for you to help you get started building a PWA faster. Another thing that we've been asked a lot about recently, one of our Angular Labs projects, is Angular Elements. And so in version 6, we actually landed the first version of Angular Elements, which we're really excited because it allows you to take Angular components and ship them and bootstrap them using the custom elements machinery in the browser. And so if you look on Angular I/O, we're actually using Angular Elements today. And the example here is code example. So one of the problems that you have in Angular is when you have content that you also want to include rich functionality. So historically, if you wanted to embed rich functionality in some of your content, you'd have to dynamically bootstrap that functionality into your app. And that was what we used to do on Angular I/O. But with Angular Elements now, we can ship code example, which is an Angular component. We can ship it as a custom element in our application so that instead of waiting for Angular or the developer to bind that or bootstrap that component, we're actually relying on the browser. So the moment that we load this content into the DOM, the browser is going to bootstrap that component, and we're going to see this rich experience for code examples, where we get things like code coloring. You get the ability to copy and paste that component. It's really, really easy to do as a developer. If I take a component that I've built in Angular, I pass it to this create custom element method, and I pass it the injector, that is a custom element that is ready to be defined by the browser's custom elements. And so these are really easy to get started with. They're available as part of 6.0 within Angular applications where you have an injector. And we're looking at a future where we're making it easier to distribute these things and build more tooling around it so that it's easier to say, hey, give me a JavaScript bundle I can give to other developers, maybe even using other technologies who don't want to maybe apply Angular to their project. We've also included some updates to RxJS. So I talked a little bit about how we're automatically applying a compatibility layer, but there's a lot of exciting things that happen in RxJS 6. So we've updated the application so that it's faster and more tree shakeable, and we've also updated Webpack so that it's more tree shakeable as well. CLI, one of the things when you do your ng update is you'll see the CLI format will change a little bit. And now we have workspaces, projects, targets, and configs. And so we're able to represent more types of projects as your application grows, but by default, everything will look the same. One of the areas where we take advantage of this is with ng generate library, where now, for the first time, we've introduced the ability to generate a library directly within the CLI, and then we support building that. And this work is built on top of the work of ng Packager, which was another great open source contribution. So we talked a little bit about the momentum of Angular, and we've talked about the state of Angular today and a lot of the reasons why people are using it. I want to invite to the stage Kara, who's one of the engineers leading the future of Angular.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kara Erickson, as Stephen mentioned, and I'm one of the engineers working on this new project called Ivy. So as Stephen mentioned, I'm here to talk about the future of Angular. So this project is still in its very early stages of development, but we were really excited about everything that we're seeing, so we wanted to give you a sneak preview. So what is Ivy? Ivy is the initiative to build a next-generation rendering pipeline for Angular. So in other words, we're rewriting the code that translates your Angular templates into whatever you see rendered in the browser. So why are we taking the time to do this? So this was a project that was conceived specifically to tackle some of the problems that we know that Angular developers face. We've been hearing the same things over and over from our developer community, and we've been hearing that developers want smaller bundle sizes, so they're only paying for the Angular code they're actually using. They want great startup performance, so their apps will load quickly, even on slow mobile connections. And they want apps that are fundamentally simple to understand and debug, even as their applications grow larger over time. And that's what Project Ivy is all about. We want to make your apps smaller, faster, and simpler, all while requiring no upgrade effort from you. It was really important to us that we make this change without requiring any changes for existing applications, because we want to make sure that everyone can leverage the benefits without having to do a bunch of things. So this might sound like an ambitious goal, and it is, but the thing to remember is we've actually done this before. So in Angular 4, we completely rewrote the rendering pipeline from Angular 2, and we were able to do this with 0 breaking changes. And the way that we were able to achieve this is through an extensive vetting process. So we're going to use the same vetting process when we upgrade everyone to Ivy. So we have over 600 projects inside Google that are already using Angular. So we first turn on the flag for all of these 600+ projects to ensure that we don't see any breaking changes. And these are real-world applications like Firebase and Google Analytics and Google Shopping Express. So these are apps that we absolutely cannot break and that have a lot of real-world use cases. So once we're satisfied that all of these apps have no breaking changes, we can go ahead and make the renderer the default for everyone. So as I've hammered in by now, all of these changes are to Angular internals. So as an Angular developer, you actually don't need to know how everything works under the hood. But I'm going to take the time to kind of explain the new design because, well, first of all, because it's really cool, and also because I really want you to understand why you're going to get better results with Ivy than you would with Angular today. So when we were redesigning the rendering pipeline, we knew that there were a few characteristics that we wanted to have. We wanted to design it to be tree shakeable, so you're only paying for the Angular code that you're actually using. And we wanted it to be local in its effects, so that as a developer, as you're developing your apps, you only have to recompile the components that you're actually changing. So I'm going to go into each one of these in a little bit more detail. So let's start with tree shaking. So what do I mean when I say designed with tree shaking in mind? Well, if you haven't heard of tree shaking, it's essentially a build optimization step that ensures that code that you're not using doesn't end up in the final bundle that you ship to the browser. There are a lot of different tools out there for tree shaking. There's Rollup, which uses live code inclusion to ensure that code that you're not using is never added to your bundle in the first place. There's other tools like Uglify that takes your already bundled code and tries to intelligently delete dead code from it. Whichever tool you decide to use, their efficacy really depends on how you're writing your code. And this is because tree shaking tools typically use static analysis of references to figure out what code you need and you don't need in your bundles. And static analysis, by definition, is something that tries to figure out what's going on in a piece of code without actually running the code. So there are some limitations to that. And sometimes it will have to kind of assume the worst case in your code to ensure the resulting program is correct. So what does it mean to write code that's friendly to tree shakers? Well, I'll give you a few examples. So let's say that you have this piece of code in your application, and you're importing a few functions from some third-party library. You're calling some function in main, and you're not calling unused function anywhere. So tree shaking tools would actually do a pretty good job of analyzing this. It would see that some function is being referenced in main, and that would stay in the bundle. And it would see that unused function isn't referenced anywhere. So the tooling would know that it can safely remove unused function from the bundle. But let's take a slightly more complicated case. Let's say you had something called, or you wanted unused function to be called, but only if some arbitrary conditional check passed. Tree shaking tools would have a little bit more of a problem with this setup. And that's because, remember, they're relying on static analysis of references. So here they would see that unused function is being referenced in main, but they don't necessarily know whether that code path is going to end up being used at runtime. So to be conservative, this unused function symbol is going to stick around in your bundle. So these are the types of patterns that we want to try to avoid. We want to try to avoid code paths that you're not using in conditionals being in your bundle even when you're not using them. And so you might wonder, how can we possibly avoid conditionals? They're part of programming, and you'd be right. But we can kind of restructure our code to make sure that they're not quite as necessary. So to show you what I mean, I'm going to start by explaining how our rendering pipeline works today, and so that you kind of have some context for the change that we've made. So let's say you've written this standard Angular template. It's just a hello world inside of a div. So today what you would do is you'd run that through the Angular compiler. And the Angular compiler would parse your template, and it would generate a set of highly optimized JavaScript that represents the structure of your template. So you can see an example of the generated code here. We have an element def that just creates a data structure based on your element, and a text def that creates another data structure based on your text node. And so this kind of just is a parsed version of your template. At runtime, this data structure is then passed into the Angular interpreter. And the Angular interpreter tries to figure out which operations it needs to run to generate the correct DOM. And then hopefully it renders the correct thing. But let's take a step back and look at this Angular interpreter step. You might have noticed that this pattern looks slightly familiar, right? We have all of these conditional checks. And the problem here is that all Angular templates are going through this same shared code path. So the Angular compiler doesn't know ahead of time what kinds of templates it's going to see. And so it has to kind of check, based on the data structure, which operations it needs to run. So some of these conditional checks will be false at runtime, but it doesn't matter because tree shaking tools will see that they're referenced in this function, and all of the symbols will stay in your bundle. So this was the problem that we were trying to solve. So we had an idea. So instead of parsing the template and creating this data structure and then passing that structure into an interpreter that needed to know how to do everything, why don't we just skip a step and just generate the instructions directly that come naturally from a certain template? So that way we don't even need an interpreter at all that will have all of these crazy conditional checks in it. So if we look at the Ivy pipeline for the same template, hello world, we'd still pass it through the Angular compiler, but instead of generating a set of data structures, instead we generate instructions. So here we have element start, and it's creating a div. We have text, which creates a text node. And if you look at the actual implementation of element start, it's just doing the work of creating the DOM. It's just creating a div. So we don't have any of those conditionals anymore. So just to hammer it in one more time, if you're not using certain features like listeners or pipes or containers, that code won't be generated from the template that you've given the compiler. And so there won't be references. And if there aren't references, then tree shaking tools can effectively remove that code from your bundle. So we've taken this strategy and we've applied it to as many Angular features as we could think of. So if you're not using, again, queries or lifecycle hooks or whatever, you don't actually need to pay for that code in your Angular bundle. And it's important to note that this also has implications for code splitting. So if you haven't heard of code splitting, it's a process by which you split your application code up into smaller chunks, and then you can lazy load them on command, typically by routes. So like tree shaking tools, code splitting tools use static analysis of references to figure out which code ends up in which chunk. So it's going to have the same set of problems. So with Angular today, you'd end up with most of the Angular features inside every route. With this restructuring, though, it's much easier to split the Angular code apart, so each route will only be loading the Angular code that you're using in that route. So a good way to think about it might be that tree shaking tools will remove code that you're not using anywhere in your application, and code splitting tools will remove code that you're not using right now in this route. So obviously, this is great for large applications or applications that are using more of Angular features. That way, you're paying for fewer features per chunk. OK, so we've talked a lot about how to make your Angular applications more efficient. But we also wanted to make Angular developers more efficient. And our strategy for doing this was by adhering to a principle that we like to call locality. So by locality, I mean the idea that each component should be compilable using only the information that's local to that component, so its own class and annotations. So if you know that you can generate the correct template instructions for each component using only its own information as an input, then you know that you can compile each component completely independently of other components. And this has great implications for the speed of your build process. So if we take an example one more time, let's say that you have an app, and in its template, you have a header and you have a footer. So you'd run that through the Angular compiler, and it would generate some code for each of your components, right? So later, if you made a change in the header, since you know that each component is compiled only using the information for that component, you know that the app and the footer can't be affected by any change that you made in the header. So you can confidently just regenerate the code for the header by itself. Another way of saying this is it has the potential to increase the incrementality of your builds. So incrementality is just the idea that your build time should be proportional to the size of the change that you're making, not to the size of your whole application. So if you have 1,000 TypeScript files, you should only be regenerating the file that you changed, not your entire project. And so structuring it this way leads to faster rebuilds. So this is not actually how Angular is configured today. We have a different strategy. So once again, I'll explain how Angular works today for context for how we're making the change. So again, we'll go back to this example where we have an app with a header and a footer. And this is the template, once again, header and a footer. So this is the code that we might generate, kind of a simplified version. So our strategy today is to try to do as much processing at compile time as possible so we can avoid doing the same processing at runtime. One of the strategies that we use to speed up the processing of a component is to inline some information about that component's dependencies in its generated code. So here you can see that for the app component, we have some information about the header. First of all, we have the information that it's a directive at all, because we've already done the directive matching at compile time. We also have some information about the header directive specifically. So this number just essentially represents a bunch of different flags about the directive and the node that it's on. So because this directive has a lifecycle hook, there's a bit flipped, and we get this number. But the point that I want you to remember is there's implementation details about the header in the generated code for the app. So this is fast because it has its own copy of this information, and it doesn't have to look into its dependencies at runtime and try to figure out all of its characteristics. But it's also leaking implementation details of a component into its parent. And what that means functionally is, once again, if you make a change to the header, then we not only have to recompile the header, but also the app component, because it has its own copy of the same information. So with Ivy, this is slightly different. So as you can see on the right, with the same template, we just have an element start for the header and an element start for the footer. We don't have any information about either of these components. All of their implementation details are completely encapsulated inside their own generated code. And so what this means is we have the situation that we want, right? You only need to recompile the header. So there's some other side effects that come out of this restructuring. One is that if you can compile all of your components independently, then you can ship third-party code that's already pre-compiled, which is really useful because you no longer have to build it with your application code. We no longer need metadata.jsons anymore because, once again, third-party libraries can just ship their generated code, so they don't need to ship any other information to help us. And it enables other things like metaprogramming, because we're doing a little bit more at runtime, so we could possibly do things like create directives on the fly. So it's pretty cool. So we've talked a lot about the design. You might be wondering, did it work? So I have some early results. And remember, it's just kind of early stages. So the first goal was that we wanted to make your bundle sizes smaller. And so our benchmark was a Hello World application. With Angular today, that would be 36 KB compressed. With Ivy, we were able to get this down to 2.7 KB. So that's a huge jump. Yeah. That's a 93% reduction in size. We also wanted to make your apps faster. So we ran our Hello World through webpagetest.org/easy, which tests on a mobile device with a slow 3G connection. And our baseline was a static HTML Hello World app, and that was 1.5 seconds. Current Angular was 4 seconds, and Ivy was just 2.2 seconds. So you can see we're making huge strides. We're already 45%, there's already a 45% reduction in load time. And remember, also, with your builds being more incremental, you'd save time in the development cycle as well. Our last goal was to make Angular simpler. So if we go back to this slide from before, you can see there's a whole lot less noise. You can kind of see the header and the footer. There isn't numbers and nulls and stuff. It's a lot easier to read. And this really helps when you're trying to debug apps. So I had a quick demo prepared. I don't know if we still have, we do not have time to show it, but we'll be in the web sandbox after this, so anyone who's curious about the demo can see it there. So really quick on the roadmap, we're still writing the runtime in the compiler. Once that's ready, we'll try to get an early preview out so you all can kind of try it out and give us feedback. And once the verification process is done, then we can go ahead and make the renderer the default. So to summarize, we're so happy with the growth and the adoption of Angular that's happened in the last year. Thank you for being a part of our community. V6 is really exciting. It just came out. Hopefully you guys can give it a try. And we're so, so excited about Ivy, and so hopefully you guys are too. So we want to hear from you. We'll be in the web sandbox, which is, I think, over there. So please come talk to us. Thank you very much.
When everything seems to be falling apart, there you are, chained to me. What can I say? We're proving them right when they say we're holding on too tight. Wherever I go, there you are.
Hey there, IO Live. Todd Kerpelman here, and I'm here with Jen Tong, who is apparently using the power of the cloud to like find new planets. No big deal, you know.
Yeah, why not?
Sure. So Jen, what is going on here at this booth?
So behind us, we see Project Panoptes, which is an open source project that includes open source hardware that is composed entirely of commercial, off-the-shelf components. And it is intended to be low cost enough for educational institutions and hobby astronomers to build these robotic telescopes and contribute to the project.
And so what happens once they build these robotic telescopes? How are they discovering stars, or planets, I should say?
So the way they discover planets around other stars is by combining their efforts using the cloud. So what happens is each night the telescopes will all wake up and look at the sky. And they'll get a bunch of great images of the sky. And then when the day comes, they'll go to sleep, but not really. They're going to start uploading all of their data to Cloud Platform. And from there, we can combine all the data together, aggregate it, and then from that, we can infer the existence of planets around other stars.
And how do you infer the existence of planets?
So planets are very hard to see directly because their stars are very bright and there's lots of glare and they're very far away. In fact, a star only looks like 1 pixel on the camera. So we have to use some trickery to do that. So instead of looking for the planet directly, we look for a dimming of the star when the planet moves between us and the star, kind of like an eclipse, or we call it a transit in a more general case.
And so the general idea is you've got hundreds of telescopes all around the world taking pictures of the night sky. They combine all those images up to Google Cloud, which analyzes them all and looks for a star that dims on a regular enough basis that you think it must be because there's a planet passing in front of it.
That is exactly correct. So we're able to infer that just by having a whole bunch of samples from having a very large fleet of telescopes.
Wow, that's very interesting. Now, if I remember from being 3 years old, stars do twinkle. How can you tell that a star is dimming because of a planet passing in front of it versus like, you know, normal star twinkling, which is totally a technical term?
Totally technical. And that's a great question because that's part of the stuff that makes Panoptes special. Because we're using commercial off-the-shelf cameras instead of specialized astronomy sensors, we have to compensate for the fact that those cameras are designed to take color photos. Because when a camera takes color photos, it filters some of the light out using this thing called a Bayer filter. And when the star twinkles, it moves around that Bayer filter, and it makes it much harder to count the number of photons, because we don't know how much are getting filtered out by the Bayer filter. So the way we compensate for that is we look for another star in the same picture that has the exact same amount of twinkle. And from that, we can do a relative brightness measurement, because we know how bright those stars should be, because we can identify the star. And that's how we kind of cancel out the twinkle.
And I'm contractually obligated to ask, what awesome Google Cloud Platform features are you using to power Project Panoptes?
Yeah, Panoptes definitely kind of illustrates that boring uses of the cloud can enable really cool stuff. So we are using some simple stuff. We're using some of the simple security controls. We're putting a service account on each one of the devices so we can control access to a specific telescope, can access a specific part of our storage buckets. And then we're using Google Cloud Storage to store all of that data, and then we're aggregating it on Google Compute Engine.
And so the general idea is anybody can get involved, they can build their own telescope, and they can be part of this project, and then if they find a star, they can name it after themselves. Is that basically it?
Well, naming stars is a more complicated issue. And individual Panoptes telescopes don't actually discover a star themselves. It's kind of like a team that collaboratively accomplishes a goal. But yeah, anybody can get involved. We especially like to work with hobbyist astronomers and educational institutions because we want to kind of inspire a love of astronomy in the youth around the world.
That's good. And how would I get started if I wanted to?
So I encourage you to go check out projectpanoptes.org.
All right, so you heard it here. Go to projectpanoptes.org, and you too can name a star after you. Jen totally promised that you can do that. Hello, IO Live, and I am coming to you from the cloud, or I guess more specifically, the cloud section of the IO space. And we're just going to do some demos. So I'm here with Sarah Robinson. Sarah, what is this that we're looking at here?
We are looking at a demo of our cloud machine learning APIs, specifically highlighting our video API, speech API, and translation API. So what these let you do is they let you access a pre-trained machine learning model with a single REST API request. So you don't need to know anything about how machine learning works to use them.
Awesome. And what is this game that we have set up?
So we're going to see how we compare to our video API. Should we take a look?
You mean like me against a computer?
You against our pre-trained model.
All right, well, let's see how it goes.
Challenge?
I think so. What are we going to do in this game?
So what we're going to do is we're going to play a video, and I'm going to have you try to annotate the video as it's going. And then when it's done, we'll compare the annotations you came up with our video API.
All right.
It's a whole new world. It's a whole new world. It's a whole new world. It's a whole new. Can you feel it getting better all the time? Can you feel it getting better? Can you feel it?
All right, all right, all right. You guys ready to talk about headless Chrome? All right, let's do it. So, I know it's getting late today, you guys are tired, I'm tired, but hopefully by the end of this presentation you'll be inspired, use headless Chrome, know exactly what that even means, and we'll talk about Puppeteer too, which is the node library that the Chrome team has built to work with headless Chrome. So my name is Eric Beitelman. I'm a web developer, but basically I'm an engineer that works in the Chrome team, but I also work in developer relations, which means I help you guys, web developers, build kind of the latest, greatest web experiences, adopt new APIs. And lately, I've been focused on testing, automation, headless Chrome, and Puppeteer. I think it's a really exciting space. The fact that we have headless Chrome now, Puppeteer. So feel free to hit me up with questions. It's @ebeitel on Twitter if you want to talk to me after the presentation. So it's really important for me to get this out of the way. This talk is not about testing. I think you should all test your apps. Don't get me wrong. It's very important. You can certainly use headless Chrome to do end-to-end testing, smoke tests, UI tests, whatever. But I want to stick to the other side of things, the kind of the automation side of things. So this is something that I realized a couple weeks ago. Headless Chrome can really be a front end for your web app front end. And this was kind of an aha moment for me, kind of a double rainbow moment. Once I started working with headless Chrome, once I started to bake it into my kind of workflow as a developer, it actually makes my life easier. I can automate things. I can put headless Chrome on a server and do really interesting things with that. And we'll talk a little bit how to do that. But some really cool and powerful things you can do with headless Chrome. So the agenda for today is we're going to kind of talk about what headless Chrome is, get that kind of nomenclature out of the way. We'll introduce Puppeteer, which is the node library that we built to work with headless Chrome. And along the way, we'll kind of just see 10 interesting use case-driven demos that I've built that I kind of want to share with you guys, and we'll talk about Puppeteer's API to do some of those things. So that's today's agenda. This is something that I'm going to refer to a couple times throughout today's presentation. This is the pyramid of Puppeteer. It's basically the architecture of where all these things kind of fit together. So at the very bottom is headless Chrome. This is just the browser. And so normally, right, when you click on Chrome, there's this window that launches. The user can input a URL. There's a UI menu. The page is interactive, so you can type in the page. You can click around. You can even open the DevTools and tweak styles and kind of modify the page in real time. And the DevTools, of course, has many, many more features. But with headless Chrome, there's none of that. So something is happening, right? Chrome is running. You can see it in the taskbar there. But there's literally no UI. Headless Chrome is Chrome without Chrome, so to speak. It's Chrome without UI. So if there's nothing to interact with, how is this thing useful to us? Well, we'll talk about that. If you want to launch Chrome in headless mode, it's just a one-line command line flag. So --headless launches Chrome without a UI. Simple. But by itself, this is not too useful. We need to combine this with something else, which is the remote debugging port flag. And you can pass any port number you want here. But once you combine these two flags, this is going to open Chrome kind of in a special mode. It's going to open this remote debugging port. And then we can tap in to the DevTools programmatically using this remote debugging port. And so that's where things get really awesome. So what does headless Chrome actually unlock for us? One of the most exciting things, I think, is the ability to kind of test these latest and greatest web platform features. Things like ES6 modules and Service Worker and streams and like all this goodness that's coming to the web. We can finally write apps and test those apps because we have this up-to-date rendering engine that's kind of following us as the web evolves. The other thing that it unlocks is all of this really awesome functionality that you guys are used to using in the DevTools, things like network throttling, device emulation, and code coverage, all these really, really powerful features. We can now tap into that stuff programmatically and write automation scripts and test these things and leverage some of those that work that's been done for us in the past. So Headless Chrome has a lot of interesting things that you can do. And I do encourage you to check out this article. This is about a year old at this point, but it's a really good article that I wrote a little bit ago. And it still is relevant, so you can do really interesting things with Headless Chrome without ever having to write any code, which is kind of cool. So you can launch it from the command line. You can take screenshots from the command line. You can print to a PDF, just create a PDF of the page, and do some other interesting things. So do check that out if you want to know just more about Headless Chrome. So maybe I've sold you Headless Chrome. It's a thing. Headless browsers are a thing. So what can you actually do with this stuff? Well, let's go back to the pyramid of Puppeteer. So we've got the browser at the lowest level, right? All the web platform features, all the ES6 stuff, all that is at the bottom level. On top of that is the Chrome DevTools protocol. So there's a huge kind of layer here that the Chrome DevTools itself uses to communicate with your page and change the page. It's a whole API surface that we can tap into. These are kind of like the yin and the yang for each other. So I actually rank these as among the greatest duos of all time. Headless Chrome and DevTools, you can really take an awesome adventure with these. And of course, you got Han and Chewy, you got PB&J, you got Sonic and Tails. But Headless Chrome and DevTools, awesome, awesome duo. So the DevTools itself, it's pretty straightforward. It is complex. There's a lot you can do with it. But it's basically just a JSON-based WebSocket API. So if you notice, I open a WebSocket to localhost 9222, which is that remote debugging port that you saw in the previous couple slides. And then you can just basically do message passing. In this case, in this example here, I'm basically getting the page's title. I'm just evaluating this document.title expression inside of the page using the runtime evaluate DevTools flag or method. And you can actually see this traffic. So DevTools itself, again, uses this protocol. So if you open the protocol monitor panel in the DevTools, you can see these requests and these responses kind of fly by. So like anytime you tweak a style or do something in the DevTools, you'll actually see the traffic for it. So you can kind of learn the API as you see this stuff happen. So back to the pyramid of Puppeteer, we got the browser, we've got DevTools protocol, all this cool stuff we're going to tap into. And on top of that is where Puppeteer comes in. So Puppeteer is a library that we launched last year, right around the time Headless Chrome came out in Chrome 59. You can get it off of NPM. And the reason we created it was there wasn't a lot of good options for working with Headless Chrome at that point in time. And we wanted to sort of highlight the DevTools protocol, make sure people know how to use the protocol, kind of make a high-level API for some of the really powerful things you can do. So we actually use a lot of modern features. You're going to see a lot of async and await and promises in my code samples today. And that's because of this async nature of everything happening with WebSockets and Node talking to Chrome. And all that stuff is asynchronous. So promises lend themselves very nicely to that. But you can use Node 6. So if you're not in a later version of Node, you can totally use Puppeteer. Don't have to transpile or anything like that. We wanted to create a zero configuration kind of setup for you. So when you pull down Puppeteer from NPM, we actually download Chromium with Puppeteer. And that's because it's kind of hard to launch Chrome and find it, install it on like a CI system. There's just a lot of issues sometimes. So we wanted to make it easy. Just bundle a version of Chrome. It's guaranteed to work with the version of Puppeteer that you guys install. High-level APIs, we'll see a bunch of examples of that and create a canonical reference for the DevTools protocol. And so that's why we created Puppeteer. So let's look at a little bit of code, a little bit of Puppeteer code. One of the most common things people do is just take a screenshot of a web page. So in order to do that, we'll call Puppeteer launch. And this is a promise. It's going to return a browser instance that we can then interact with Headless Chrome. So we've got Headless Chrome launched. Got a browser instance, and then we'll just create a new page. And so this is going to open just a new tab in Chrome. You're not going to see it because it's Headless Chrome, but it's opening about blank. And once that promise resolves, we can navigate to the URL that we want to take a screenshot of. Just call page.goto. That's going to actually wait for the page's load event to fire before it resolves. And then we can just use Puppeteer's API to take a screenshot. And this has a bunch of options. You can take a full page screenshot or actually screenshot a portion of the page or even a DOM element. But you can see it's pretty easy. Right? It's very high level. You don't need to deal with the buffers or responses or anything like that. You just pass it the file you want to create, and you get a PNG file. And last but not least, you just close the browser out. When your script is done, clean up Chrome. That'll shut down Chrome. So all in all, right, it's like 4 or 5 lines of code to do all this stuff. Launch Headless Chrome, find it on various platforms, open a new page, navigate to a page, wait for its load event, take a screenshot, close the browser. And so this is what I mean by the high-level API. It's very task-driven things, but it's very easy to accomplish in Puppeteer's API. So pro tip, there's headless Chrome, and this is what we use by default when you call Puppeteer launch. You're not going to see an actual browser window, but there's actually head full Chrome. So headless Chrome, head full Chrome. And this is just normal Chrome. If you include this flag, the headless false flag, this is going to actually launch Chrome. You're going to see it. And this is really handy if you're debugging scripts and you have no idea what's going on because you can't see anything. Throw this on. You can actually see Puppeteer click around, navigate pages. It's actually kind of cool to see this stuff in real time. All right, so we've got headless Chrome at the bottom with all the web platform. We've got Chrome DevTools protocol. Puppeteer is kind of the small API on top of all this stuff below us. And of course, at the top is where our automation scripts come in. So we're already standing on the shoulders of giants because all this stuff below us has been iterated on for many years. So let's dive in. Let's see some cool stuff you can do with headless Chrome. 10 awesome things you can do with headless Chrome. The first is kind of neat. So you can actually pre-render JavaScript applications. If you don't have a good server-side render story for your framework or your app, you can actually use headless Chrome to do this for you. So I wanted to actually kind of put my words where my mouth is and build an app and see if this was actually a viable solution. So I built this DevWeb Firehose, I call it. It's basically a content aggregator for my team. We bring in all the blogs, all the sample code. Everything we do, it ends up here. And it's a real app. It's a client-side app. It's powered by ES modules and some new stuff like Firestore and Firebase Auth. It's got a JSON API, so you can query the data. Its backend is written in Node, and it runs Puppeteer and headless Chrome to actually do some server-side rendering to get a good first meaningful paint. So this is the app. Let's see how we built it. So we can dive into the index page, just the main page of the app. And it's a basic client-side app. It's got a container that gets filled with a list of JSON posts. So I got my container here. I'm going to make a fetch request, just get the list of JSON posts, and then call this magic render post method, which renders the post into this container. And all that thing does, it creates a template string, and it literally just inner HTMLs the content. And so you could use the DOM APIs or whatever, but that's basically what this app does. So the goal, right, is to take an empty page when the page loads and turn it into a static version. That's essentially what pre-rendering a JavaScript app does. That's the end goal. And we can do this with Puppeteer. So here's a little server-side render method that does this. You can basically, it'll take a URL, the URL that you want to pre-render, and we'll do exactly what we did before. We'll launch headless Chrome. We'll open a new page. We'll navigate to the URL that we want to pre-render. And then this new thing here, page content, is basically getting the new snapshot of the page as rendered by headless Chrome. So headless Chrome is going to process our JavaScript. It's going to render those posts. It's going to get the markup in the DOM. And we just grab that using page content. And that's the serialized kind of string of the DOM. And so that's the thing we return in this method, the updated version of the page. By itself, that's useful, but we can actually put this on a web server and then server-side render this client-side app. So pre-rendering a dynamic app, somebody will visit our app. And what headless Chrome is going to do on the server is go fetch the same page. It's going to actually go off, run the page through Chrome in the cloud. Of course, it's going to see the page is written. It's going to render all that JavaScript and stuff, process my CSS. And the thing we actually return is that final result. So that's what the server returns, is that static markup. So again, empty page to static markup is the end goal. So the server itself is really easy. We're just going to reuse that server-side render method I just talked about. It's a little Express server, and I'm using ES modules here. That's why we have the MJS file format and the experimental modules flag when you run this, this web server. So anytime somebody comes to visit my home page, I basically just call that server-side render method, just load up the index.html file, the client-side app. We'll get the server-side rendered, the pre-rendered version of that. It's going to go through headless Chrome, being run by the browser. And then we send the HTML final response to the user. And that's the server-side rendering using headless Chrome. So you're probably wondering, is this fast? Is this actually a viable solution? So I did do a little bit of measuring of this, because I was also very curious of this. So if you slow your connection down to be like a mobile device, slow the CPU down and network, you can see the side-by-side comparison between the server-side rendered version on the right and the client-side version on the left. So server-side render version, immediately you see the post, right? As soon as the page is there, that markup is in the page, and first contentful paint is right there. The client-side version takes a little longer. It's got to churn through the JavaScript. It's got to render the post. Things are a little slower. So immediately, you see a performance win on slow mobile devices. And the numbers actually speak for themselves. So web page test, 3G connection, just hitting this app, you go from like 11-second first contentful paint down to like a 2.3-second first contentful paint. And that's how fast those posts actually render in the DOM. So that's really exciting. Not only do we make our app faster just by kind of adding on headless Chrome, but we also make it available to search crawlers and engines that don't understand JavaScript. So we have kind of two benefits. Now, in order to get to those numbers, I actually did make a few more optimizations that I want to go through because I think they highlight some of Puppeteer's really awesome APIs. So the first is you don't have to wait for the entire page to load. The only thing we care about is this list of posts, right? We only care about that markup as headless Chrome renders it. So if we go back to that server-side render method, we're launching Chrome. We're actually waiting for all network requests to be done. That's what that network IL0 is. But we don't really care about like our analytics library to load. We don't care about images to load or other wasteful things. We only care about when is that markup available. So we can change the wait until here to DOM content loaded. I just want to immediately resolve this promise when my DOM has been loaded. And we can tack on one more Puppeteer API, which is page.waitForSelector. And what this is going to do is it's going to wait for this element to be in the DOM and visible. So we're kind of catering now this server-side render method and catering it to the app, but we're actually speeding up the pre-rendering process by doing that. So that's not waiting for the entire page to load. Number two is to cache pre-rendered results. This is kind of an obvious one, and this speeds up things quite a bit. So same method as before, but we'll just wrap it in a cache. So anytime somebody comes in for the first time, we'll fire up headless Chrome, we'll do the pre-rendering, and then store the results in the cache. And any subsequent request just gets served from that cache. It's in memory, so you would want to do something more persistent here, but this just goes to show you that it's very easy. You only pay that penalty once for the pre-render. Number three is to prevent rehydration. So what the heck is rehydration? So if we go back to our main page, you have the container that gets kind of populated by the JSON posts. And if you think about what's happening here, the user is going to visit this page in their browser. Chrome is going to do its thing. It's going to render this in the client. But headless Chrome is also doing that on the server. So that's kind of wasteful. We're doing that twice. So the way I dealt with this was basically just look for this element that gets server-side rendered. I basically check and see if that post container gets added to the DOM. And if it's there at page load, I know that I've been server-side rendered. And I don't have to go through the hassle of kind of fetching the posts and re-rendering them again. So that's another optimization you can do. Number four is to abort non-DOM requests. And here's another made-up term by myself. But what the heck are non-DOM requests? So if you think about it, right, we only care about this markup. And certain things don't actually build the page. So JavaScript can build a page with DOM APIs. Things like video tags and image tags and CSS, they don't actually construct markup. So we can actually abort those requests and kill those requests because they're wasteful to us. So Puppeteer and Chrome have this awesome feature called network interception. We can turn this on using set request interception to true. And what this is going to do is going to give us the ability to intercept all network requests before Chrome ever makes them. So we can listen for request events. And inside of this, I basically just set up a whitelist. If you're one of these requests, like scripts or XHRs or fetch events that can generate markup, will allow you to go through, we'll continue the request. But if you don't, if you're a style sheet, for instance, we'll just abort the request. So this is another cool way on the fly that we're speeding up the pre-rendering process. So if you want to know more about pre-rendering in headless Chrome, Puppeteer, all that good stuff that I just talked about, there is an article that I wrote a couple weeks back. It's got more optimizations, more discussion in there. Please give me your feedback, because I think this is a really cool approach. Because I didn't have to change any of the code in the app. I actually just, again, tacked on headless Chrome, and I got a lot of stuff for free. So I'm curious to know you guys' thoughts. Number two awesome thing you can do with Puppeteer and headless Chrome is actually verify that lazy loading is paying off. Now, lazy loading is a good thing. You should all do it. But sometimes, I'll put in a bunch of effort into my apps, and I'll wonder, is this actually making my app faster? All this work, is it paying off? So you can verify this now using Puppeteer and the code coverage API. So we have a code coverage API that gives you kind of the breakdown of the CSS and JavaScript that your app uses. You can start code coverage, do a bunch of stuff on the page, navigate around, and then stop code coverage. DevTools has a panel for this. You can check that out. But I wanted to go one step further and see if we can kind of analyze the page across the entire page load. So this script, basically, we're going to run it on a site, and over the course of page load, on DOM content loaded, on page load, and eventually when the entire page is loaded, it's going to give us the printout of everything that's going on. So you can see the URL itself, chromestatus.com. I'm using about 37% of my JavaScript and my CSS resources at that point in time. But as the page progresses, I'm using more and more of those files, as you'd probably expect. Now, what the script actually highlights is that I'm lazy loading things. So this second resource here, this second set of bars, you can see it's not utilized at all. And that's because this resource is behind a user gesture. They have to click this navigation element, and that's the thing that actually dynamically loads this bundle. And so you can use this script like this and combine the code coverage API to determine, is lazy loading paying off, do A/B testing, do some measurements, and use Puppeteer to your advantage there. There's a cool NPM package worth checking out. If you're familiar with Istanbul, it generates these amazing HTML reports. You can basically get Puppeteer's code coverage and run this thing and basically get the same exact Istanbul HTML output, which is really nice. So check that out. Number 3 is A/B testing, and there's that word testing again, but this is more of like live modifying your page without having to change the code of your page. So I want to measure if it's faster to inline styles versus just having my style sheets be linked style sheets. That's a common thing people do. Is it going to pay off if I inline my styles? And normally what you would do is you would, basically ship 2 different versions of your app and measure that. You would make code changes to measure that. But with Puppeteer, we don't have to make code changes. We can live change the page on the fly. So we'll use network interception again, but this time, instead of listening for network requests, we'll listen for the responses. So for any style sheet response I get, I'm going to check the resource type, and I'm just going to stash the CSS text, the content of the files, inside of a map for later. We'll navigate to the URL that we want to actually measure this on, just using page goto. And we're using now a new method, $eval. So this is kind of like a jQuery API where you can pass it a CSS selector. In this case, I'm grabbing all the style sheets on the page. And my callback is going to get injected into the page. It's not run inside of Node, but it's actually injected into the page. So in here, you can actually run anything the browser supports, right? DOM APIs, URL constructor, web platform features. And what this code does is it basically just replaces all the link tags with the style tag, and it injects the CSS content from the files inside of that style tag. So I'm just replacing the style sheets with the equivalent style tag on the fly. And that's actually what gets served up in this case. You could run this on a server. You could do a script to do a side-by-side comparison. And again, we haven't changed the page to do this. We would just use Puppeteer to live modify the requests that are made. So that's doing A/B testing. Number 4 is to catch potential issues with the Google crawler. So a couple weeks back, I built that DevWeb Firehose app. And I realized after I pushed it to production, and I hit the Render as Google button on the Webmaster Tools, that my app actually doesn't render correctly in Googlebot because it runs our super old version of Chrome, Chrome 41. Chrome 41 doesn't have CSS custom properties or all these cool new features I was using. So I was kind of hosed. What do I do? So I said, hey, could we use Puppeteer to catch this or have an early warning signal before shipping your app? And the answer is yes. You can do this using Puppeteer. So normally you go in the DevTools, right? You hit the timeline recording, you get this big kind of blob of information that you can slice and dice the data. We can do that as well programmatically using Puppeteer's tracing API. So I can start a trace and I can stop a trace whenever I want. And basically you get this huge JSON file that you can then take action on. And one of the things that you can do is actually pull out all the features used by a page, all the JavaScript that's used, all the APIs that get used, all the CSS that gets used. And then you can correlate that with can I use data for Chrome 41. So that's what this script does. You can run this script on any URL, and it'll tell you the features that you're using that aren't available in Chrome 41. So Chrome status uses, what does it use? Web components. It uses CSS contain. It uses link URL preload. None of that stuff is available in the Google search bot. So this is kind of a cool early warning signal for you to determine if your app might not render correctly in Google search. And so you can then maybe load a polyfill where you didn't expect to load one before just by getting the list of features used by the page. Number 5, create custom PDFs. A lot of people like to create PDFs of their web pages. I don't really understand it, but a lot of people do. We have an API for it. So if you've joined us at the Web Sandbox over here this year, you can actually go up to the big lighthouse, input a URL, and what happens is Puppeteer spawns up 3 different tools. It runs Web Page Test, it runs Lighthouse, and it runs PageSpeed Insight all at once. And then eventually what happens is you get this overall kind of report, this PDF of each one of those results from each of the tools. And we're just generating that PDF using Headless Chrome and Puppeteer. So to do that, it's pretty simple. We just create a new page. And instead of navigating to a page, we're just going to construct one on the fly. Just calling page.setContent. We're kind of building an HTML page just by giving it a string. We'll set a viewport because we want the page to be big. We don't want it to be kind of a mobile size. So we'll use the viewport and emulation APIs that the DevTools has to create a big page. And then last but not least, similar to screenshots, you can call page.pdf and create a PDF of that page that you're visiting. So similar, you can create a PDF to disk. This takes a bunch of options, too. You can give it a header, a footer, style the margins, anything that the Chrome PDF system can do, you can kind of do in Puppeteer. So what's neat about this is you don't really need a JavaScript library to create PDFs anymore. You just use the tool that's on your system, which is the browser. That's kind of nice. Number 6, make your browser talk. This is a fun one. So what this script is going to do is it's going to read a text file in Node, and it's going to open a page that uses the Web Speech Synthesis API to read that text file back to us. So kind of a good example of combining Node and Puppeteer with some of these newer web platform features. We can take advantage of both worlds.
Hi there, my name is Puppeteer. I've clicked the speak button on this page to start talking to you. I'm able to speak using the browser's Web Speech Synthesis API and a message injected into the page from Node. TLDR, the rise of the machines has begun. Bye for now.
So we're not quite there yet, but it's kind of a cool example. So a couple notes about this. You actually saw a window in this case, so I'm launching head full of Chrome, and that's because audio is not supported by headless Chrome. So I have to use that headless false flag in this case. The other thing that I'm doing is I'm using executable path. I'm actually opening Chrome Canary and not the bundled version of Chromium that gets installed with Puppeteer. And the reason for that is because the Web Speech Synthesis API in Chromium, in the open source version of Chrome, doesn't have that cool British accent. It's only available inside of official builds. So I wanted the Jarvis accent. So we open this little tiny window using those command line flags, and then we'll use a new API called evaluate on new document. What this is going to do is it's going to run this JavaScript before any of the other pages JavaScript runs. So this gets injected in the page. And what I'm doing here is I'm being silly, right? I'm just setting a global variable. I'm creating a global variable in the page called text-to-speech and just setting it to the content of that file that I read. So that's how the message gets into the page. And then what I do is I read the page, just the HTML file. And instead of starting a web server, I just kind of navigate to the data URL version of it. So I'm just kind of on the fly opening the page. And then the last thing that I do is I click that speak button using page.$. Again, kind of a jQuery API where you give it a selector of an element on the page. And then we just call the click method. And that's actually what kicks off this reading of the text. Number 7, awesome thing you can do with Headless Chrome is to test Chrome extensions. I don't know how people tested or test their Chrome extensions, but you can certainly test your Chrome extensions using Puppeteer, which is kind of cool. So I want to show you guys a real example. This is, I'm going to run the Lighthouse Chrome extensions real unit tests. They decided to use Puppeteer because they would ship code every once in a while, and the extension would just break, and we wanted to fix that. We wanted to actually write a test. So what this is going to do, it's going to use Puppeteer to launch a tab. I'm just going to edit or go to Paul Irish's blog. And we're going to actually use Puppeteer to start the Chrome extension. You can see it in the corner. It's actually been started. And inside of the butter bars there at the top, you can see Lighthouse is debugging this page, and Chrome is being automated by Puppeteer. So basically what's happening is Lighthouse is just running. This is what Lighthouse does normally. It reloads the page, it gives you a report, and eventually all the tests pass, which is really cool. So I know that was a lot. That was very fast. How did we do that? How are they actually testing their extension? So the important bit here is that we have to use headful Chrome again, because Headless Chrome doesn't support Chrome extensions, so we're launching a full version of Chrome. And we can use these arguments to pass in our extension directory to load Chrome with. So we'll load Chrome with our extension, and then what the Lighthouse team did was basically just grab the background page that the Chrome extension creates, and then they'll actually run one of the background page's JavaScript methods. So we use extension page.evaluate to evaluate this callback inside of the extension itself. And the extension just happens to have this method called run Lighthouse in extension. That's actually what kicks off actually running Lighthouse inside the Chrome extension. So that's how they're able to test their Chrome extension. Number 8 awesome thing you can do, you can crawl a single page application. Well, maybe you want to visualize your app. Maybe you don't know all the URLs of your single page app. Maybe you want to create a sweet D3 visualization of all the pages in your single page app. Maybe you want to create a sitemap on the fly. You can totally do that using Puppeteer. and the APIs that we have. So to do this, you can discover all the links on the page just by using page $eval. Grab all the anchors on the page. And again, this is going to get run inside of the page. And we just look for all the anchors. Are they the same origin as the page? Are they part of our app? And are they not the app we're actually viewing? So we don't want to like render ourselves. So we return the unique set. We'd run this recursively. And then that's basically the way that I created that D3 visualization. And you can do not just a list of links, right? You can do something like this with Santa Tracker. It's a very visual single-page application. As you visit each link, you can take a screenshot or generate a PDF or what have you, and then kind of visualize your app in a different way. Number 9 is one of my favorites. Verify that Service Worker is actually caching all of your app. Every time I use Service Worker, I always leave something out. I always forget to cache something in the cache, which means somebody comes back to my page, and ultimately my entire app doesn't work offline. They get a 404, like an image is broken or something. Well, we can verify that that's not going to be the case using some of Puppeteer's APIs. So to do this, we'll navigate to a page that uses offline caching, and then we call page evaluate, and we wait for the service worker in the page to be installed and ready. That's what this page evaluate method does. Next thing we do is we basically just look for all network requests. Any request that happens on the page, we'll use network interception. We'll just stash the URL to get the list of URLs that the network gets. After that, we reload the page. We want to know what's coming from the network and what gets served from the service worker cache, and we want to be able to determine that. So we just reload the page, because at that point, service worker's been installed, it's cached its resources, and then we can check and see where things come from. And that's what this last line does. It basically loops through all of those requests that get made by the page. It checks their responses and determines if they've come from the service worker or if they've come from the network. So here's an example of the script. If you run this on a URL, you can basically see on Chrome status, everything is cached, which is great. So you get a little green check for all the URLs that are being returned by the service worker that are going to work offline. And anything that doesn't, like these analytics requests, have a little red check. So that was a choice that I made in this app to not cache analytics request, but you can see everything else gets cached offline. So the last cool thing, and there's many more things you can do with Headless Chrome, but the last cool thing that I have time for is to procrastinate. So I didn't really have a good demo of the keyboard API in Puppeteer, and we have the touch APIs and stuff. You can do touch emulation. But what this is going to do is basically just open the Google Pac-Man doodle from a couple of years ago and play it in Node. So I'm going to basically get keyboard events in Node. I'm pressing the arrow keys in Node. And eventually, the game will fire up. And then I'm forwarding those key presses to the page. And of course, the page just has JavaScript that knows how to handle key presses. So I'm able to play Pac-Man in a web page in Node and play it online. Kind of a cool example of bridging these two worlds again. Somebody likes it. So that's kind of fun. So before we wrap up, there is a number of useful things that I think I want to draw to your attention, a number of sites and tools. The first one is Puppeteer as a service, the notion that you can run Headless Chrome, kind of the browser as a web service. So a lot of the demos you saw, we actually have just put on handlers, right, in the cloud. So this first one here, you pass it a URL, and it takes a screenshot. It runs Headless Chrome. It does all that stuff in the background. But you can kind of think about baking Headless Chrome into the browser, into your kind of web service. So that's Puppeteer as a service. We have an awesome Google Chrome Labs GitHub repository with all those demos I showed you today, as well as some other ones that we didn't talk about. A lot of useful stuff there. If you want to see anything else implemented, let me know. I'll create a demo for it. This is a cool site that we put together to just try out Puppeteer. It's called trypuppeteer.appspot.com. You can go in, you kind of prototype ideas, play with the code, run our official demos, see the results. Don't even have to install anything to kind of work with Puppeteer. So that was a lot of stuff. We covered a lot of things Headless Chrome can do. And of course, there's a bunch of stuff that we didn't cover that it also can do. But things like server-side rendering, pre-rendering your apps, offline testing, offline verification, A/B testing, making the Google search bot happy, creating PDFs. So with that, hopefully you guys have realized that automation, is a thing. It's not just about testing your app. It's actually about making your app more productive and yourself as a developer more productive. So Headless Chrome is a front end for your front end. With that, my name is Eric Beitelman. It's at eBeitel on GitHub and Twitter if you want to converse with me after the show. And I will leave this one up here, which has got a great list of things you can take a screenshot of. So thanks for everybody sticking around. I really appreciate you coming.
Stuck at the hip, and I'm losing my grip.
classification.
Okay.
And what that is that's an XML file. So I take all my images and I generate this XML file, which gives me details on the bounding box of where the object is.
So that's what's in the XML file.
Mhm.
It's just kind of coordinates here of the boxes themselves.
So it has the XY coordinates of
Right.
where my object is in the image, and then it just has the label associated with that bounding box. In this case, I just have one label, Taylor Swift.
Only need one.
Only need one.
Awesome. So then, let's see, we have our data, it's labeled, and I guess now there's only one thing to do, hit the training.
Yeah, so training is next.
So with all these kind of steps, can you just outline kind of how they all connect together?
Mm-hmm. So I drew the bounding boxes around my images, got them into the Pascal format.
Right.
And then once they're in that format, I wrote a script to convert them to a TF record, which I can then use to feed into my model.
Gotcha. Okay, so all of these kind of steps, now they're all connected.
Mhm.
We've gone from the raw image to well, not just a label image, but specifically TF records, so it's
Mhm.
even formatted correctly. So now we're ready for our training, I
Mhm.
guess, right? And so in this case, we're going to do our training on ML Engine, it looks like, based on your blog post here.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
How was that process, and kind of what did you have to do to make that work?
So it was similar to the process I used for running the training locally.
Mhm.
The main difference being I needed to put all of my data in Google Cloud Storage
Right.
and tell ML Engine where to find it. So the first thing I needed to get in Google Cloud Storage was the model checkpoints from the pre-trained model I was using. I used a model called MobileNets, which is
Mhm.
optimized for mobile, obviously. So I put those checkpoints in my cloud storage bucket.
Mhm.
I also needed my training and test TF record files, which I
Right.
talked about before, how I generated those. And then I have a config file, which tells the Object Detection API where my training and test data is located. And it supports ML Engine and Google Cloud Storage.
Great. And so that whole thing kind of comes together and I guess just takes care of all the training for you then?
Mhm.
Awesome. And
Yep.
how long did that training kind of take? Everyone wants to know, if the training takes a long time or a little time, and how long you had to wait for that.
I think it took about 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Okay, that's
Not too-
that's
not too
bad.
long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Given what you're getting out of it, that's
Exactly.
quite nice. So once training's done, what do you have kind of as your result? What do you have in your hands?
So you have a model checkpoint, which is
Okay.
just a binary file, similar to the pre-trained model checkpoint that I used to start training. This is now going to be the final model checkpoint, which has been updated with all of my training data.
Gotcha. Okay. So that's very nice. And
Mm-hmm.
then I guess, would now kind of flip it over the wall to the serving side.
So to serve it, I can use a gcloud command with ML Engine to deploy my model. I just need to point it at where those checkpoint files are of
Mhm.
my final trained model.
Okay.
And then in just a couple of minutes, I have my model available for serving, and I can use that to generate predictions against the model.
Fantastic. And so I guess this kind of brings us to the next phase of
Mhm.
this project. We've gone from our data, we've pre-processed it, we've done the training,
Mhm.
and we have this kind of API that can serve up predictions at scale.
Mhm, exactly.
So now we're ready to call that endpoint. And what did you end up kind of architecting here? It looks like you have a couple of pieces.
Mhm. It's using a couple of different Firebase SDKs. So the client is a Swift app. It's an iOS app that's written in Swift,
Mhm.
and it's a pretty thin client. So all
Yeah.
the client is doing is it's uploading an image to Firebase storage.
Oh, okay. So that's what that arrow is for. Gotcha.
Exactly. And then we're using the Firebase SDK for Cloud Functions.
Mhm.
So a function is triggered whenever an image is uploaded to a specific storage bucket.
Ah, very handy.
So the function is written in Node.js, and that function does a bunch of different things. It downloads the image, and then it resizes it. It base64 encodes it, which will prepare it for the ML Engine online prediction request.
Okay.
So I make that prediction request. If the confidence that I get back is greater than 70%, that's just a threshold that I've chosen, I'm going to draw a box around that image.
Okay. So and the box drawing it looks like it's happening here in your Node code.
Yeah, I'm doing that using ImageMagick, which is available in Google Cloud Functions.
Oh, perfect.
Mhm.
Yeah, very convenient. And so then once the box is drawn, how do you get that information back to your client then?
So once the box is drawn, I write the image to Firebase storage, and then I also write some metadata on the image to Cloud Firestore, which is
okay.
a database.
Mhm.
So I'm writing the confidence of the detection, along with the path of the image in Firebase storage.
Gotcha. So that's why you kind of have these two write operations coming from your Cloud Function.
Exactly. And the reason I'm using Firestore is in my client, I can create a listener on the ID of that image path. And so then I get updates whenever new data has been added to that collection in Firestore.
Oh, perfect.
So I don't have to keep pulling that to see if the detection is finished. So right when it's finished, my client will get an update, and then I can then download the new image with the box around it, along with the confidence detection score.
So that's really neat that you've managed to use the kind of architecture to signal in both directions, right? You upload to cloud storage, and that triggers the Cloud Function. So on upload, something happens, and it happens right away. And then coming back, once the response from ML Engine is received, you're using Firestore to basically give that real-time update to hit your phone right away as well. So you kind of keep that loop tight, even though you've managed to do this while all the while maintaining this kind of thin client. That's really nice, that the way you've kind of leveraged the existing technology. You didn't have to write anything to make sure everything happened nice and quick, but async.
Yeah, one thing that's great about Firebase is I get those real-time updates whenever new data comes in with that path.
Fantastic. So I guess zooming out a little bit, you've built the mobile app that builds a custom machine learning model. You've collected your data, you've annotated it, you're training, and you're serving at scale to your mobile client. What did you find to be kind of the most interesting part of all of this?
I would say definitely learning to tie together all these different tools. So there's a lot of different things I use to build the app from end to end, from TensorFlow object detection to Cloud Machine Learning Engine, which had a couple of different components. It had training, serving, and online prediction. And then the client piece using some Swift SDKs and the Firebase SDK for Cloud Functions.
Yeah, I mean, just along the way, you're hitting Python, Node, Swift, JavaScript. Oh, JavaScript is there.
Even a little bit of Bash with the G-Cloud commands.
Right. Right. Outstanding. And so, on the whole, what did you find to be most challenging kind of out of all of this?
The most challenging part was getting all of the data into Google Cloud Storage, because there was a lot of different pieces that needed to be there, from the pre-trained model checkpoints, the TF records, and then that config file, which tells object detection where to find these different pieces.
Right. And these are all coming kind of from different places, and just getting it all arranged. Yeah, I can see how that could be challenging. And I guess, was there some fun parts as well, hopefully, along the way?
It was pretty fun to build. One thing that was kind of funny was, as I labeled all the images myself. So there was a day
work.
I know, it was a tough job. So there was a day where I had pictures of Taylor Swift on my computer. People walked by, were probably wondering what I was doing.
Yeah, just perusing photos all day. Right?
Exactly, generating those bounding boxes. And the most fun thing was definitely the final result of seeing on the iOS app the prediction with the bounding box come back in real time.
Definitely, yeah. That's a long journey.
It was.
Awesome. And as I understand, you've actually open sourced your code on GitHub.
Yeah, it's all available on my personal GitHub repo, and there's instructions in the README if you want to build the same model yourself.
Awesome. So that's so great that our audience can go out and build their own model. And I want to thank you so much. Really appreciate you coming in today and chatting in the studio.
Thanks for having me. Great to be here.
Yeah, it's been great. Thanks for watching this episode of Cloud AI Adventures. Today, we saw how to go from raw data to training to a mobile client. You can use Sarah's GitHub repo to not only recreate this, but extend it with your own data, a different model, or a different client app. For more details, we've included links to all the resources we discussed in the description, so check it out. And if you've enjoyed this episode, please like it and subscribe to get more episodes right when they come out.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Best Practices for Text on Android. My name is Clara Vallari, and I'm a text lead on the Android Toolkit team.
I'm Florina Montanescu, and I'm an Android developer advocate.
Siamet Sinner, text lead for Android Text.
So why are we giving a talk about text? Well, it turns out text is a major part of your app. It's part of your design. It's part of your branding. It's part of who you are. And it is the major thing that your users will be consuming. It is front, the first thing that your users will read, and the thing that will mostly affect readability, accessibility, usability, all of that. On top of that, the Android tech stack is responsible for emoji, which we all love. But all of this obviously comes at a cost. So there's a bunch of performance implications related to text that we want you to be aware of. So today, we're going to go through a bunch of best practices and things that you should know. Before we can do that, let's talk a bit about the architecture. We want to explain how the tech stack is fitted within Android so that you can better then understand what we're going to talk about later. The tech stack on Android is split into two parts. There's Java code, and then there's native or C++ code. At the very top of the Java layer, you will find the thing that you're probably most familiar with, which is text view and edit text. These are widgets that provide text functionality out of the box and do everything for you. If you have custom views where you don't want to use our widget, then you're probably using the second layer, which is layout, paint, and canvas. This classes on Java will help you lay out text and render it without actually using our widget. Once we get into the native part, the very first layer is a library we call Minikin. Minikin helps us do word measurement, line breaking, and hyphenation. And it is our first point of contact with C++. Below that, there's a bunch of libraries we use to help us. ICU, which deals with Unicode. Harfbuzz, which does text shaping for us. FreeType, which generates bitmaps for all of the glyphs. And finally, Skia, which is our graphics engine. Today, we're going to focus on the top three, as these are the layers that the Android team owns and the one we can provide most best practices and hints into.
Minikin lies at the core of Android tech stack and is implemented in C++. Its main responsibilities are text layout, measurement, and line breaking. It is important to understand what parts are implemented in Minikin versus Java, as that defines which features we can backport using support library, which doesn't allow native code. Let's start with text measurement. If you provide a string like this to Minikin, first it has to identify the glyphs. Glyph is a representation of a character, and you can think of it as the image to be drawn. However, the character to glyph matching is not always one-to-one. Here we have three letters, FFI, matching to a single glyph. Glyphs can also be found in different fonts, which is the case with the Japanese character in the example. This is called the font fallback chain. Once all the glyphs are identified, the system can position them together to have the final look. However, at this point, positioning is not always putting the glyphs side by side, which is the case with the letter E and acute accent. If you provide a longer string, Minikin first divides it into words. And for each word, it does the measurement. The result of this measurement is added into a cache so that if the system comes across with the same word again, it can raise the computed value. This is a system-wide LRU cache and has a fixed size of 5,000 items. When the string is wider than the array it has to fit in, Minikin has to do a line break. In the simplest case, this is putting the boxes side by side until the boundary is reached and then moving to the next line. The behavior is controlled with the break strategy attribute. And if we were to switch from simple to balanced here, Minikin will distribute the words among the lines to have better text alignment. The default value is high quality, which is very similar to balanced, except a few subtle differences, one of them being hyphenation for the last line. Hyphenation improves the alignment of the text and the use of white space. And it gets more and more important as the line width gets shorter. However, it comes with a cost. The cost arises because now the system has to measure more words, and it has to compare more configurations for an optimum solution. Up to Android P, enabling hyphenation is 2.5 times more expensive than the disabled state. On Android P, we improved the simple break strategy case. However, the default configuration still has the same cost. Another thing that affects hyphenation is the locale. In this example, we have a device in the English locale and two example strings. One of them is not hyphenated correctly, and the other one did not choose the right glyph for the Japanese text. This will mostly happen for dynamically loaded text, such as the strings loaded from network. And it happens because the system is not aware of the languages of those strings. To fix this, we have to tell the system about the language using the setTextLocale function. If the string contains multiple languages, you can use local span to mark different parts of the word string. However, keep in mind that the number of local spans affects the performance of the text layout.
One of the most common tasks when working with text is text styling. So usually we would start working with the text view attributes and set the text size, text color, and font. So we call this a single style because all of these attributes affect the entire text from the text view. But usually, for the designers, this is not enough. And they will want to style specifically one word or one paragraph. So what they want is to apply a multiple style to the same text block. So in order to achieve this in Android, we work with spans. Spans are markup objects that can be attached to text from a start to an end index. And spans can be categorized into character and paragraph spans, depending on whether they apply to only a few characters or to entire paragraphs. And then character spans can be split into appearance and metric affecting. And the difference between them lies in the method that needs to be called on the text view in order to render the side. So appearance affecting spans require a redraw to be called, whereas metric affecting spans require both a remeasure and a redraw. Let's see an example. So let's say that we need to style a code block. So in order to do this, first we would change the background color. So for this, we would use a background color span. This doesn't change the metric of the text. So this means this is an appearance affecting span. But we also need to change the font. So for this, we would use a typeface span. But because fonts also change the size of the text, this is a metrics affecting span. To style blocks of text by, for example, changing the layout margin or drawing a bullet in front of the text, we would use a bullet span. So paragraph spans, like the bullet span, have to be attached from the beginning of the paragraph and affect the entire text of the paragraph. The thing is that if you don't attach it from the beginning of the paragraph, well, chances are you'll lose the styling completely. So in the framework, we define a series of interfaces and abstract classes. And under the hood, the framework checks for instances of these classes and then triggers different actions depending on them. But actually, what makes spans so powerful is the fact that they give you access to things like the text paint or the canvas in the case of some paragraph spans. So this means that you can pretty much handle everything you need in terms of text. So first of all, whenever you need a span, check the ones that are available in the framework, because they cover most of the common use cases. OK, but if we go back to our example, we see that the typeface span only gets a typeface starting with Android P. So this means that if we want to support pre-P devices, we will need to create our own custom span. So to do this, we would extend from metric affecting span. And this class gives us access to two methods. To update measure state, which is called when text view on measure is called, and update draw state, which is called when the text view on draw method is called. And both of these methods give us access to the text paint. So then, in the text paint, all we need to do is change the typeface. But if we have the text paint, it means that we can also set the background color. So it means that we can just create one code block span to style our code block. OK, so now we have two different ways of styling our code block. One with composing multiple spans, one from the framework and a custom one, and another way where we're using a custom span. So which one should you use? To help you decide, there's one important piece of information that you need to remember. Only framework spans can be parceled. So there are two common cases when the spans are parceled. First, when we're passing text via intents, or when we're copying text. Independent if we're copying text, for example, from a text view to an edit text in the same activity, or whether we're copying text from one application to another, the text gets to be parceled and unparceled via the clipboard service. So this is what will happen. If we're passing the text with one framework span and one custom span, well, just our framework spans are passed. So this means that we're losing our custom typeface span. But then if we're passing a text with one custom span, then it means that no styling will be kept. So in general, when you're implementing spans and the text gets parceled, consider the behavior you want. Should the style be partially kept or not?
So now that you know about spans, how do we use them in text? Well, the framework provides two key interfaces for this. The first one is spanned. Spanned is for immutable text and immutable markup and declares methods such as getSpans or getSpanStart and getSpanEnd. It lets you query spans but not modify them. If you want to modify them, we have Spannable, which has the ability to mutate the markup with methods such as setSpan or removeSpan. Then we have three concrete implementations of these interfaces. The first one is SpanString, which implements spanned, and as such has immutable text and immutable markup. Spannable string, which implements spannable, as such has immutable text but mutable markup. And finally, we have a third class which adds mutability to the text, which is Spannable String Builder. This is what we use internally, for example, for edit text, because it allows you to modify the text and the markup. These last two classes are very different internally. Spannable String holds an array of spans, whereas Spannable String Builder holds a tree of spans. So these are widely differently implemented. So as a team, we were wondering, well, is the tree more efficient? Maybe there's a case where we want to recommend people to only use Spannable String Builder all the time because it's more efficient. So we ran tests. The answer is, up to 250 spans, they're the same. They basically perform equally, so we recommend you do what makes most semantic sense, which is use Spannable String for immutable text, Spannable String Builder for mutable text. However, after 250 spans, they really do start to diverge, and we recommend you use Spannable String Builder for all of your cases, just because it is more performant. Out of curiosity, we ran these tests to the limit. Turns out when you have thousands of spans, they really diverge, but we really, really hope this is not a common use case for anyone. Another common thing we see with spans is people trying to check if one span is present within a spannable. And the solution we've seen online uses span.getSpans. So it's something like this. You just query for all the spans of a given type, get an array back, and then just check if the array is empty. This is extremely inefficient. You're going through the entire span looking for all of the instances of that span, collecting them all into an array, and then just checking if that array is empty. There's a better way to do this, which is next span transition. This method checks for the boundaries of spans. So when you ask for the first boundary of a certain span, it will just have to do the work until it finds the first span, and then it can stop. And it won't collect any spans into an array, wasting memory that you shouldn't do.
A frequent task when working with styling text is styling internationalized text. So usually in your resources, you will define the same string in multiple languages. But then you need to highlight one specific word. So here, for example, we want the word text to be bold. But the thing is that the word and where it appears is different in every language. So one easy solution would be to just use HTML tags. But the problem with this is that HTML tags have limited functionality. So if, for example, we want to change the font, well, this is not something that HTML can provide. The solution for this is to use annotation tags. So the annotation tag allows us to set key and value pairs, and then define whatever we need. So here, for example, I'm defining the key font and the value to be the font name. And this is how we would use it in code. So we would get the text from the resources as a spanned string. Then we would get the annotations from the span. We would iterate through them and get the ones that have the key that we're interested in, and then the value. And then we would set the span based on the indices.
We will now look at how text is laid out in the view. Let's assume that you have a text view with some padding applied. When you set drawable top, text view will position the image to top of the view after the padding. GetCompoundPadding top function will return you the distance from top of the view to bottom of the image. Setting the drawable padding will add extra spacing between the image and the area that the text will be drawn in. And now getCompoundPadding top will point to this new location. When you set text, text view will create a layout object. Layout is responsible for rendering and measuring text. Here, the boundaries of the layout are highlighted in orange. It will also provide you some more information about the text it contains, such as the baseline top and bottom of the lines. There are 3 layout classes on Android. Boring layout is for single-styled and simple text, which doesn't contain tab, next line, or right to left characters. Dynamic layout is created for editable and selectable text, and for other cases, text we will create a static layout. When you set the gravity, the layout object itself will be positioned in the view. Get total padding top will return the distance from top of the view to the top of the layout. Include font padding. This attribute will add extra spacing to top and bottom of the layout. And the height of this spacing is calculated using the values in the font. The effect is more visible when you use a tall script. In this example, when it is set to false, we see that the text is clipped. Since it only applies, when you set to true, it only applies the spacing to top and bottom of the text, on Android, we will see that lines would overlap. On Android P, we fixed this issue. Now, if the system identifies that the lines will overlap, it will put extra spacing between the lines and will apply this rule to the whole paragraph. To provide an opt-out option, we added an attribute named fallback line spacing, which is by default turned on. A similar attribute that changes the line height is the elegant text height attribute. However, even though it changes the height, unlike the other attributes, it will not add spacing, but it will actually start using a different font. There are 2 different fonts defined in the Android font fallback chain, compact and elegant. Setting elegant text height to true will make the system choose the elegant version of the same script if that font exists. Speaking of line height, it is an important attribute for the readability of the text, and you can control it using line spacing extra and multiplier attributes. These attributes will add extra spacing in between the lines, but not the last line. Since developers mentioned us that designers would mostly provide line height as it is, but not as multiplier or extra, on Android P, we added the line height attribute. 2 other attributes that we added on Android P in order to bridge the gap between design and implementation are first baseline to top height and last baseline to bottom height. The first one will let you control the distance between the top of the view to the baseline of the first line. And the second one, similarly, will let you control the distance between bottom of the view to the baseline of the last line. Finally, when you set text alignment, the text will be positioned in the layout. Get line left and get line right functions of the layout object will give you information about this positioning relative to the layout boundaries. Now that we know about layout and some important functions, we can answer a frequently asked question on the internet, which is how to implement a rounded background span. This is not doable with spans, but we can implement it, we can draw it ourselves using the layout functions. To do that, first we need to mark our words that we want to draw the background for. Annotation that Florina mentioned is a good option for such a use case. Then we will define our drawables. 3 for the words that start and end on different lines, and 1 for the words that start and end on the same line. We will loop over our annotations to find our words. Then, for each annotation, using the start and end indices, we want to learn the line number, and we can use getLine for offset function of the layout, which will convert a character index into a line number. For the words that start and end on the same line, we also want to learn about the vertical coordinates of the line. We can use getLine top and getLine bottom functions for this. And finally, we want to learn about the horizontal coordinates of the words. And getPrimary horizontal function will convert a character index to a horizontal coordinate relative to the layout boundaries. Now that we know the rectangle that we want to draw in, we can draw our drawable. The other case where words start and end on the different line will have almost exactly the same code, except now it has to identify more rectangles to draw in.
TextView goes through the same 3 phases that any view on Android goes: measure, layout, and draw. Measure is by far the most expensive for TextView. Here is where we create the layouts we just talked about, or recreate them if we need to, and where we decide on the width and the height of the view. This is really expensive work. Later, in on layout, we barely do anything, just some scrolling and auto-sizing. And finally, in onDraw, we issue the drawing commands. But measure is really, really expensive, and you need to be very aware of this. It's important to distinguish what causes an onMeasure with what causes an onDraw. As Farina mentioned before, anything that causes the text to change in size or how it needs to be laid out, such as the letter spacing, the typeface, maybe the text size, that will have to trigger an onMeasure, as we need to recalculate that layout. Whereas if you change something that just changes the appearance, but not how we place the text on the screen, such as the text color you're going to paint it in, that only needs to trigger an onDraw, which is much, much cheaper than doing an onMeasure as well. Let's look at these two phases separately. Say we have a text view like this. I've set some text that has several paragraphs. And then I've used spans to style some of the words in it. I've changed the text size. I've changed the colors. Well, the first option to measure your text is there's a method in Paint called measure text. A dead giveaway of this method is it takes a string, not a spannable. So what this will do, Paint just doesn't understand spans. So it will take the text you've given it. It doesn't understand line breaking either. So it will place all of the text as one very long line, ignore all of your spans, and give you the width of that text. The next option is to use getTextBounds, also from Paint. Again, dead giveaway, it takes a string. So it will do exactly the same, no line breaking, no spans. It will place it all together, and it will give you the bounding box of all of your glyphs, which is a width and a height. It's important to notice that these two methods return slightly different values. So TextPaint.measureText will return you the next advanced glyph. This is where you will position the next glyph if you were to add another one. Whereas getTextBounds will give you the bounding box of the glyphs you have. And these two values come from different parts of the font, so they may be very different. If we want to improve on this, well, we use layouts. Layout has a static method called getDesiredWidth. What this does is it takes the text you give it, it places each paragraph into one line, and taking into account all of the styling, it measures each of the lines. And then it returns the width of the longest line it has. So it will give you the width of the longest paragraph you've given it. This is useful to know how much your text wants to be before you can restrict it. If you know the width of your view, well, then you actually create a layout object. In this case, we've created a static layout. By having the constrained width you want to fit it in, layouts can actually calculate how to reflow the text and how to make it fit and give you a height in return. So by giving it a width, we can actually calculate the height. On top of that, as Siamin mentioned before, you will get a lot more information out of your layout object. For each line, it will give you things like the baseline, the line start, the line end, and so on. We've measured the performance of all of these methods next to each other. Measure text is the cheapest. So compared to measure text, you will see that layout getDesiredWidth and Paint getTextBounds are quite cheap to run. They are similar. But once you get into creating a static layout, or once you use TextView to measure text, that gets more and more expensive. So now that you know what each of these methods do, make sure you use the one that makes sense for your use case. Similarly, we've talked before about the word measure cache and how we measure words once and we place them in a cache. Well, for Paint, when you call measure text on the same word a second time, turns out it only costs us about 3% of the work to return that value, which is a huge gain. So once we have a hit in the cache, it's only 3% of the work. If we measure this in TextView, there you go. OnMeasure takes about 16 to 11% of the work that it did the first time it sees a word. So definitely using that cache is really important for us. So as I said several times now, measurement is really expensive. What can we do about it? Well, in P, we've come up with a new feature called pre-measured text. The idea behind it is we know that in OnMeasure, we need to take all of the glyphs, find them in the font, place them next to each other, and measure all of these words that we will place in the cache. So what pre-measured text does is it takes care of this phase for you, and you can run this in any thread, so that then once you have that pre-calculation, setting it on the text view only takes about 10% of the work that you had to do initially, which is a huge gain. The way this looks in code is we need a bunch of attributes to know how to measure the text. Things like the font you're going to use, the text size. We have a convenience method in TextView that will retrieve all of these for you. It's getTextMetricsParams. You can also build this object yourself if you don't have the text view you're going to work with yet. And then on a background thread called precomputedText.create. This triggers all of the things we've been talking about. It measures each of the words, it places them in the cache, and it stores all of those values. So this is also useful if you're going to measure more than 5,000 words, as this actually stores all of the values. Then once you have all of this precomputed information, you can go back to the UI thread and set it on your text view. Notice that all of this only makes sense if you know your text beforehand. If you just know your text as you're going to render it, do what we've always done, because you're going to be blocking the UI thread anyway. But if you do know your text beforehand, say you're loading it from the internet or you have an infinite scroll, you can run this, pre-compute all of your text before it needs to be shown on screen. And the gain is literally 90% of the work will be done on the background thread, which is amazing. Mention in support library, we do have a solution. For P, we just run this. Between L and P, we can actually not do exactly the computations that we've done, but we can warm up that cache for you. So that's what we do. And then before L, sadly, we can't do anything, so it's a no up. But we do have a solution in the support libraries. Another common thing we see related to all of this is very long text. People tend to just say, oh, I've got the text. I'll just set it all on the text view. When you set text on text view, it layouts and, well, it measures all of the words and lays out the entire text you've given it, even if you've given us like an entire book. So this can be a huge performance hit if you're setting very long text that then you're not actually showing on screen because maybe the user never scrolls. A solution to this is to split your text into separate pieces, say, for example, paragraphs, and put them all into a recycler view as different items. Then this way, while the user scrolls, we will start loading the next bits, but we won't actually be triggering a measure in a layout of all of your text. You can also link this to pre-measured text, which I just talked about, and pre-measure all of the background measurement. Then you will have all of that information really, really efficiently. So we've talked about measure. What about draw? Draw is much cheaper, but you also have several options if you're going to draw yourself. Easy one that people tend to say, oh, why don't you just canvas.draw text? That's easy, right? Turns out Canvas does not understand spans or line breaking or any of the things we've been talking about. So similar to the things we were talking about before, it will just draw the text you give it with no styling as one run. Instead, if you have styling or if you want to use line breaking, again, use the layout classes. You can see the recurring theme. All of the layout classes have a draw method that will actually draw on the canvas for you.
OK, I think it's time we actually set the text, but in a performant way. So set text, I think, is the most commonly used method. And it's great for text views that don't change. So when both the text and the markup attached to it are immutable. So under the hood, the text view creates a defensive copy as a span string. So this means that if you're changing the original reference, the text view doesn't update. But what if we want to mutate the spans later? Or to do this, we would set the text using buffer type spannable. So under the hood, the text view will create a copy of it, but as a spannable. So this means that while the text is immutable, the spans are mutable. So then once what we can do here is we can get the text as a spannable, and then we can add or remove spans to it. And I know that you'll be tempted to call set text again, but you don't need to do this anymore. Because TextView has an on-span change listener, and it automatically knows when something was added or removed, and the text will just be displayed. But what if we want to change an internal property of the span? So in our case, we want to change that typeface in our custom typeface span. Well, in this case, the TextView doesn't know what changed, and it doesn't know that it needs to do something. So we need to tell it. And we would do this with either request layout or invalidate, depending on what kind of attribute has changed. So if you change the measure affecting attribute and the text view needs to remeasure and then redraw, you would call request layout. But if you just change an appearance affecting attribute, then you just need to invalidate and call redraw. But what if you also want to mutate the text? So if we look at the code, we see that under the hood, the text view creates a copy using a spannable factory. So it has a default spannable factory implementation. But we can implement our own. And then instead of creating a copy of it, we will just return the same reference to the object in case the object is a spannable. And then we just set that spannable factory to the text view. So this is specifically important if you're using styled text inside the recycler view, because like this, you avoid creating copies inside the recycler view, saving both CPU time and memory allocation. So in the recycler view, this is how you would use it. In the view holder, you would set the spannable factory you've just created, and then in the onBind view holder, make sure you're also setting the buffer type as spannable when you're setting the text.
Another common thing we see related to recycler view is the use of autolink. You might be familiar with like taking a text view and just setting auto-link to say web to be able to detect URLs within your text and have them automatically linked. Well, what happens under the hood when you do this? Turns out that when you set a text on that text view, first of all, we will create a copy, just like Florina said, and then we run a matcher for a regular expression on your text, and for each match where we find a URL, we will create a URL span and add that to your text. If you do this inside onBind view holder, you're creating copies, and you're running that regular expression every time you're setting text, even if you're showing the same text in each item. So you have a little footer with a link. You're going to be recalculating that for each and every item. So the solution to this is, one, don't use AutoLink in your XML, because that automatically triggers all of the process. Instead, first of all, create a spannable copy of your string, and run either Linkify or Linkify compat to be able to find all those links beforehand. So you pre-calculate all of it. Then in onBind view holder, you simply have to set the text. And if you use Florina's trick of using buffer type spannable, you will be avoiding all of those copies and avoiding all of this extra computation. Related to this, in general, we want to discourage everyone from using AutoLink map. All of the other options in AutoLink use regular expressions and are easy to run. However, map actually spins off an instance of a web view to find addresses, which is a huge performance hit for your app. So we want to discourage everyone from using map, or all, which includes map. And you might say, well, but I need this, and you're taking it away. What do I do? Coming to the rescue is Smart Linkify. You might remember last year, we presented Smart Selection in O, where we used machine learning to detect entities when you were trying to select text. Where this year, we've taken those same machine learning models that detect entities and applied them to Linkify. This way, we can do a much better accuracy at detecting all of the entities, and we can detect new types. So on top of phone numbers, URLs, and addresses like we were doing before, we can do more sophisticated things like flight codes. The way this works in code is you create a text links request with your text, and it can also take some options. Then on a background thread, you call textclassifier.generateLinks. It's very important that you do this on a background thread, as this is loading a machine learning model from disk, so please don't do this on the UI thread. Once it comes back, it has all of the detected entities. You can apply those links to the text. There's a change here between the old Linkify and this. The old Linkify used to generate a URL span that when you clicked, it would just go through the link. In the case of Smart Linkify, the URL spans that are being added pop up a floating toolbar with smart actions that you can take. So for example, for an address, we might suggest maps. Finally, when you have all of your text ready, you can go back to the UI thread and set that text on the text view. Notice there's a big difference between the old Linkify and the new Linkify, in that the old one was synchronous, and this is asynchronous. We understand this is a huge difference, but it is the way that we can use machine learning to really enhance how we detect entities, and the accuracy on the new models is really, really much better. And since I'm talking about new features, let me introduce our last new feature for P, which is Magnifier. A lot of people tell us that selecting text is really hard, and placing the cursor where you want is a really hard task. So Magnifier shows a zoomed-in version of where you are touching with your finger to help you place the cursor in the correct position. We've implemented this by default in TextView, Edit Text, and in WebView in Chrome, so you don't have to do any work if you're using the default widgets. However, if you're doing your own custom widgets and you want to implement this yourself, there's a very easy API to use there. You could do something like this, like just take your untouch event, and whenever the finger goes down, show the magnifier. Whenever the finger goes up, dismiss the magnifier. This creates an effect where the magnifier kind of follows your finger around the screen. This is not the final UX we've gone for. We kind of snap to the lines. We will publish guidelines on the final UX we've come up with, but it is very easy to use. So I hope today we've presented a bunch of tips and tricks. We've shown you what text is under the hood on Android, and we've provided more information on how to style your text so that you can take all of this back to your apps and build beautiful, more performant apps. Please file feedback, as all of the sessions, and thank you very much. You can find us. Sorry. I know we're late into I/O, but you can find us at Sandbox C. We will be there all day tomorrow, so please come find us. It's kind of behind the food area. We will be there, so please come ask questions.
Thank you.
was another great day at Google I/O 2018, and it isn't over yet. Come back at 8:30 p.m. Pacific Time for our live concert with Justice. They'll be debuting their new song, Stop. Tomorrow, we'll be back here at 8:30 a.m. with more sessions, sandbox demos, and special guest interviews. See you back here in 1.5 hours. We'll leave now with Justice's new music video, Stop.